Chapter 1692. Many thanks to Night Creature and Huan Yin Hua Shang for their tips. In the vast space, the wind howled and howled, stirring up sand and dust that spread in all directions. The violent magic power was strong enough to prick one's skin. It was as if there were strands of electricity lingering in the air. The president and Ishtar did not intend to waste any time when the wind weakened. They raised their eyes and stared at the front against the howling wind and the dazzling light. When the Dean and Ishtar saw the scene in the center of the bright light, both of them showed the same stunned expression almost at the same time. Because what entered their eyes was no longer a gust of wind and a strong light, but a figure from behind. A tall and straight silhouette. The dark blue knight's robe fluttered in the wind, creating ripples one after another. The silver-white steel boots reflected the strong light in the surroundings and flashed with a cold light, sending chills down one's spine. The figure slowly turned around, exposing its face to the president and Ishtar. Only then did the president and Ishtar see it clearly. Under the dark blue knight's robe, there was a silver-white armor. The silver-white armor wasn't thick, and it didn't cover the owner's entire body. It only covered the chest and wrists, and the rest of the body was covered by the original pitch-black clothes. One white and one black, but it was an unexpected combination. Apart from the chest and wrists, the figure in the dark blue knight's robe was only wearing a pair of iron boots. Embellished with the dark blue knight's robe and pitch-black clothes, the figure exuded a strange sense of beauty. Looking at the figure standing in the middle of the dissipating light and wind like a noble knight, the Dean and Ishtar almost thought for a moment that someone had come to the scene. But the eyes that stared straight into the eyes of the Dean and Ishtar told them that the person they were looking at was the same person as the one who had not changed. Of course, if it was just a transformation, then it would be a miracle if it was just a transformation. That was not a big deal. And BP, and BP, and BP, and BP, and BP, and BP. The moment they saw the figure, the Dean and Ishtar sensed it. In his heart, there was a faint feeling of palpitations. Then, it definitely wasn't as simple as just transforming. Now is not the time for you to think about so many things. The Dean and Ishtar couldn't help but wonder about the situation in front of them. An indifferent voice sounded. It reached their ears. If you don't pay attention to it, you'll be in trouble. Don't blame me if you die later. And BP, and BP, and BP, and BP, and BP, and BP. On the opposite side, Wu Yan slowly raised his head. His wine-red eyes flashed with a cold glint. He raised his hand as if he was holding something. A vast amount of magic quickly gathered in his hand and turned into a whirlwind, swirling in a strange manner. Holding an invisible object that was swirling in the strange whirlwind, Wu Yan suddenly stabbed at the space in front of him without any fancy moves. Whoosh! In an instant, the strange whirlwind violently shot out and flashed through the void. It was as cold as a blade, and as fast as lightning. It flashed in front of the president and Ishtar. The Dean and Ishtar keenly sensed that an invisible shockwave, similar to the one used to disperse the horde of wraiths earlier, was shooting toward them like an arrow. Their hair and clothes fluttered wildly in the wind. Their faces immediately changed. However, the Dean was indeed the strongest magician in the 19th century. Before the impact hit him, he reacted in time and poured his magic power into Ishtar's body. Ishtar also reacted immediately. He raised his hand and summoned a dense swarm of vengeful spirits. The vengeful spirits covered the sky and collided with the incoming impact. Bam! In the next second, a strong wind rippled out from the center of the field, causing the ground to shake violently and crack open as if it was about to collapse. Cracks spread out from the ground in the center of the field, and the strong wind swept out. Some of the gravel was directly shaken into powder and blown away by the strong wind. Did you manage to block it? Wu Yan snickered and he retracted his hand as if he's holding onto an invisible gust of wind. In that case, why don't we try blocking it one more time? After that, under Wu Yan's fierce thrust, an impact twice the size of the previous one rushed toward the president and Ishtar. The Dean didn't try to block the attack like Wu Yan expected. Instead, he channeled his mana and enveloped himself in Ishtar's body. His luangua glowed with a dim light and the two of them levitated into the air, evading the attack. That was the power of telekinesis. Looking at the Dean who used his telekinesis to fly up into the air, Wu Yan waved his hand that looked like he was holding something. After images of light and the sound of air breaking could be heard as he waved his hand. At first glance, it seemed to be a meaningless action, but the president and Ishtar's faces tightened. Swish! 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 Wu Yan brandished his sword and the strong winds turned into wind blades or invisible slashes. They rained down from the sky, covering the sky and covering the earth. Facing the wind blades that were invisible to the naked eye but could clearly sense, the president's face became more and more serious. The magic in his body surged in an instant. Ishtar suddenly clenched his hand, and a group of pitch-black vengeful spirits appeared in a flash. The densely packed shadows overlapped each other, and in a short moment, they covered an area of 10 meters around the president and Ishtar like a black fog. Bam! 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 The wind blades fiercely struck the group of wraiths, causing a chain of explosions. Powerful winds spread out like a roaring flood, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Natsuki, Ikaros, Astria, Agarola, Kanon, and the other girls were watching the intense battle. They couldn't bear to look away from it. Bam! In midair, an abnormally loud explosion rang out violently. Two figures also flew out from midair. They staggered back a few steps before stabilizing their bodies and landing on the ground. That ghost! Ishtar's expression was incomparably ugly. The dean's expression was still solemn. He didn't say a word and continued to infuse his mana into Ishtar's body. As if to vent her anger, Ishtar waved her slender hand forcefully. In an instant, a meter-long ribbon of wraiths shot out from Ishtar's hand and flew towards Wu Yan. Staring at the mass of wraiths, Wu Yan clenched his fist and a vast amount of mana surged out of his body. It turned into a whirlwind above his clenched fist. It looked like the whirlwind was wrapped around something as it howled and spun around. Under the watchful eyes of Natsuki, Ikaros, Astria, Agrora, and Kanon, Wu Yan didn't retreat. Instead he advanced. His silver-white iron boots stomped heavily on the ground. He clenched his fists and fiercely slashed at the ribbon of wraiths. Clang! The torrent of wraiths didn't hit Wu Yan's body. Instead, it seemed to have been blocked by something. It landed on top of Wu Yan's slashing hand. The whirlwind howled and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. But after blocking the ribbon of wraiths, Wu Yan's expression suddenly sank. Whoosh! Above the torrent of vengeful spirits, a giant arrow made of vengeful spirits spun at high speed. While the torrent of vengeful spirits and the whirlwind were in a deadlock, the arrow mercilessly fell towards Wu Yan's face. Seeing that the surface of the pitch-black huge arrow was filled with faces howling in pain, a sharp glint flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes. He forcefully tightened his grip on something that seemed to be grasping something. Wind King Barrier, Bli and BP.R. While in a deadlock with the torrent of vengeful spirits, the whistling whirlwind suddenly paused. Then, with a speed that could not be seen with the naked eye, it expanded like lightning and exploded. Bam! In an instant, a terrifying storm soared into the sky and swept across the area, quickly shaking and fluctuating. Asterisk boom. Asterisk asterisk boom. Asterisk under the impact of the storm, the vengeful spirit was scattered as if it had been shot away. Whoosh! The torrent of wraiths caused the torrent of wraiths to deviate from its path and soar into the sky, flying towards the horizon. However, the principal, Ishtar, Natsuki, and the other girls had no time to care about these things. This was because their gazes were all attracted by the sword in Wu Yan's hand. Chapter 1693. The gale and vengeful spirits seemed to have been covered at this moment as they all dissipated. Everyone's attention was on the sword in Wu Yan's hand. It couldn't be helped. That sword was just too eye-catching. The hilt of the sword was dark blue with a gem embedded at the top. The sword's handle was made of gold and it was exceptionally dazzling. What was even more dazzling was the blade. At first glance, it was an eye-catching silver-white blade with a cold glint. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice that the silver-white blade would occasionally flash with a dazzling golden light. Without a doubt, that was a sword that could easily attract people's attention. At the same time, it was also a sword that would never let anyone doubt its sharpness. The Dean and Ishtar, on the other hand, felt a vague sense of threat from the dazzling sword. What is going on? The Dean's expression began to change. What did Wu Yan do? Why did he suddenly become so strong? What is that sword? This. The Dean, who was thinking about this, did not realize that his attitude towards Wu Yan had changed. If the Dean only treated Wu Yan as a talented student who could catch his eye, then at this moment, the Dean had unknowingly treated Wu Yan as a worthy opponent. Unfortunately for Wu Yan, the dean did not care. No matter what the dean thought of him, it did not affect him. "Didn't I tell you?" With the dazzling sacred sword in hand, Wu Yan stomped on the ground. As if he had teleported, he appeared above the dean and Ishtar. "Now, there is no time for you to think so much." The pupils of the dean and Ishtar suddenly shrank. The sacred sword in Wu Yan's hand began to dance. It brought about a shrill sound as it pierced through the air. It also brought about streaks of sharp sword rays that were aimed at the dean's vital points. Once one of the swords hit the dean, he would definitely die. He sensed the shadow of death brought about by the extremely sharp sword rays. The dean's gaze also turned cold. Boundless magic power surged out of his body and surged into Ishtar's body. Ishtar's delicate body trembled. Vengeful spirits surged out of every part of his body like shadows. They rapidly danced around the dean and Ishtar. Bang! 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 The sword rays that descended from the sky all landed on the dancing vengeful spirits. In the midst of a series of dull thuds, the vengeful spirits exploded one after another. As the sharp sword rays exploded the vengeful spirits one by one, the ground where Ishtar was standing seemed to be unable to withstand the heavy pressure. Cracks that were nearly half a meter deep were left on the ground. Even the place where Ishtar was standing had 2 deep footprints on it. But in the blink of an eye, the dull thuds above his head disappeared and the vengeful spirits stopped exploding. The sacred sword in Wu Yan's hand spun abruptly. Countless blade rays coalesced at lightning speed. Boundless magic power surged out of Wu Yan's body like a flood. The sacred sword swept across an extremely tricky arc like a lightning bolt, miraculously avoiding the vengeful spirits one after another, and pierced toward the dean's throat. Wu Yan didn't hold back at all. The dean was infuriated when he saw how merciless Wu Yan was. He channeled his magic power into telekinesis and he grabbed one of the vengeful spirits and dragged it to his throat. Boom! The tip of the sacred sword instantly pierced the vengeful spirit that was pulled to his throat by the dean's psychokinesis and used as a shield. The vengeful spirit exploded. Wu Yan was surprised that the dean actually used such a method to block his attack. Corrode! At this moment, Ishtar suddenly raised one of his hands and aimed his palm at Wu Yan. A thick black mist emerged from his palm and vengeful spirits flew out one after another, pouncing on Wu Yan. A fishy stench drilled into the tip of Wu Yan's nose, leaving Wu Yan sulking. He didn't hesitate and slashed at the vengeful spirits with the sacred sword in his hand. Pfff. As soon as the sharp slashes collided with the vengeful spirits were instantly shattered into powder like volcanic ash. Poochie 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 poochie. As the slashes landed on the vengeful spirits, ripping sounds filled the air. One by one, the wraiths were slashed into 2 halves by the holy sword. Then, they turned into ashes and dissipated. As time passed, the vengeful spirits dwindled and the dean and Ishtar became more and more astonished. That sword! The dean stared at the sacred sword in Wu Yan's hand in astonishment. It can actually come into contact with Queen Ishtar's vengeful spirits so many times without being affected at all? Even though Ishtar's vengeful spirits weren't truly invincible, there were still some existences that could resist them. But after coming into contact with such corrosive vengeful spirits for so many times, the sword wasn't affected at all. The blade was still as dazzling as ever. This was the first time the dean witnessed such a thing. Wind King enchantment, my lady I Blair. Suddenly, a cold bellow echoed in the air. Before the dean and Ishtar could react, the dazzling sacred sword above their heads suddenly stirred up a whirlwind. Shortly after, a 10-meter-long violent tornado-like impact burst out from the sacred sword. It flashed across the air, dispersing all the vengeful spirits in its path, and crashed into the dean and Ishtar. Bam! Such a powerful impact directly scattered the wraiths and sent the dean and Ishtar flying. If it wasn't for the dean's timely use of telekinesis to support their bodies, the 2 of them would have crashed to the ground. Thief! Ishtar had never thought that he would end up in such a pathetic state. He was finally enraged. Ed, give me your magical power. I want to summon the second batch of troops. The dean didn't object and extended his hand to Ishtar. But at this moment, the surrounding ground, trees, buildings, and even heaven and earth seemed to have turned into a dreamland as they flashed with a dazzling golden radiance. The dean's outstretched hand came to a halt. His pupils gradually narrowed until they were the size of a needle tip. Then, he slowly turned his head and looked in the direction of Wu Yan. In the middle of the dazzling golden radiance, Wu Yan was wearing a dark blue night robe. His chest, wrists, and feet were covered with silver-white armor. He held the sacred sword in his hands high above his head. Suddenly, streams of golden light rose from the surroundings like shooting stars. They flowed towards the sacred sword in Wu Yan's hand and infused into the sacred sword. As the streams of light flowed into the sacred sword turned into a ray of light and shone in the middle of heaven and earth. It wasn't until the sacred sword turned into a ray of light that Wu Yan raised his head. His wine-red pupils met the eyes of the Dean and Ishtar, and an expression slowly appeared on his face as if he was reminiscing about a person who was about to die. In an instant, a fatal sense of crisis surged in the hearts of the Dean and Ishtar. Cried Ishtar, alarmed. Magical power! Magical power! Ha! The Dean's calm image disappeared. The veins on his forehead bulged. The magical power in his body surged wildly and was absorbed by Ishtar. In the next moment, the Dean and Ishtar were covered by the wraiths that were as dense as clouds. In the next moment, Wu Yan closed his eyes and slashed the light in his hand. Excalibur! For a moment, the people who were closer to the Dean's mansion all saw it. A dazzling ray of light with a diameter of 10 meters suddenly shot out. It stayed in the air for less than a second. It shook the atmosphere and rubbed against the space. While it stirred up layers of violent wind, it swept past the Dean's mansion. Not long after, a huge protective barrier formed by crystals fluctuated in the space around the ray of light. It covered the direction of the Dean's mansion. Within the protective barrier, an even more intense light flashed. Then, boom! Within the translucent protective barrier, in the fierce light, a deafening thunderous sound shook the air. It carried with it a shockwave that was enough to destroy everything. It raged wildly within the protective barrier. The ground collapsed. Trees and stones were sent flying. The Dean's mansion was completely reduced to ashes under the impact of the ray of light. The shockwave was relentless and continued to destroy everything within the protective barrier. After a long time. Chapter 1694. Boom! The dazzling light beam exploded within the translucent barrier made of crystals. Like a wave of fire, it engulfed the entire space within the translucent barrier. Perhaps the people outside did not feel anything, but within the translucent barrier, the temperature of the entire space suddenly rose by a lot. Under the effect of the raging wind and waves that were like waves of fire, the ground within the protective barrier collapsed from the pressure. The trees were either blown away or smashed into pieces. The headmaster's mansion was completely turned into ashes and was wiped off the map of the academy. Kacha! Kacha kacha! Not long after, even the translucent barrier that tried to contain the shockwave and not expand the scope of the damage began to crack. Inside, traces of magic power leaked out from the cracks. Within the academy, everyone who was near the headmaster's residence and had heard the deafening loud noise were given a fright as they lifted their eyes in a daze. They looked towards the frightening shockwave that had engulfed the defensive barrier, as their faces turned dull. In the vast academy, the surroundings of the headmaster's mansion were silent. Everyone who witnessed this scene could not help but feel their mouths dry up. They could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. A feeling of fear spread from the depths of their hearts. What's wrong? What happened? This was the question in everyone's heart. Inside the translucent barrier that was cracking, the ripples spread out. The shock waves rippled out in all directions. With the explosion point as the center, everything in the vicinity suffered a devastating blow. No one knew how long it lasted. When the barrier was about to collapse and shatter, the shock wave gradually dissipated, revealing the place that was baptized. It could only be said that it was too horrible to look at. The ground was completely razed to the ground, just like what was written on the surface. The streets and trees were all a thing of the past. Everything was revealed under the sunlight. There was only real soil. Every corner was filled with scorch marks. Every place was filled with black smoke. Some places even had flames, as if they were trying to exterminate everything. Among the things that were left behind, for example, the rubble and broken wood were burning. This area was slowly turned into a real scorched earth. In a corner of this scorched land, a translucent barrier made of crystals with cracks all over its surface shattered with a bang. It shattered into pieces. Inside the shattered translucent barrier, Natsuki, Ikaros, Astria, Agrora, and Cannon had different expressions as they looked ahead in silence. About 20 meters away from where Natsuki and the other girls were looking, there was only one side of the wall left. It was a broken wall. In front of the wall, Wu Yan is wearing a dark blue night robe. His chest, wrists, and feet are covered in silver armor. He held Excalibur in his hand as he stood in front of the wall, surrounded by the light of the flames. The Excalibur in his hand was raised in front of Wu Yan as he thrust it towards the dilapidated wall in front of him. To be more precise, he was aiming at a figure floating against the wall. The wall. Of course, floating against the wall isn't the right way to describe it. To be precise, it was Excalibur that pierced through the man's shoulder and nailed him to the wall. Drip. Crimson blood flowed along the Excalibur and dripped onto the charred ground. Slap. The grimoire named Solomon's Key, which came from the future and contained more than 50 extremely precious legendary-level automatons, slipped from the hands of the figure pinned to the wall like trash and fell to the ground. Ugh! After a painful groan, the principal slowly raised his head. His vision was a little blurry, but he was able to accurately look at Wu Yan. An ugly smile appeared on his face. I actually lost. Wu Yan held the hilt of Excalibur tightly in both hands. He lowered his body and maintained a charging posture. He looked up at the principal who was nailed to the wall with Excalibur pierced through his shoulder. You, who have calculated everything, did you think this would happen? How? How is this possible? As if the wound on his shoulder that was madly bleeding was fake, the dean smiled weakly without the slightest bit of pain. Although I have always thought that one day, I, who is known as the strongest magician in the 19 worlds, will lose to someone. But I never thought that this day would actually appear now. And the opponent is my student. If only I used my full strength. Used my full strength? Wu Yan lowered his eyes. Indeed, Ishtar has also said that she has a second batch of troops. In that case, it's hard to say that she doesn't have a third batch of troops, a fourth batch of troops, or even dozens of batches of troops. Not only that, you also have other automaton in your Key of Solomon. Indeed, you haven't gone all out yet. Although he said that, Wu Yan himself had not used his full strength either. His level and power are all restricted by the bracelet. He can't use any of his own power. However, the bracelet didn't restrict him from using items. It was because of this loophole that Wu Yan was able to use his class card and dream summoning. He was able to use the power of his heroic spirit to suppress the strongest magician in the 19th century. The strongest magician of the 19th century didn't use any of Ishtar's other armies. He didn't use any automaton. But Wu Yan didn't use any of his cards either, right? His strongest class card wasn't the saber, sword soldier. Natsuki, Ikaros, Astria, Agrora, Cannon, and the others didn't make a move either. They were all hiding their trump cards. Even the strongest magician in the 19th century would not be able to do anything if they used all their trump cards. Of course, Wu Yan isn't going to talk about this. Wu Yan pulled out his Excalibur from the dean's shoulder. Humph. The headmaster let out a muffled groan as blood spurted out from his shoulder. His body brushed against the wall, leaving a hideous trail of blood on it as he slowly slid down and fell to the ground. Heh, hee. Although his shoulder and other parts of his body were in excruciating pain, the dean still forced a smile on his face. So, Wu Yan-sen, you should be done venting your anger, right? Wu Yan glanced at the dean who was lying on the ground. The Excalibur in his hand flashed and slashed across the dean's shoulder. Following such a crisp tearing sound, an arm flew into the sky. Ah! This time, the dean couldn't hold back anymore. He hugged his severed arm and screamed in agony. Wu Yan exhaled in response to the dean's pitiful state. Now, I've vented my anger. Swish! Just as he finished his sentence, a shadow flashed in front of Wu Yan and raised his leg to kick Wu Yan. Unfortunately, before the shadow could kick Wu Yan, a spatial ripple rippled in front of Wu Yan. A chain glowing in purple light emerged from the ripple and lashed at the shadow like a whip. Bam! With a muffled sound, the afterimage was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. It glided in a perfect parabola in the air, but halfway through its flight, it stabilized and landed lightly on the ground. At that moment, The dean on the ground had already disappeared and appeared beside the ambusher on the ground. Beside the ambusher, another figure suddenly appeared. He squatted on the ground and pressed his hand on the spot where the dean's arm was severed. His gaze shot forward. His gaze was filled with murderous intent. Chapter 1695. The lock of discipline slowly retracted back into the spatial ripple. However, the spatial ripple didn't disappear just like that. Instead, it expanded to about 5 meters in diameter. Natsuki, Ikaros, Astria, Agrora, and Cannon appeared from the ripples in space. They stood in a straight line in front of Wu Yan with the Excalibur sword in his hand as they looked ahead. There were 3 people standing there. The dean was lying on the ground with a painful expression while holding his severed arm. Standing in front of the dean is a man wearing a pair of tinted glasses and looking at Wu Yan and Co. with a hostile expression. He is dressed like a deacon. The last one was an elegant young man who was crouching beside the dean while holding his severed arm. His eyes were filled with killing intent and anger. Wu Yan is the one who sent Wu Yan to kill the dean, the head of the Granville family's nightclub executive department and his automaton TTN, the semi-finished product named Shinobu, INEDLL. Shinobu appeared out of nowhere and ambushed Wu Yan. He was sent flying by Natsuki's lock of discipline. Of course, Shinobu wasn't here to ambush Wu Yan. He was here to distract Wu Yan and rescue the dean. Wu Yan and the girls stood in the middle of the scorched earth. They exchanged glances with Kazuma, who is standing not far away from them, causing the atmosphere to tense up. Looking at the killing intent and anger in the boy's eyes, Wu Yan raised an eyebrow and laughed. His laughter was very sarcastic. I say, head of the night meeting executive department, what is the meaning of this? The young man glared at Wu Yan. His expression kept changing between anger and killing intent, hesitation and struggle. It's a complicated mix of emotions, but he didn't say anything. That was only natural. Even if Shinobu opened his mouth, he wouldn't know what to say. I really want to know what kind of development this is. Wu Yan said with a smile that isn't a smile. You were the one who ordered us to kill the dean. Hearing this, the young man's face immediately darkened. That's right. He was the one who used Oliet as a hostage to threaten Wu Yan. He was the one who ordered Wu Yan to kill the dean. But now, he was the one who ordered his men to kill the dean. He personally saved the person he ordered to be killed. That's why Shinobu was speechless. Shinobu was slapping himself in the face. However, the young man really knew how to control his emotions. Realizing that he was slightly agitated, he closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths. When he opened his eyes again, he had the same annoying smile on his face as before. Ah, this is amazing. I didn't expect the famous Crimson Eyes to defeat the strongest magician of the 19th century. This is amazing. My goal isn't to defeat you. Wu Yan ignored the guy who's trying to change the topic. He looked at the guy with a deep gaze. My goal is to kill the academy head. Shinobu's annoying smile froze for a moment. He waved his hand elegantly. Thank you for your hard work. But, this is enough. This is enough. Wu Yan asked a question he already knew the answer to. Why? Because. After thinking about it, killing the dean now will cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. Shinobu cursed in his heart. But, he still maintained the smile on his face. Therefore, Dean, please spare his life for the time being. How can that be? Wu Yan's expression slowly turned into a sneer. For Oliet, I have to complete my mission, don't I? You. Shinobu clenched his teeth and lowered his head. After a long time he sighed. All right, Crimson Eyes. You probably know about the agreement between the dean and the Granville family. So I won't let you kill the dean. Of course, we won't trouble Oliet anymore. Just treat it as if you're putting on a show with us. How about you stop now? What a pity. That's a shame. This time, Wu Yan sincerely expressed his regret. Initially, I thought that you would charge at me like a madman after I cut off the dean's arm just like that. Oh? Shinobu said with a fake smile. Why do you think so? Isn't that a matter of course? Wu Yan tilted his head and said something that made Shinobu unable to maintain his smile. After all, the dean of the academy is your biological father, the elf Peter, Alice, And you're not the only one. Alice Bernstein. Alice Bernstein? Natsuki and the other girls were stunned on the spot. Shinobu, who lost his smile, stared at Wu Yen for a while before standing up. As the boy stood up, his clothes, skin, face, and every other part of his body were peeled off like petals, and they were blown into the distance by the breeze. Under everyone's gaze, Shinobu's skin turned white. His body began to protrude forward and backward. His hair grew longer and turned into a waterfall of hair. Not long after, a beautiful girl appeared before everyone's eyes. Her silver hair was like a meteor, drawing a long trail in the air. It fluttered in the wind like a feather, hanging down to her waist. It shone with a dazzling brilliance. Her facial features were well defined. Her eyes were slightly slender and her nose was high. Her eyes were like emeralds, shining brightly. This is a beautiful girl without a doubt. However, Wu Yan's expression didn't change at all. Natsuki, Ikaros, Astria, Agurora, Kanon, and the other girls' faces darkened when they saw her. It turned out that the boy who tried to use them was someone else in disguise all along. Should I say this is our first meeting? Her name is Alice. Bernstein's girl looked up and let out a light voice that could make one's bones go numb. However, what I'm more curious about is, when did you find out about my true identity? Huh. I can't help but laugh at your question. Wu Yen glanced at Alice. Didn't I tell you when we first met? Huh. When we first met. Alice frowned. Her mind wandered back to that day. The head of the nightclub's executive department, number 10 of the RNDS, Cedric Granville. Cedric Granville. In the meeting hall of the executive department of the night party, when Alice, who pretended to be the director of the executive department of the night party, was about to introduce herself, the man who was standing opposite her and was about to fall into her trap uttered such a sentence. Let's assume that you're that person for now. For the time being, just treat me as that person. Alice murmured and smiled bitterly. So that's how it is. I've been exposed from the start. Even my plan has been exposed. That's why you beat me at my own game and followed my orders to assassinate the dean? Well, it's not that, Wu Yen said with an indifferent expression. It's just that I'll be in a better mood if I do that. Then we really are alike. Alice pursed her lips into a smile. We're both scheming against others to please ourselves. Don't compare me to you, Wu Yen retorted without holding back. My motto is to not offend others unless offended. I'm different from you who dragged unrelated people into this mess just to please yourself. Even your soul is rotten. Thank you for your exaggeration. Alice showed a pitiful smile as if she had been praised. The reason I've lived until now is to obtain everything I love and then destroy them all. Is that so? Wu Yen nodded. Then, before I wish you success, I'll give you a piece of advice. No, a warning. I'm almost done with this game. Wu Yen looked straight at Alice. That's why you should stop messing around with Angeliette. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that your dear father won't lose another arm. Alice's smile froze on her face. Wu Yen, on the other hand, didn't even look at Alice. He turned around and left the scorched earth with the girls in tow. Chapter 1696. Buzz. As soon as they left the area of the dean's residence, Wu Yan's body flashed with a strong light. The dark blue night robe on his body, the silver-white armor that covered his chest, wrists and feet, and the Excalibur all turned into light particles amidst the rich radiance, gathering in the air and gradually condensing into a class card with the word, Saber. Reaching out his hand, Wu Yen took out the Saber, swordsman, rank card. Looking at the picture of a knight holding a sword and wearing heavy armor, Wu Yen let out a long sigh. What do you plan to do next? Natsuki stared straight ahead as she walked forward. Do you still intend to stay in the academy? Ikaros, Astria, Agrora, and Kanon looked at Wu Yen at the same time. It seems like they had the same question in their minds. Wu Yen glanced at the group of girls and took in their gazes. After pondering for a moment, he shook his head. Forget it. The replication of Eve's heart is almost complete. Besides, I've already chopped off the dean's hand. If I continue to stay here, things might become very troublesome. Although the headmaster himself had said that he had no intention of pushing Wu Yen out as a scapegoat, that was before the headmaster had laid his cards on the table. Nah. It was Wu Yan's own idea to beat the dean into a half-dead state. It could also be said that he was using his own will to hurt the dean of the Walpurgis Wangli Tactical Academy. Who knew if the dean would still turn a blind eye to it? Even if the headmaster really intended to let the culprit who cut off his arm continue to stay in the academy after his arm was cut off, Alice, that brainless fellow, might once again come looking for trouble with Wu Yan. After all, what Alice was after, to put it nicely, was something that pleased him. To put it bluntly, it was something that pleased him. It was a process of self-destruction. Therefore, it was hard to guarantee that Alice would not trouble Wu Yan again. Wu Yan was not afraid. However, it was better to avoid trouble if possible. Moreover, it was just as Wu Yan had said. The replication of Eve's heart had indeed reached its final stage. The third round of the Demigod Path mission was also about to come to an end. It was also because the Demigod Path quest was about to be completed. That was why Wu Yan had chosen to assassinate the headmaster for the second time today, in order to settle the grudge in the academy. As for why he chose today, the reason was simple. Tonight, 100000, Eve's hearts were successfully replicated. In other words, by tonight, the third phase of the Path of Demigod mission would be completed, and Wu Yan and the others would be able to leave the Nimble Girl is unhurt world. Therefore, Wu Yan attacked the dean without any scruples and ended the chaos. And now there was less than half a day left before night fell. With Wu Yan and the others' abilities, hiding for another half a day in the Walpurgis Academy without being discovered would be a piece of cake. Master. Astria pulled Wu Yan's sleeve. She hesitated for a moment before speaking. Aren't you going to bid farewell to Miss Charlotte? Wu Yan's footsteps stopped for a moment. He hesitated. Ikaros. Canon turned around and looked at Ikaros. Aren't you going to bid farewell to Miss Flay and Rabbi? Ikaros flinched. It's rare for her to be hesitant about something other than Wu Yan. I don't encourage people to leave without saying goodbye. Even though it was a prideful statement, Agrora said it in a timid tone. My other half thinks so too. In other words, Agrora's other personality, Nagisa Akatsuki, also felt that she should bid farewell to Charlotte. Listening to the girls, Wu Yan's hesitant expression became more and more apparent. Natsuki's red lips opened slightly. She wanted to say something, but she suddenly stopped and sighed. It seems like there's no need to hesitate. As soon as Natsuki finished speaking, a voice called out to him from not far away. Yen. In front of him, a fairy-like girl who was hugging a little dragon that was covered in wounds, a girl with 5 dogs, a young man with a girl in a kimono with a short skirt, and a man with an automaton with a humanoid figure ran over at a speed that was not considered slow. Looking at the group of 2 guys and 2 girls, especially the girl who is carrying a wounded little dragon and running towards him with an anxious and worried look on her face, Wu Yan's hesitation was swept away and he bitterly laughed. Charlotte, Flay, Raisin, and Loki ran over to Wu Yan with their automaton. To be exact, after running for a distance, Flay, Raisin, and Loki stopped. Charlotte was the only one who ran over to Wu Yan. The distance between the two of them was only a short 2 to 3 meters. When the wine-red pupils and the azure-blue eyes met, waves of emotion surged within them. It was as if there were thousands of words that they wanted to say, but they couldn't say a single word. Natsuki, Ikaros, Astria, Agrora, Canon, and the other girls moved away and walked over to Flay and the others. They started chatting about something. It was clear the girls wanted to give Wu Yan and Charlotte some space. A space to bid farewell to each other. You. Charlotte tightly hugged the silent little dragon in her arms and asked nervously. Did you? Seeing Charlotte's nervous expression, Wu Yan chuckled. Don't worry, I didn't kill the school head. I only taught him a lesson. Charlotte released a sigh of relief when she heard Wu Yan's explanation. At the same time, she also felt a bit confused. Lesson? A lot of things happened. Wu Yan did not explain. He merely smiled at Charlotte. You only need to know that you and your younger sister can live peacefully together in the future. That's enough. Seeing the smile on Wu Yan's face and hearing Wu Yan's words, Charlotte felt pain in her heart. She couldn't hold back her tears and started sobbing. Who needs you to meddle in other people's business? At the end of the day, you still can't be honest with me. Wu Yan bitterly smiled. And here I thought you would be a little more honest. I have always been this honest. After saying something that even she didn't believe, Charlotte rubbed her eyes and lowered her head. Are you planning to leave the academy? Should I say that her intuition is always accurate? Even though they only exchanged a few sentences and the content was completely unrelated, Charlotte could still faintly feel it. Before her eyes, the person she loved with great difficulty was about to leave her side. Even though I caused a lot of trouble, I'm not so kind as to clean up the aftermath. Wu Yan said with a teasing tone. What? You can't bear to part with me? Who would be reluctant to part with a pervert like you? Charlotte lowered her head so no one could see her expression. However, the words that came out of her mouth were squeezed out. Her heart was filled with sorrow. If you want to leave, then leave. I won't. I won't. You won't ask me to stay, right? Wu Yan said helplessly. That would be for the best. If you ask me to stay, I'm worried that I won't be able to resist. Charlotte bit her lips tightly. She wanted to say something, but she couldn't. In the end, she could only say such a sentence. Will you come back? That's hard to say. Wu Yan looked directly at Charlotte and his voice became gentle. But when I practice with you, I'll definitely come back. Charlotte finally raised her head and met Wu Yan's gaze with her teary eyes. She didn't look away. If you lie to me, I'll blast you to smithereens. That's really scary. Wu Yan pretended to be afraid and patted his chest. Looks like I'll have to find time to practice with you as soon as possible. Of course. Charlotte said with her usual impolite tone. She stood on her tiptoes and kissed him on the lips while he was still in a daze. You know the consequences of lying to me. Charlotte revealed her most beautiful smile. Wu Yan came back to his senses and smiled helplessly. Chapter 1697. The incident that happened in the Dean's mansion spread across the entire Walpurgis Wangli Tactical Academy in less than half a day. Although it was said to spread across the entire Walpurgis Wangli Tactical Academy, in fact, what was spread out was that the entire area around the Dean's mansion had been turned into scorched earth. It couldn't be helped. No matter how much he tried to hide it, it was something that couldn't be hidden. Under the strike of Excalibur's true name Liberation, the scene of the Dean's mansion being completely destroyed was witnessed by quite a number of people in the vicinity. If it wasn't for Wu Yan infusing his mana into Ikaro's body after releasing Excalibur's true name and allowing her to build an Aegis, absolute defense circle, the destruction wouldn't only be limited to the Dean's mansion. How could such a huge commotion be hidden? Therefore, in less than half a day's time, the matter of the Academy Dean's residence being burned to the ground became known to everyone. Other than that, there was another thing that everyone knew. The Dean had lost an arm. It was also something that couldn't be hidden. The students of the Walpurgis Wangli Tactical Academy were in an uproar and many speculations about the Dean's missing arm popped up one after another. Not long ago, Wu Yan attacked the Dean under the watchful eyes of the crowd and caused quite a commotion. Naturally, the incident of the Dean losing an arm couldn't escape the speculations of being assassinated by Wu Yan. One had to admit that although most of the rumors couldn't be trusted, they wouldn't come out of nowhere. That was the truth. Many of the students of the Walpurgis Wangli Tactical Academy believed in the speculations as well. However, just as many of them were feeling indignant about it, the Dean who was staying in the infirmary of the medical department supported his pale face with a broken arm and announced something to the crowd. The one who tried to kill me was a man who disguised himself as the director of the nightclub executive department. Cedric Granville, the thief. After leaving that statement, the Dean entered the medical department's dormitory once again. He started to recover. Not long after, the guards and the disciplinary committee of the Walpurgis Wangli Tactical Academy found the imprisoned Cedric Granville in a secret location. Cedric Granville. He had saved him. As a result, this incident was reduced to an invasion by foreign terrorists, and the case was finally closed. Since the Dean and the higher-ups of the Academy decided to close the case, even though the Dean didn't explain why Scarlet Eyes attacked him, the other unrelated members of the Academy couldn't say anything about it. The incident had a strong start but a weak end and the curtains were drawn. Regarding this, Charlot, Flay, Raisin and Rocky, the four people who knew the inside story to a certain degree, remained silent and continued with their lives in the Academy. As for what they were thinking in their hearts, only they themselves knew. The curtain of night gradually descended. In the depths of the forest of the Walpurgis Wangli Tactical Academy, Wu Yan stood in the center of an empty space. Natsuki, Ikaros, Astria, Nagisa, and Cannon stood behind him. Everyone's gaze was focused on the space in front of them. They were staring at a crimson ripple in space without blinking. They have been in this state for quite some time now. If one looked closely, they would notice that inside the crimson ripple, Wu Yan and the others were staring at a sphere that was emitting light. They were spherical hearts that were emitting light and beating rhythmically as if they were glowing. These balls were glowing and beating rhythmically like glowing hearts. They were none other than Eve's heart. In the space of Wealth of Kings, Eve's hearts were glowing like crystal balls. They were scattered all over the place without any order. There were so many of them that one couldn't see the end of them. It's only natural. After all, there are 1,000,000 Eve's hearts. Just by piling it up, it was enough to form a small mountain. If the space of Wealth of Kings wasn't limitless, Wu Yan and the others would be worrying about how to carry so many Eve's hearts back to the Spalier world. Wu Yan slowly closed his eyes as he looked at the Eve's hearts in the Wealth of Kings. As if premeditated, when he closed his eyes, the system's robotic voice reverberated in his mind. Beep! Detected magic circuit. Eve's heart x 1,000,000. Ding! You have obtained a magic circuit. Eve's heart x 1,000,000. Ding! Congratulations to user for completing Demigod Path's 3rd mission. Ding! Demigod Path's 3rd mission completed. User can now choose to leave the current dungeon at any time. This instance dungeon is now open to the user. Once again, he entered the world of Nimble Girl Won't Get Hurt. The system will not issue any more instance dungeon quests. The user can enter and exit the world of Nimble Girls are unharmed at will. Ding! The 3rd phase of the Demigod Path mission was completed. The restriction bracelets on the user and his summoned figures are removed. Natsuki, Ikaros, Astria, Nagisa, and Cannon's bracelets turned into particles and disappeared into thin air. At the same time, a burst of power that originally belonged to the group of girls erupted from their bodies and returned to the control of the group of girls. Nagisa and Astria let out a joyful sigh when they felt the power that belonged to them returning to their bodies. My body feels like it has returned to how it used to be. How nostalgic. Their level and power were restricted by the restriction bracelets. It felt like something was missing from their body. It wasn't uncomfortable, but it was unfamiliar. Nagisa, Astria, and Natsuki, Ikaros, and Cannon's expressions softened when they saw the return of their powers. On the other hand, Wu Yan's restriction bracelets disappeared. The power that originally belonged to him returned to him in an instant. 1 second he was level 0 and the next second he soared to level 89. That feeling of fulfillment, perhaps Wu Yan can understand it better than the girls. He closed his eyes and his expression turned into one of exhilaration. At this moment, beep! User has completed the 3rd phase of the Demigod Path mission. The 4th phase of the Demigod Path mission will be selected by the user. Beep! Reminder. You have the right to select the next phase of the Demigod Path mission. The next phase of the Demigod Path mission will be automatically generated when the user enters the next dungeon. Beep! User may select any dungeon world other than the Astral Dragon Knight, Magical Girl Ilia, and Invincible Girl. The 4th phase of the Demigod Path mission will not be generated if the user enters the 3rd phase of the Demigod Path mission. Please select a suitable dungeon world for the 4th phase of the Demigod Path mission. The sudden system notification surprised Wu Yan and the girls. Select the dungeon world for the 4th phase of the Demigod Path mission? Wu Yan exclaimed. Is this a benefit? Or is this a pre-existing setting? Isn't this a good thing? Natsuki heard the system notification and tapped the lace fan in her hand. This means you can select a dungeon world you're familiar with to complete the Demigod Path mission, right? That's true. Wu Yan smiled. Then, let's return to the Spalier world. Natsuki, Ikaros, Astria, Nagisa, Cannon and the other girls nodded in agreement. Chapter 1698. The Otherworldly Capital. On the extremely wide streets that were a collection of styles from various eras, numerous young girls who were almost identical in appearance, height, figure, and expression were bustling about. Birds flew in flocks above the streets, chirping one after another, filling the entire capital of a different era with vitality. The sunlight illuminated this city from another era. The shadows of the buildings changed shape very slowly. Some were reflected on the ground, some were scattered in the nearby forest, some were covered by girls who looked exactly the same, and some were completely hidden, appearing abnormally blurry. The sun was hanging high in the sky, but none of the Misaka sisters in the otherworldly capital were sweating. That was because the barrier that covered the entire otherworldly capital didn't block out the sunlight, moonlight, and starlight, but it didn't allow everything to enter the city. At least in terms of temperature, the otherworldly capital maintained a relatively warm temperature. The temperature didn't fluctuate much, and if the sunlight was too strong, it would be controlled to a suitable range. After that, the barrier would release the controlled sunlight into the city. Therefore, the streets of the otherworldly capital were filled with people every day. The moderate temperature didn't stop the Misaka sisters from finding a reason to stay in the streets. Walking into the streets, one could see the Misaka sisters interacting with each other. It was a heartwarming scene. In the center of the capital of alternate generations, in the topmost hall of the inverted pyramid-like building, the heart of generations, two extremely beautiful girls were gathered by the window, looking down at the scene on the street below while looking at each other. The street. Mikoto muttered. It seems very lively. Hinajuku nodded, her expression absent-minded. Yeah. Sisters. Mikoto muttered again. Seems like they're having fun. Chuju nodded again, still in a daze. Yeah. Shops. Mikoto muttered for the third time. Seems like they're selling good stuff. Chuju nodded for the third time as well. Her delicate face was still in a daze. It was as if she just woke up. Yeah. After a short conversation, Hinajuku and Mikoto looked at each other, and after a long while, both of them sighed. There are streets and shops. Mikoto hugged her head. She groaned in pain. Why do we have to stay here? Why can't we go shopping? This time, Chuju didn't look dazed, but her eyes twitched. Do you really want to know the reason? Mikoto went silent. The reason? Was there a need to say it? Of course it was because of Chuju and Mikoto. She didn't want to experience it again. She had been stripped naked in front of 20,000 Misaka girls on the street, and then ran back naked in front of 20,000 Misaka girls. That encounter on the streets was deeply engraved into Hinajuku and Mikoto's souls, leaving them with lingering fear. If it wasn't for the fact that there was only Misaka sister in the otherworldly city and everyone else was girls, the two girls would have died long ago. No, that's not right. Even if there were only female Misaka girls in the entire otherworldly city, running back naked in front of 20,000 Misaka girls was enough to make Hinajuku and Mikoto want to die. That time, it was simply a challenge to the shame of these two proud young girls. After that experience, no matter how crowded the streets were, Chuju and Mikoto didn't dare to go out. Damn it! Mikoto screamed like she was about to go crazy. Why isn't everyone out of the lake yet? It's just the two of us here. Isn't it too boring? Yukari is really something. Sleeping in the middle of the day. Chuju couldn't help but complain. It's fine if she's sleeping, but at least she could give us an idea before she goes to sleep. Too bad our sage demons are nocturnal creatures. They sleep during the day and move at night. They hibernate during the winter. That's why we can't see Yukari during the day unless it's necessary. Perhaps at night, Yukari was the only one in the generational's heart. She might have the same problem as Hinajuku and Mikoto. Who knows? Of course, it was more likely that Yukari would use the power of her gap to spy on the Misaka sisters' lives at night, and she would find pleasure in doing so. No matter what, it's much more fulfilling than Chuju and Mikoto right now. Sigh. The two proud girls could only let out a sigh. They anxiously looked at the street below, their eyes full of yearning. Bzzz. Suddenly, the air in the middle of the hall vibrated as if it's being squeezed by something. Both Hinajuku and Mikoto's ears twitched like squirrels, and they turned around to look at the source of the strange phenomenon. In the next moment, the three figures of a man and two women flashed out of the vast hall without any warning, appearing out of thin air. The man had black hair and red eyes. He wore a black shirt, black pants, and a black jacket. As for the girls, they had pink wings and pure white wings respectively. They were dressed in white with red edges and a red pleated short skirt. They were as beautiful as angels. It was very easy for people to mistake them for goddesses who had descended to the mortal world. Just their appearance alone was extremely dazzling. Looking at the three figures of one man and two women appearing out of thin air in the middle of the hall, Hinajuku and Mikoto were stunned for a moment before their eyes lit up. Yen. Ikaros. Astria. The newcomers were none other than Wu Yen, Ikaros, and Astria, who just returned from the world of Nimble Girl. Natsuki, Nagisa, and Kanon transformed back into familiars and entered deep slumber inside Wu Yan's body. Wu Yen, Ikaros, and Astria turned around and looked at Chuju and Mikoto. Yo! Wu Yen giggled. I'm back. Ikaros. Astria. Chuju and Mikoto ignored Wu Yen and jumped in front of Ikaros and Astria. They hugged the angelic girls while they were still in a daze. You're finally back. Ikaros and Astria were a little confused by Chuju and Mikoto's joyful behavior. However, they still hugged the two prideful girls back. The four girls hugged each other like best friends who haven't seen each other for a long time. In response, Wu Yen maintained his greeting posture. He was petrified and didn't react for a long time. What is this? Sisterly love? That's a good thing. But why didn't I get the same treatment? Thinking up to this point, Wu Yan's heart is filled with unwillingness. He turned around and looked at Ikaros and Astria, who are hugging Hinajuku and Mikoto. A stiff smile appeared on his face. Chuju. Mikoto. I'm back too. Wu Yen increased the force on the word, also, so that it sounded like he was shouting it out loud. Chuju and Mikoto finally noticed Wu Yan's return. They looked up from Ikaros and Astria's embrace and glanced at Wu Yen. Oh! Chuju and Mikoto grabbed Ikaros and Astria's hands excitedly. You guys came back just in time. We're bored. Come play some games with us. Yeah. The game console Ikaros made last time didn't come in handy, right? This is a good opportunity. Let's go play together. Yeah. Chuju and Mikoto chatted with Ikaros and Astria enthusiastically while ignoring him. Wu Yan's face turned red, then green, then white, and finally black. You guys. Wu Yan lowered his head and said in a low voice. He felt like he should reclaim his position as the husband. What's the meaning of this? Are you planning to rebel? Shut up. Chuju and Mikoto glared at Wu Yen. How do you know how bored we are? Bored? Wu Yen is flabbergasted. Humph. Hinajuku and Mikoto didn't have the intention to explain, they just snorted coldly, grabbed the two angelic girls' hands and walked towards their rooms. Wu Yen was the only one left in the room. His back looked bleak. Chapter 1699. Standing at the top of the Heart of Generations in the heart of the capital of alternate generations was an open-air rooftop. Wu Yen sat in an elevator that looked like it came from the future. He wanted to head to the top of the Heart of Generations. There was no other reason other than the diluted miraculous pond water that allowed all the girls to undergo their metamorphosis in the lake, which was located on the rooftop of the Heart of Generations. Currently, Hinajuku and Mikoto were welcoming Ikaros and Astria into their rooms with an attitude that would make one wonder if they're trying to get into a lesbian relationship. On the other hand, Yukari was sleeping in her room. In other words, no one in the Heart of Generations would greet Wu Yen, who just came back from the Nimble Girl Won't Get Hurt dungeon and completed the Demigod Path quest with much difficulty. One has to say, this is a huge blow to Wu Yen. The Heart of Generations, the numerous girls he had, none of them accompanied him when he came back. They didn't even greet him. Wu Yen almost wanted to commit suicide because of this. Fortunately, Wu Yen used the excuse of, not all of my wives are like this, the others are undergoing their transformations, to persuade himself to not commit suicide. That was how he managed to avoid the tragic ending of dying once. With this thought in mind, Kieran felt a sense of relief. Wu Yen missed the other girls and he couldn't help but want to meet them. Of course, it was time for him to check on the girls' condition. It was said that they were undergoing metamorphosis, but up until now, the girls had been soaking in the lake. It's been so long since they last met. How could he not miss her? However, Chuju and Mikoto's cold shoulder made Wu Yen miss them even more. He wanted to talk to Yukari about the Demigod Path mission, but he decided to bring it forward. With the elevator leading the way, the rooftop of the Heart of Generations was getting closer and closer. They took the elevator from the top floor of the Heart of Generations. They were heading to the rooftop of the Heart of Generations. There wasn't even a floor between them, but Wu Yen stayed in the elevator for a full 5 minutes. Then, the elevator slowly came to a stop. Ding! A crisp sound effect was heard. The elevator finally came to a stop. The door of the elevator opened. Wu Yan could see the scenery outside. It was an open-air rooftop that covered a vast area. The ground was paved with red bricks, as if it was a carpet. Around him were walls that were like the surface of the water, constantly swaying, as if something was flowing. There was no ceiling at the top. Instead, there were bars that looked like they were made of ceramic that formed a fence that covered the entire rooftop. There were canopies on both sides that could be opened with a button at any time. The canopies could be turned into a ceiling. In the center of the rooftop, there was a platform that was about a meter higher than the rest of the rooftop. There was a lake that looked like an extra-large bathtub on top of it. Inside the lake, there were naked girls with their eyes closed, either sitting or lying in the water. They were Wu Yan's summons, the girls that were destined to accompany him until the end of the world. At this moment, in the lake where the young girls were soaking in, a clear stream that was invisible to the naked eye flowed through the water around the naked bodies of the young girls, entering their tender and slender bodies. As the streams of invisible clear water entered the girls' soft and slender bodies, the girls' auras were also changing. One moment it was strong, the next it was weak, and the next it was strong. It was a very rhythmic rise and fall. If one observed carefully, they would find that with every rise and fall, the girls' auras would break through the peak and advance a little. Although it was only a little, if they continued like this, they would benefit a lot. Looking at the girls who were soaking in the lake with their eyes closed, Wu Yan couldn't help but reveal a gentle smile. At this moment, a surprised voice sounded from the side of the lake. Wu Yan was stunned. He quickly turned his head and looked at the source of the voice. It was the bottom of the platform where the girls' clothes were piled up. Then, a petite figure entered Wu Yan's eyes. Her light yellow hair was kept to her shoulders, and on the left side of her head was a ponytail that reached her waist. She was only wearing a pair of white underwear, and her skin and hair were covered with water droplets that dripped to the ground bit by bit. The petite girl held a red and white shirt in her hand, as if she wanted to put it on her petite body that was only wearing a small piece of underwear. Maintaining her posture, the petite girl tilted her head and looked at Wu Yan, who was standing by the elevator on the rooftop. The surprised expression on her cute face froze. Wu Yan looked at the petite girl who was trying to put on her clothes. She looked at him with a pair of red eyes and didn't react for a long time. "What's wrong? You don't recognize me?" "Flandre-chan." Yes. The petite girl was Flandre-chan? Scarlet. It wasn't until she heard Wu Yan's voice that Flandre-chan finally reacted. Her red eyes lit up with joy. Flandre-chan grabbed the clothes she was about to put on. She flapped her broken wings with colorful crystals hanging from them. She cheered and she charged at Wu Yan. "Big brother." An extremely cute little girl wearing only her underwear was throwing herself at him. How would an ordinary person feel at this moment? Wu Yan didn't know what other people are feeling, but when he saw Flandre-chan coming at him in such an unrestrained manner, he jumped in fright. He quickly caught Flandre-chan in his arms. "Big brother. Big brother, big brother, big brother." Flandre-chan didn't care about her wet body. She hugged Wu Yan tightly and rubbed her head against Wu Yan's chest. "Flan missed you so much." Wu Yan wanted to scold Flandre-chan, but when he heard her words, all his emotions turned into love. He hugged her tightly. "Big brother missed you too." "Really?" Flandre-chan lifted her head and pouted. She looked like she was throwing a tantrum. "Then why didn't you come to see me? I've been staying in the lake all this time. It's so boring. Big brother went to do a mission." Wu Yan patted her head to comfort her. "That's why you didn't come. So you didn't come to visit Fran because you were too busy, right?" Flandre-chan asked with a hopeful look on her face. "It's not that you don't want to see me, right?" "Of course it's not that I don't want to see Flan." Flandre-chan's cute and funny words made Wu Yan smile and scratch her nose. "Flan is so cute. Who wouldn't want to see her?" "Liar." Flandre-chan's expression turned a little unhappy. "Big sister locked me up in the basement because she didn't want to see me." Wu Yan tightened his grip on Flandre-chan's wet body and sighed. It seems like Flandre-chan still hasn't gotten over Remilia's decision to lock her up in the basement. Wu Yan kept a straight face even though he's thinking about it. "What's wrong? You don't trust Big Brother?" "Of course I trust Big Brother." Flandre-chan grinned as she rubbed her face against Wu Yan's chest. Her eyes were filled with longing for Wu Yan. Big brother is different from big sister. Big brother loves me the most and loves me the most. That's why I love big brother the most too. Wu Yan didn't see the love in Flandrechan's eyes, but from her actions and words, he could tell that Flandrechan likes him from the bottom of her heart. While this made him happy, it also made him like the cute little girl in his arms even more. You really know how to make big brother happy. I'm not trying to make big brother happy. Flandrechan wrinkled her little nose. Flan is telling the truth. Yes, 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 I know you're a good girl. Big brother will give you a reward, okay? Okay. Her bell-like laughter reverberated in the surrounding space, filled with warmth. Chapter 1700. Heart of Generations, Top Floor Hall. Flandrechan's light yellow hair fluttered despite the lack of wind, bouncing up and down with its owner's movements. It was fixed to the left side of her head, and her waist-length ponytail swayed back and forth like a tail. Flandrechan looked like an adorable little animal, and Xianxia couldn't help but want to hug her. Right now, Flandrechan was wearing her unique goth lowly outfit that was mostly red with white sprinkles. On her head was a white beret with red ribbons. Like a child who just got a new set of clothes, Flandrechan stretched her petite body and twirled in a circle on the spot. Her short red skirt with white laces swayed along with her movements, causing her cute little face to be filled with a smile. It feels good to wear clothes. Flandrechan twirled around happily while showing off her body. Flandrechan didn't realize that her cuteness had increased by several folds. She almost made Wu Yan fall into a daze. Wu Yan slapped his cheeks and he looked at Flandrechan with a peculiar glint in his eyes due to the system's perceptive sense. Flandrechan? Scarlet. Level 88. Level 88. Flandrechan is only one level away from reaching peak tier 9. Wu Yan couldn't help but gasp in surprise. He's only at peak tier 9 after all. He's only one level ahead of Flandrechan. Flandrechan's ability to destroy everything with a wave of her hand. This level difference is practically non-existent. Or rather, without using Ruby mode or summoning his familiars, Wu Yan's strength is nothing compared to Flandrechan's. Flandrechan may be one level lower than Wu Yan, but in terms of strength, Flandrechan at level 88 is stronger than Wu Yan at level 89. After the magical pond water's transformation, Flandrechan's improvement is huge. If I'm not mistaken, Flandrechan wasn't even level 85 before the magical pond water's transformation. The diluted magical pond water can improve Flandrechan's strength by so much? That's Flandrechan's improvement, such a voice said. At the same time, Wu Yan's mind was filled with questions. It rang in his ears. Then, a pitch-black spatial rift filled with ferocious eyeballs appeared in a corner of the hall, occupying the space in that corner. Yukari slowly walked out of the spatial rift with a parasol in her hand. She yawned as she walked, looking like she just woke up. Sister Yukari. Flandrechan stopped twirling and called out in surprise. You're awake. Wu Yan was a little surprised. He quickly asked. What do you mean Flandrechan's improvement? Yukari. Have you forgotten how old Flandrechan's age is? Yukari's half asleep, half awake. As a 495-year-old vampire with such a special ability, what level of strength do you think Fran should have? Yukari. Wu Yan immediately understood what Yukari meant. Flandrechan's mental age is equivalent to a child less than 10 years old, but she's a vampire who's lived for 495 years. Flandrechan's mind and spirit have been in an abnormal state for the past 495 years due to her ability. She would abuse her ability from time to time and destroy everything in front of her, including humans. Flandrechan was no longer affected by her own abilities because her powers were sealed by the sealing aura. Although her mental state was still that of a 10-year-old child, she wouldn't lose control to the point where she would kill for no reason. Flandrechan's mind and spirit are unstable, but she can still freely use her ability to destroy everything, let alone when her mind and spirit are stable. Of course, that wasn't what Yukari wanted to say. What she wanted to say was that Flandrechan had spent almost all of her 495 years in the basement of the Scarlet Devil Mansion. Naturally, Flandrechan didn't train herself like a normal cultivator for the past 495 years. Or rather, she didn't train herself like a normal cultivator. In other words, Flandrachan's strength hasn't improved since the very beginning. Flandrachan's strength has improved by leaps and bounds after 495 years with the help of the miraculous pool water. Don't underestimate Flandrachan for just a few levels. The higher the tier, the greater the gap between each level. Flandrachan's strength had more than doubled with just a few levels. With Flandrachan's ability to destroy everything in her path, other than Wu Yan who has a familiar, no one else is a match for Flandrachan among Tier 9 cultivators. Is that so? Wu Yan sighed when he understood this. As expected, Yukari doesn't lack monsters. Yukari chuckled, but Flandrachan puffed up her cheeks. Flandrachan isn't a monster. Yes. The adorable Flandrachan isn't a monster, she's a princess. Wu Yan patted Flandrachan's head with a smile. Flandrachan's dissatisfaction melted into comfort. Watching Wu Yan and Flandrachan getting along so well, Yukari yawned again. She sat down on the sofa and crossed her legs. She looked at Wu Yan with a pair of purplish eyes filled with wisdom. The third round of the Demigod Path mission is over, right? Wu Yan picked up Flandrachan and sat across from her. Flandrachan happily wrapped her arms around his neck. The third round of the Demigod Path mission is much smoother than the second round. In fact, if I don't count the fact that I obtained the mission item in advance, the third round of the Demigod Path mission is the smoothest so far. I can tell just by looking at your face. Yukari tapped Wu Yan's forehead with the paper fan in her hand. So when do you plan to proceed with the fourth round of the Demigod Path mission? I wanted to discuss this with you after you woke up. It's good that you're awake now. Wu Yan giggled. Actually, for the fourth round of the Demigod Path quest, I can choose the instance dungeon to complete. The system will automatically generate the fourth round of the quest after I enter the instance dungeon of my choice. Yukari's eyes lit up. She glanced at Flandrachan in Wu Yan's arms and looked at Wu Yan meaningfully. You can't be thinking of. I can't hide anything from you. Wu Yan tightened his grip on Flandrachan and stared at Yukari. I've decided that I'll proceed with the fourth round of the Demigod Path mission in Yukari. Yukari's expression said, I knew it, while Flandrachan froze. Going back to Yukari? Flandrachan didn't know what to do. In other words, Flan is going back to the Scarlet Fiend Mansion? Wrong. Wu Yan pinched Flandrachan's nose. We're going back to the Scarlet Fiend Mansion. Flandrachan paused for a moment. The bewilderment on her cute face disappeared and was replaced by uneasiness and a little bit of anticipation. Oniai-chan, are you going to accompany me to see my sister? Yes. Yeah. Wu Yan adjusted Flandrachan's body so that she's facing him. She's looking at him with a pair of anxious yet expectant eyes. What do you think? Do you want to go back to the Scarlet Fiend Mansion with me? Flandrachan lowered her head. Her body twitched slightly due to her master's complicated thoughts. In the end, Flandrachan couldn't overcome her longing and murmured, I wonder if my sister is angry that I haven't been home for so long. Wu Yan chuckled when he heard that. This cute little girl sure has complicated feelings for her sister. She likes her sister but hates her at the same time. No wonder she's so conflicted when it comes to returning to Yukari. That's good too. Yukari closed her eyes and showed a nostalgic expression. It's been a long time since I saw Ling Meng, Yuyuzi, Indigo and Orange. It's good to go back. That's settled then. Wu Yan decided on their next destination with just one sentence. Yukari is a place you're familiar with. You won't be so stupid if you do a mission there. Yukari nodded casually. Her eyes rolled around with a hint of a smile. Wu Yan and Flandrachan were too immersed in the topic of Yukari and the Scarlet Fiend Mansion to notice this. Just as Wu Yan, Flandrachan, and Yukari decided to return to Yukari, something strange happened in one of the areas in the Behemoth Forest. It's a flat area filled with gravel of all sizes. The trees in the area seemed to have been plowed and disappeared without a trace. And in this flat ground that was littered with all kinds of big and small stones, in one of the corners, traces of black fog suddenly rose. Crack. The black mist rose like the wind and the ground cracked open with a cracking sound. The mist grew thicker and thicker. Boom. Until a certain moment, the black fog seemed to have exploded, causing the ground to explode, creating a crater. Whoosh! In the incomparably dark pit, a figure shot out from the black fog and arrived in midair. Ha 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 ha! Not long after, a burst of wild laughter resounded from the figure that was hovering in the air. Chapter 1701. The next morning, on the top floor of the Heart of Generations, Hinajuku, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Astria were standing in a row with their gazes focused on the front. In front of Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Astria were Wu Yen with Flandre-chan in his arms and Yukari who was yawning with her parasol in hand. Master! Ikaros said worriedly when she saw Wu Yen hugging Flandre-chan. Can't I go with you? You really don't need us to go with you? Just as Ikaros finished her sentence, Hinajuku who was frowning her beautiful eyebrows also spoke up. Although I've heard from you that there are many high-level monsters and gods in the fantasy village, we're all at level 9 now. Even if we can't be ranked as strong in the fantasy village, we're still considered experts, right? This was the truth. Fantasy village was not an instance world. It was just a small area within an instance world. On the surface, there was nothing mysterious about the world of Fantasyland. It was just like an ordinary world. The people there didn't believe in the existence of ghosts, monsters, gods, and so on. They didn't even have the factor that allowed them to enter the game world to experience the game like the Sword and Saber Dominion. It was an extremely ordinary world. However, in a corner of that world, a place called the Fantasy Village existed in a place that people could not reach. The reason why people didn't believe in any mysterious existence was because all the mysteries were concentrated in the place called Fantasy Village. Spectre, demon, gods, vampires. All kinds of creatures that did not exist in common sense lived in a fantasy land. As for Fantasy Village, it was covered by a barrier known as the Great Bali Barrier. The creator of Fantasy Village, Violet, who is also known as the Sage of Monsters, had also added a barrier that separated illusion and reality. Under the effect of these two enchantments, although it could not be said that the Fantasy Village was completely isolated from the outside world, under normal circumstances, people could not enter the Fantasy Village. The ghosts, monsters, gods, and so on in the Fantasy Village, except for a few special cases, could not enter the human world. Since there were all kinds of mysterious creatures in the Fantasy Village, there were even gods among them. The power level in the Fantasy Village was generally high. Even so, a level 9 monster was still considered a powerhouse in the Fantasy Village. This could be seen from Flandre-chan's behavior. Flandre-chan's strength wasn't at the top of the ladder in Fantasy Village, but she was at the top of the ladder where a great monster like Yukari existed. Before becoming Wu Yan's summon, Flandre-chan was already at level 9. Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Astria were also at level 9. They were definitely qualified to enter the Fantasy Village. Unfortunately, I didn't say that you guys aren't strong enough. It's just that the system stated that I can only bring 2 summons with me during the Demigod Path quest. Both Violet and Flandre-chan are already full. Wu Yen said helplessly. Moreover, you guys have underestimated the Fantasy Village. Indeed, your levels are definitely ranked high in the Fantasy Village. However, the most terrifying thing about the Fantasy Village is that even the low-level existences possess terrifying special abilities. That's right. That's right. That's right. The scariest thing about the Fantasy Village isn't the high-level existences. It's the fact that even the low-level existences have special abilities that can't be ignored. Thinking about Purple, the power of Realm could create and destroy everything. How terrifying was that? With the power of Realm, even if she was facing someone of a higher level than her, as long as the gap between them wasn't too big, she would still have the absolute upper hand. Flandre-chan, on the other hand, could destroy anything with a wave of her hand. When she was first summoned, she was only level 82, but she was able to defeat the Long-Arm Ape King, which was only 1 or 2 levels lower than her. Flandre-chan was almost invincible among the Tier 9 demons. However, in the Fantasy Village, there are even scarier abilities than that. Anyone with a special ability can be pulled into the Spalier world. They might not be able to challenge someone above their level, but it's not hard for them to be invincible among the same level. Chuju and Mikoto are the type that don't have special abilities. Ikaros and Astria have Pandora mode, but it only increases their power. It doesn't grant them any special abilities. It's not going to be easy for them to deal with existences that aren't weak and have special abilities. If Wu Yen didn't have Violet and Flandre-chan's Ruby mode and his trump card familiar, He wouldn't be able to get a good position in the fantasy village with his current strength. Sigh. Mikoto sighed. I wanted to visit Violet and Flandrechan's hometown. Astria puffed up her cheeks angrily. I really want to go too. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Z glanced at the group of girls, and a gentle smile appeared on her face. If it's you guys, I will always welcome you on behalf of the fantasy village. This time, let me experience it first. Wu Yan comforted. How about we all go on a trip to the fantasy village after everything is over? All right. Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Astria nodded reluctantly. It won't be long before Shokuhu comes out of the lake. Violet opened the paper fan in her hand and covered the lower half of her face with it. With Shokuhu and your current strength, you won't be able to find anything in the Spalier world that can threaten the otherworldly capital. So, don't worry too much. Understood. Chuju and Mikoto nodded. Be careful. Master. Ikaros and Astria spoke up. Be careful. Remember to take care of yourselves too. Wu Yan glanced at the four girls before taking a step back. He exchanged glances with Yukari, and after Yukari nodded her head, he yelled out the order. System. Enter the fantasy village. A strange wave of energy appeared out of nowhere and enveloped Wu Yan, Flandrechan, and Yukari. It felt like they were being dragged to some unknown place. In the next moment, the three of them disappeared on the spot without any warning. There was no trace of them at all. In a daze, Flandrechan felt a little dizzy. Her vision was distorted and turned white, causing her to feel very uneasy. Oni-chan. Flandrechan tried to crawl into her Oni-chan's embrace. But what made Flandrechan panic was that the embrace that had been holding her from the start suddenly lost its warmth and sense of reality. It felt like she was abandoned. Flandrechan's uneasiness turned into panic. Panicking, Flandrechan tried to call out for her brother, hoping to hear his voice. But before she could do so, she felt herself falling into a soft spot. At the same time, a familiar scent entered Flandrechan's nose. Flandrechan felt nostalgic, but at the same time, she had a bad feeling. Immediately, Fran opened her eyes and took in everything in front of her. What entered Flandrechan's eyes was a dimly lit room. The room was much bigger than a normal family's room. It was more than enough to be used as a living room. The ground was paved with stone bricks of various colors, just like the Wanhua mirror. If there was light shining on it, it should reflect a good luster. However, the room was empty. There was nothing in it except for a luxurious bed. At this moment, Flandrechan was sitting on the bed. She scanned her surroundings and her face turned slightly pale. This room is all too familiar to Flandrechan. He was so familiar with it that he could count the number of bricks here with his eyes closed. That's because Flandrechan had been locked up in this room for hundreds of years. A lingering sense of loneliness permeated the entire room as well as Flandrechan's heart. Flandrechan's pretty face turned pale and eventually turned deathly pale. Is Flandrechan going to be alone in the basement for a long time? R1152. Chapter 1702. To Flandrechan, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that this basement was her room. Because Flandrechan had stayed in this basement for hundreds of years, longer than any other place in the world. But staying in a room like this for hundreds of years, all by herself, was a constant torment to Flandrechan. In the past, Flandrechan's mental state had always been in an unstable state. She was occupied by this annoying sense of loneliness, which caused her to destroy everything in this room more than once. It was also because of this that Flandrechan's room only had a bed and nothing else. Under such circumstances, how could Flandrechan not hate her sister and Remilia for locking her up in this basement? Of course, it was more of a feeling of grievance and resentment. After all, Flandrechan liked her sister a lot. If there was one thing that Flandrechan hated, it would undoubtedly be this basement where she had been alone for hundreds of years. Flandrechan already hated this basement when she was alone. Now that she had tasted freedom in another world, she had tasted love from Wu Yan, and she had tasted love from the young ladies around her. What about now? Flandrechan was afraid when the familiar loneliness of this room crept into her heart. She was really afraid. She was afraid that she would have to stay in this cold little world for a very long time. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to enjoy the freedom of the outside world. She was afraid that she wouldn't be loved by her sister who wasn't related to her by blood. She was even more afraid that she would never be able to see the brother who saved her from this cold world, who gave her a steady state of mind and spirit, who gave her warmth and love. Flandre-chan's face turned pale and she couldn't help but shake her head. No. I don't want to stay in this basement. I don't want to be unable to see Big Brother. No, Flandre-chan's wine-red eyes glinted with blood-red radiance. She turned her gaze to the entrance of the basement with a determined expression. Shing! Flandre-chan transformed into a streak of light and darted toward the entrance of the basement. She headed toward the entrance of the basement. He reached out his hand and shook it firmly. Boom! In the next second, the basement door exploded into a pile of debris with a muffled sound. The sound of explosion spread far and wide. It reached the ears of everyone who lived in the Red Devil Mansion. Immediately, everyone in the Red Devil Hall was shocked. What's wrong? In the kitchen of the Red Devil Hall, a young girl who was cooking something suddenly turned her head and looked outside the kitchen. What happened? Outside the entrance of the Red Devil Mansion, a plump young girl tilted her head in confusion. His gaze swept across the room. There seems to be some kind of abnormal sound just now, right? This voice. In a library in the Red Devil Mansion, a young girl who was buried in a pile of books and holding a book in her hand raised her head, her face full of surprise. It seems to be coming from the basement. Basement? In a vast and luxurious room in the Red Devil Mansion, a petite girl sat up from the bed with all her might. A serious expression appeared in her scarlet eyes. Flandre-chan. The sound of the explosion echoed clearly in the castle-like basement, causing all kinds of chaos in the Red Devil Mansion. All the maids in the Red Devil Mansion were in an uproar. Some stood in place, not knowing what to do, some chose to run to the kitchen, as if they knew there was someone who could make a decision there, and some of them were at a loss. However, there were also some maids who let out terrifying screams. These screaming maids all discovered a figure flying over their heads. It wasn't until they finally saw the general appearance of the figure that flew over their heads that they screamed. Not good. Not good. Not good. Second Miss escaped. Second Miss escaped from the basement. Amidst the panicked screams, the Red Devil Hall, which had been very quiet not long ago, seemed to have turned into a crime scene where a terrorist had launched a terrorist attack. Screams, clamors, and chaos could be heard incessantly. Flandre-chan, who was flying toward the entrance of the Red Devil Mansion, didn't care about these noises at all. Right now, Flandre-chan only had one thought. That was to get out. Get out and find Wu Yan. Maybe it's because she was trapped in the basement of the Red Devil Mansion for a few hundred years. Flandre-chan wanted to see Wu Yan as soon as possible. She wanted to jump into Wu Yan's arms as soon as possible. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to get rid of the loneliness and fear in her heart. Shing! Flandre-chan's speed rose to another level under the influence of such emotions. She streaked across the air like a fighter jet, heading toward the entrance of the Red Devil Mansion. The Red Devil Mansion was indeed huge, bigger than most castles. However, with Flandre-chan's speed, she didn't need much time to cover the entire place. It didn't take long for Flandre-chan to fly out of the hallway and into the largest hall on the first floor of the Red Devil Mansion. Seeing the door leading to the Red Devil Mansion in front of her, Flandre-chan's face was filled with joy, but it immediately changed and she stopped in her tracks. Shing 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 shing. A series of sonic booms resounded in the hall, slicing through the atmosphere and turning into streaks of silver light. They brushed past Flandre-chan's body and shot past her as she slammed on the brakes. If Flandre-chan didn't stop just now, the silver light would have landed on her by now. As for those silver lights, they were flying daggers that flickered with cold arcs of light. After the flying dagger flew past Flandre-chan and stopped her in mid-air, several figures appeared in front of the gate leading to the Red Devil Mansion's outer court. 4 young ladies of different sizes were arranged in a square formation, but all of them had stunning looks. Standing on the left was a young lady with silver hair. She had a head of silver shoulder-length hair that hung down slightly, with sideburns on both sides of her silver hair. Her hair was tied into a small braid, and at the end of the braid was a green ribbon that fluttered with the movement of the braid. The young lady wore a blue and white maid attire with a white, pleated hairband on her head. Her skirt only reached her knees and she wore stockings on her feet. Obviously, she was a maid. However, the maid was still holding 2 flying daggers in her hands. Her beautiful eyes stared straight at Flandre-chan with a sharp glint in them. She didn't look like a servant at all. Instead, she looked valiant and heroic. Standing on the right was a young lady with long red hair. Wearing a simple black and white dress, her red hair reached her waist and draped down her back like a waterfall. There weren't any curls on her hair. It was the standard long, straight hair. The red-haired girl had a pair of bat wings on her head like hair accessories. She also had a pair of bat wings on her back, but they were much bigger. She looked like a demon from the legends. Standing behind her was a young lady with long purple hair. Her purple hair was also long and straight, hanging down her back naturally. The front of her hair was tied into 2 bundles with ribbons in front of her. He was wearing pajama-like clothes. The inner layer of the clothes was fluffy and comfortable with purple and lavender vertical stripes, while the outer layer was a lavender long coat with lotus leaves at the hem. On her head was a round beret with a crescent moon ornament. Her clothes and hat were tied into blue and red ribbons with ribbons. Compared to the 2 young ladies in front of her, she looked a little weaker. As for the one standing at the front, she was about the same height as Flandrechan and appeared to be around 10 years old. The petite young lady had a pair of wine-red eyes and shoulder-length bluish-purple hair like Flandrechan. She wore a goth lowly attire that leaned toward white, the color of cherry blossoms. On her head was a beret like Flandrechan. She also had a small canine tooth. On the other hand, the petite girl looked just as adorable as Flandrechan. In fact, they looked very similar. However, this petite young lady didn't have broken wings on her back. Instead, she had a pair of perfect bat-like wings. Chapter 1703. Flandrechan's scarlet eyes dimmed a little as she looked down at the 4 girls who had different temperaments and stunning appearances, but they were all the same. Flandrechan's eyes were filled with joy. Remilia? Scarlet, level 80. This is the petite girl standing at the head of the group. 16 knights, level 78. She was the valiant servant girl standing on the left. Patrice? Noriki, level 78. This was the girl with a delicate temperament standing at the back. Imp, level 70. This is the demonic girl standing on the right. The 4 girls raised their heads and stared at Flandrechan, who was floating in the air with a serious expression. The girl named Little Devil even looked a little scared, causing the atmosphere to become tense. Flan. Remilia took a step forward and looked at Flandrechan, who was floating in the air. Her childish voice was filled with anger as she yelled. Who allowed you to run out of the basement? Flandrechan, who hadn't seen her family for a long time, couldn't help but feel like a bucket of cold water had been poured over her. The joy in her eyes instantly disappeared and the scarlet light in her eyes shone brightly once more. Flan wants to go out. Go out? Remilia furrowed her brows. Reluctance was written all over her face. Go back to the basement obediently or I'll get angry. Hearing Remilia's words before Flandrechan could say anything, Zhuyi stood up and spoke with a clear voice. Second miss, you should go back to the basement quickly. Miss is really angry this time. Remilia was naturally very angry. Even though Remilia loved her sister dearly, she didn't want to lock her sister in the basement. But Flandrechan's strength was too strong, and her desire for destruction was too great. She would often recklessly destroy everything around her, and sometimes, even the girls would be affected by her actions. There was no way. Remilia could only lock Flandrechan in the basement. Therefore, in the past, it wasn't like Flandrechan hadn't broken out of the basement before, but it was rare for her to cause such a commotion in the entire Red Devil Mansion. Plus, Flandrechan was making a ruckus out of nowhere. Remilia was in a terrible mood. It would be strange if she wasn't angry. Unfortunately, no matter how angry Remilia was, it was useless against Flandrechan. Just be angry. It's not like you haven't been angry before, sister. Flandrechan yelled like a child throwing a tantrum. Flan wants to go out anyway. Even if you're my sister, if you stop me, I'll beat you down. You! Remilia cried out in exasperation. Flan, do you really want to make me angry? Seeing Remilia's exasperated look, Flandrechan's heart softened and she snorted softly. As long as you don't stop me, I won't make you angry. You're pissing me off right now. Remilia glared at Flandrechan. If you don't want to make me angry, then go back to the basement obediently. Milady. Patrice looked at Flandrechan and spoke softly. Listen to Remy this time, go back to the basement. Basement, basement. You only know how to make me go back to the basement. Flandre-chan's face was filled with anger. Flan will never go back to the basement again. Second miss, you should go back to the basement. Zui advised earnestly. First miss wants you to go back to the basement for your own good. That's not it. Flandre-chan snorted. Sister just doesn't want Flandre-chan to destroy the things in the house. That's why she locked Flandre-chan in the basement. Is this for Flandre-chan's own good? Remilia, Patrice, Black Knight, and the little devil were all speechless at Wu Yan's words. At the same time, they were secretly shocked. They were shocked that Flandre-chan could come up with such rational words. In the past, Flandre-chan had always complained that Remilia locked her in the basement because she hated her. Even if other people's lips were rotten, Flandre-chan would still think so. After all, Flandre-chan's mental state had always been unstable. How could she possibly listen to someone else's explanation? It's no wonder Remilia and the others were shocked that Flandre-chan was able to analyze the situation so clearly. Since you know the reason as well, then you should understand Remy's situation. Patrice softly uttered each word. Remy will be troubled if you make such a big fuss. Flandre-chan just wants to go out. Flandre-chan's patience was almost worn out. Her words were harsh. Get out of the way. Otherwise, Flandre-chan won't be polite. Patrice, Black Knight, and the little devil cursed inwardly. Remilia dotes on her little sister, but her temper is abnormally bad. Now that Flandre-chan had said something like that, Remilia would definitely not let the matter rest. Not polite? I would like to see how you're going to be rude. As expected, Remilia laughed out of anger. Patrice, Black Knight, capture Flandre-chan. Remy, milady. Remilia and Zai seemed to want to say something, but they were immediately shut up by Remilia, whose face was filled with anger. Hurry up! Looking at Remilia's angry appearance, Patrice and Black Knight knew that there was no room for negotiation and could only take deep breaths. Little devil. Patrice glanced at the little devil. If the opponent is little sister, it's too dangerous for you to be here. You should leave first. The little devil didn't object. She knew what she was capable of and obediently retreated. At this moment, Patrice flipped her hand and revealed a thick book. She looked straight at Flandre-chan. Little sister, it's not too late for you to return. It's right for you to obstruct Flandre-chan. Flandre-chan's eyes glowed red. Since that's the case, Flandre-chan will defeat all of you. You two sisters are so stubborn that it's giving me a headache. Patrice smiled bitterly. She raised the book in her hand and a majestic magical aura surged from her body. Water Talisman, Princess of the Water Spirits. Her ethereal voice reverberated in the surroundings like an incantation, causing the thick tome in Patrice's hand to emit an intense multicolored radiance and surge with massive mana. That book was actually a book of the demonic Tao. Wang! In the next instant, an icy blue magic formation appeared above Flandre-chan's head. It expanded to a diameter of 2 to 3 meters and rotated on the spot. As the blue magic array rotated above Flandre-chan's head, a translucent barrier emerged from the magic array and transformed into a hollow pillar of light. The pillar of light then descended from the sky and trapped Flandre-chan inside like a cage. Flandre-chan scanned the surroundings with her scarlet eyes. She looked at the light pillar that enveloped her and extended her hand. This thing. Flandre-chan will be able to. Before he could finish his words, the magic formation above Flandre-chan's head suddenly rotated and all the magic power within flowed into the transparent pillar of light. Whoosh! Under the infiltration of magic power, a water curtain suddenly descended from the surface of the transparent light pillar, turning the entire transparent light pillar into a cylindrical waterfall. Seeing this, Flandre-chan's outstretched hand froze. Remilia, Patrice, and Zai heaved sighs of relief. Zai! Remilia waved her hand disinterestedly at Zai. Bring Flandre-chan back to the basement. Yes, young mistress. Zai bowed respectfully to Remilia before turning around and bowing to Flandre-chan, who was trapped in the water curtain. My apologies, second young mistress. Zai left this sentence and sauntered toward Flandre-chan. Even though it was only an ordinary water curtain, Remilia, Patrice, and Zai didn't doubt that it wouldn't be able to trap Flandre-chan, who was at the 9th stage. Logically speaking, with Flandre-chan's strength, she should be able to break through this ordinary water curtain in minutes. However, everyone relaxed their expressions. Chapter 1704. Be it Remilia or Flandrachon, both of them were vampires and possessed immense strength and special abilities that others could not hope to match. However, in terms of the bloodline of vampires, both of them were of the most ordinary type. Under such circumstances, Remilia and Flandrachon, as vampires, possessed immense strength and special abilities that others couldn't compare to. But they also retained the weakness of vampires. For example, fear of light, fear of water, and even fear of onions. Due to this weakness, whenever Flandrachon's mental state was unstable and she wanted to cause a ruckus, it was always Patrice who used water to trap Flandrachon, forcing her to obediently return to the basement. Therefore this time, even though Flandrachon's ruckus left Remilia, Patrice, and Black Knight at a loss, the three of them didn't doubt that Patrice's water curtain wouldn't be able to trap Flandrachon. Unfortunately, Remilia, Patrice, and Black Knight were destined to be in for a shock. The three of them would never have thought that Flandrachon, who was still in the basement not long ago, had already been living in another world for quite some time when time in this world was frozen. When Ikaros was first summoned by Wu Yan and became Wu Yan's summon, the system gave Wu Yan the choice of removing the emotional seal on Ikaros in the original work. Just like Ikaros. When Flandrachon was summoned to the other world and became Wu Yan's summon, the system also pointed out the weakness in Flandrachon's bloodline and asked Wu Yan if he wanted to remove it. At that time, even though Wu Yan unintentionally summoned Flandrachon, he didn't intend for Flandrachon to have any weaknesses. Without hesitation, he ordered the system to remove all the weaknesses in Flandrachon's bloodline. In other words, Flandrachon is now a vampire. She no longer has any weaknesses that vampires have. Remilia, Patrice, and Black Knight didn't know about this at all. Inside the water curtain, Flandrachon suddenly lowered her body and Remilia, Patrice, and Black Knight's expression changed greatly. She directly rushed out of the water curtain. Danger! Remilia, Patrice, and Black Knight's pretty face turned pale. For Remilia and Flandrachon, water isn't fatal, but it's very dangerous. Once Remilia and Flandrachon came into contact with water, not only would they feel a sharp pain in the part of their body that came into contact with water, but they would also be soaked in too much water. In serious cases, their skin will even fester. The water curtain that trapped Flandrachon was like a waterfall, gushing down like a torrential waterfall. Flandrachon's skin would definitely fester and become unrecognizable if she were to fall into the water curtain like this. How can Remilia, Patrice, and Black Knight not be shocked? However, what shocked the three of them even more was yet to come. Voila! With a clear splash, Flandrachon rushed out of the water curtain with her drenched body. Despite being drenched by the water, Flandrachon didn't seem to be affected by it at all. She dashed out of the water curtain and headed straight for the door. Remilia, Patchouli, and Night Eye widened their eyes in astonishment. While Remilia and the others were still in shock, Flandrachon turned into a streak of light and crashed into the heavy door with a loud boom. Bang! The door leading to the outer court of the Red Devil Mansion was immediately smashed into pieces of wood and scattered in all directions. Flandrachon dashed out of the Scarlet Devil Mansion as fast as she could without looking back. She dashed into the courtyard and soared into the sky under everyone's watchful eyes. What's going on? Remilia finally reacted. Her face was filled with shock. Flan. Why isn't Flandrachon afraid of water? Neither Patrice nor Xianxia could answer this question. Because they didn't know why either. Of course, now wasn't the time to think about why Flandrachon wasn't afraid of water. Young mistress, Black Knight said anxiously. Second young mistress has escaped. Only then did Remilia recall this matter. Her expression instantly turned gloomy, and even Patrice muttered gravely. This time, it might be really serious. Remilia, Patrice, and Black Knight's understanding of Flandrachon was still stuck in their memories. The three of them knew that Flandrachon's mental state was unstable. If she was allowed to wander around the fantasy village, she would definitely be in big trouble. After all, no matter if Flandrachon's mood was good or bad, she would want to play with people until they broke. Once she left the fantasy village, she might cause a massacre. This wasn't the most serious matter. The most serious matter was that if Flandrachon accidentally barged into the human realm, it would be really bad. Those who lived in the human realm were all weak and powerless humans. If Flandrachon went on a killing spree and killed everyone in the human realm, her life would be in danger. The human realm in the fantasy village is protected by Yakumo Sage Yakumo and Sumeru Boli Ling Meng. If Flandre-chan went on a killing spree, the two wouldn't show her any mercy. At that time, Remilia would have to defend Flandre-chan against the demon sage and Boli shaman. Fighting against the demon sage, who was the creator of the fantasy village, and the Boli witch, who protected the Boli Great Barrier and the fantasy village, meant that not only did the Red Fiend Hall have to fight against the entire fantasy village, they would also have no place to stay in the fantasy village. This isn't a joke. Thinking of this, the anxiety on Buyez's face intensified. Patrice's charming face also became heavy. Remilia's emotions turned into fury. She roared at the maids hiding in the Scarlet Devil Mansion. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and find the second young mistress. Yes. The maids responded in horror and ran out of the Scarlet Fiend Mansion to search for Flandre-chan. Little devil. Patrice turned to the little devil beside her. Go find young mistress too. If you find her, come back and inform me. Got it, Madame Patrice. The little devil also ran out of the Scarlet Fiend Mansion and headed in a certain direction. Seeing the entire Scarlet Devil Mansion in less than 10 minutes and facing such an embarrassing situation, Remilia nervously paced back and forth, and even Patrice remained silent. Rui couldn't help but feel a heavy feeling in his heart. Black Knight inadvertently glanced at the entrance of the Scarlet Fiend Mansion at the end of the courtyard and was slightly startled. A trace of anger surfaced on his face. With a flip of his hand, Black Knight grabbed a throwing knife and threw it out. Shing! The throwing knife transformed into a cold radiance that flashed through the air and ruthlessly pierced the head of a figure standing at the entrance of the Scarlet Fiend Mansion. Pucci! Along with a tearing sound, a blood-curdling scream and a trace of blood splattered. The figure standing at the entrance collapsed to the ground. It was a tall girl with long red hair that reached her waist. Her hair was braided on both sides of her temples. Her braids were decorated with bows, and her chest was also decorated with a ribbon that looked like a bow. She was a tall girl. The young lady wore a dark green Chinese attire and a hat of the same color as her attire. The hat was engraved with a golden pentagram with the word, dragon. She was dressed like a warrior. Black Knight couldn't help but feel angry as he gazed at the young lady on the ground. China, why didn't you stop the second young mistress? Woo! The young lady called China pulled out the throwing knife from her head and looked at Black Knight weakly. But, Miss Black Knight, isn't my mission to guard the entrance? Guarding the entrance is not only for you to deal with intruders, but also to prevent people from casually entering and leaving the Scarlet Fiend Mansion. Black Knight angrily shouted. Your salary for the next 3 years will be deducted. If you don't find the second young mistress, you won't have a salary for the next 10 years. Yes. The Chinese man immediately broke into a run. Just as he was about to run out, he suddenly seemed to remember something. He turned his head and spoke as if he was giving an order. By the way, Miss Black Knight, my name isn't China. I'm Hong Meiling. Black Knight couldn't help but pull out another throwing knife, scaring Hong Meiling and causing her to run away. Chapter 1705. Half an hour ago, when the system transferred Wu Yan, Flandre-chan, and Yukari to the Jinsokyo world, the world warped and Wu Yan's vision blurred. Wu Yan felt the soft body he was hugging lose its weight and disappear. Before he could react, the system's cold voice echoed in his mind. Beep! Detected that user has entered a dungeon. Beep! User has the right to choose the 4th phase of the Demigod Path mission. System has determined the current dungeon world user has entered, automatically generating the 4th phase of the Demigod Path mission. Beep! Extracting the current dungeon world information. Ding! Current dungeon world information collection complete. Beep! Automatically generating the 4th phase of the Demigod Path mission. Ding! Demigod Path mission has been generated. Ding! Demigod Path mission has been activated. Special mission, Demigod Path mission phase. 4th phase mission world, Fantasy Village mission details. Obtain Blood Essence with the power of Fantasy X1, Blood Essence with the power of State X1, Blood Essence with the power of Eternity X1, Blood Essence with the power of Nature X1, Blood Essence with the power of Time X1. Beep! This is the Demigod Path Special Mission. The original mission has been cancelled. User can only choose to leave the dungeon world after completing the 4th phase of the Demigod Path mission. Reminder, the time ratio between the dungeon world and the real world is 100:1. User can train in the dungeon world without any worries. Have a good time. In less than 2 to 3 seconds, the system's voice rang again and again. The system's voice turned into the most basic of memories. The information and system's notifications were engraved into Wu Yan's mind like an implant. For a moment, Wu Yan felt a stabbing pain in his head. When the stabbing pain subsided, his blurry vision gradually returned to normal. The distorted world slowly returned to normal. However, the world that was imprinted into Wu Yan's vision, it was no longer the same world as before. And the first moment he entered the other world, before Wu Yan could get a clear look at the scene in front of him, a clear pa sound came from beneath his feet. At the same time, a crisp sound rang out. Wu Yan also felt it. One of his own feet. It sank deeply into a groove. She felt her feet sink into a groove with a crisp sound. Wu Yan could not help but be stunned for a moment. He did not bother to observe where he was and subconsciously lowered his head. He looked at his feet. Then Wu Yan saw it. Under his feet, there was something that looked like a box. The lid of the box had been crushed by him, and one of his feet had sunk deep into the box. Not only did it crack the box, but it also broke through the bottom. Looking at the box that had basically turned into sawdust under his feet, Wu Yan was somewhat at a loss. What's going on? However, while Wu Yan was at a loss in front of him, there was a figure that seemed to be entangled by a ferocious ghost. An extremely shrill scream resounded. No! In the shrill scream, Wu Yan was almost scared out of his wits. After quickly suppressing the faint instinct in his body, he raised his head and looked in front of him. It was not until then that Wu Yan saw the scene in front of him clearly. First, what was imprinted in Wu Yan's eyes was only a wooden building that seemed to have a bit of history. The building's area was not very vast. It was almost equivalent to the area of a family's house. There was not a single stone brick on the building. The entire building was made of wood, and the roof was made of rubble. In addition, whether it was the door, the windows, the corridor, or the floor, they were all made of wood. It was somewhat old and gave a rather historical feeling at a glance. This wooden building was an extremely typical shrine. At the entrance of the shrine, in front of the main gate, stood a young lady. In terms of appearance, she was definitely the top type of young lady. The young lady was about 16 or 17 years old. She had an extremely soft head of long black hair that was tied up with a huge bow on her head. The hair at her temples was also tied up with a hairband and fixed in front of her body. The young lady wore a costume that was very different from the traditional witch costume, but still had traces of the witch costume. However, unlike the traditional witch costume that was white at the top and red at the bottom, the young lady's witch costume was entirely red. Only the edges of the costume were white and pleated. It was extremely unique. Of course, the most unique thing about this witch costume was that not only did it reveal her shoulders, but it also revealed her armpits. It didn't seem to have any sleeves either. The girl was also wearing a pair of long glove-like sleeves and a necktie. With the addition of this unique witch costume, the young lady who was originally very beautiful was so beautiful that one could not bear to look away. It was a pity that such a perfect young lady in all aspects was currently holding her face with both hands. Her face was filled with despair, fear, and disbelief as if she had encountered the end of the world. Boli Ling Meng, level 79. Seeing the young lady named Boli Ling Meng's expression as if she had encountered the end of the world and her beautiful eyes stared straight at the crushed box under her feet with a face full of despair, Wu Yan could not help but have a bad feeling in his heart. Boli Ling Meng? In that case, the young lady in front of him was the manager of the fantasy paradise, the witch in charge of guarding the Boli Great Barrier of the Boli Shrine? Then was he in the Boli Shrine now? Thinking up to here, then thinking of the original Boli Ling Meng's personality and his current situation, Wu Yan suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Boli Ling Meng was someone who was not interested in anything, and was extremely indifferent to fame and fortune. She was even more pure than monks and nuns. If there was any personal temptation that Boli Ling Meng had, it would be that she was extremely greedy for money. Therefore, to Boli Ling Meng, the most important thing was undoubtedly money. And the most important thing was the money box that could help her collect incense money. Now, the extremely indifferent Bo Li Ling Meng looked at the crushed box under her feet with an expression of despair. Then, the broken box under my feet, could it be? Thinking of the possibility in his heart, Wu Yan suddenly became uneasy. On the other hand, Bo Li Ling Meng maintained the appearance of holding her face. The despair on her face slowly turned into absent-mindedness. Like a body that had lost its soul, she walked over shakily. Instinctively, Wu Yan retreated, trying not to agitate Bo Li Ling Meng as much as possible. He slowly retreated, allowing Bo Li Ling Meng to arrive in front of the pile of junk. Once she arrived in front of the pile of junk, Bo Li Ling Meng knelt on the ground with a paw sound. Her hands trembled as she picked up the junk on the ground, as if she was trying to put them back together, piling them up like building blocks. Of course, using such a method, it was impossible for the pile of junk to return to its original state. However, Bo Li Ling Meng was like a mental patient. With a dull face, she kept repeating her actions and muttering nervously. Money box, my money box. As expected. To be able to agitate Bo Li Ling Meng to such an extent, that pile of junk could only be the money box of Bo Li Shrine. While Wu Yan couldn't help but ridicule her, he also felt a bit guilty when he saw Bo Li Ling Meng's panicked look. Although he felt that it was better not to agitate the other party, Wu Yan still chose to raise his hand and said weakly, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Money box. Bo Li Ling Meng did not pay attention to Wu Yan. She was still trying to piece the junk together, trying to put her money box back together. Seeing this, Wu Yan became even more embarrassed. Although I didn't mean to, it's just a money box. It shouldn't be a big problem, right? There's no money inside anyway, right? Bo Li Ling Meng's hand that was piecing together the money box shook violently. She lowered her head, and her body began to emit black gas. Obviously, the biggest pain in Bo Li Ling Meng's heart was beautifully stabbed by Wu Yan. Chapter 1706. Bo Li Ling Meng felt that today was definitely the most nightmarish day of her life in the past 10 years. Originally, as the manager of Fantasy Village and the guardian of the Great Bo Li Barrier, as long as nothing major happened in Fantasy Village, Bo Li Ling Meng would live a leisurely life. Today was the same. After waking up early in the morning and eating breakfast, Bo Li Ling Meng picked up the broom in Bo Li Shrine and leisurely swept the shrine to pass the time. However, in less than 10 minutes, the broom in Bo Li Ling Meng's hand suddenly broke for no reason. At first, Bo Li Ling Meng didn't think much of it. She thought that the broom had been used for too long and was too old, so it had died of old age. She went to the storehouse to get some tools to fix the broom and then continued to clean the shrine. However, the broom in her hand broke again and again for more than 10 times. Bo Li Ling Meng also fixed the broom for more than 10 times before she finally felt that something was wrong. No matter how old the broom was, it shouldn't have broken so many times, right? As a shrine's witch, Bo Li Ling Meng should have some faith. Unfortunately, Bo Li Ling Meng didn't believe in any gods. However, it wasn't hard to understand why she would associate some bad things with gods and supernatural forces. Because of this, Bo Li Ling Meng felt that her broom had been broken so many times. Could this be a bad omen? When the broom in her hand finally broke for the 11th time, Bo Li Ling Meng believed it. Today, something unfortunate will definitely happen. When this thought rose in Bo Li Ling Meng's mind, outside the shrine, a crisp shattering sound echoed in the silent space and entered Bo Li Ling Meng's ears. Hearing that crisp shattering sound, Bo Li Ling Meng's hand trembled. After shouting in her heart, she rushed out of the shrine and forcefully opened the shrine's door. Then, Bo Li Ling Meng saw a scene that was like a nightmare to her. Her most precious money box. By a man who didn't even look at it. Stepped on it. And it was the kind that was stepped on to pieces. Not only did he crush her, but he had also stepped on that strange man when she was heartbroken. He even mentioned the most painful truth for Bo Li and Ling Meng. This made Bo Li Ling Meng's heart go crazy. Could it be? Do I need you to remind me that no one comes to the Bori shrine to worship, so the money box is empty all day long? On the other side, Ling Meng lowered her head as she looked at Bo Li. Wu Yan's heart began to beat faster when he saw the black qi all over his body. Don't think that Bo Li Ling Meng was weak just because she was only level 79, the pinnacle of tier 8. She was definitely the most invincible existence in Fantasy Village. This was not a joke. It was the truth. As the name implied, as the manager of the fantasy village and the protector of the Great Bali Barrier, Bali Ling Meng was invincible in the fantasy village, or more accurately, in the Great Bali Barrier. As long as she was within the range of the Bori Great Barrier, Bali Ling Meng would enter an extremely magical state. If others attacked her, they would not be able to hit her at all. However, when she attacked others, not only would she be able to hit them, she could even increase the power of her attacks when necessary. Not only that, Bali Ling Meng also had an ability called God's Possession. She could use the same method as spirit descent to invite a god to possess her and display unimaginable combat strength. In other words, in Fantasy Village, not only would Bali Ling Meng not be injured, she could even cheat when necessary. Against such an opponent, even Violet, the creator of Fantasy Village, would not be able to do anything to her. Therefore, angering Bali Ling Meng in Fantasy Village was definitely a very irrational thing to do. This shameless red and white witch would not fly into a rage out of humiliation and directly go berserk, right? The more he thought about it, the more Wu Yan felt that it was possible. In order to not cause any trouble, Wu Yan sighed. Well, it is indeed my fault that I stepped on your things. Don't worry, I will be responsible for repairing them. When such a sentence came out, the black gas on Bali Ling Meng's body stagnated as if it did not exist in the first place and retreated back into Bali Ling Meng's body. Then, Bali Ling Meng raised her head and looked at Wu Yan with a doubtful gaze. Really? Seeing Bali Ling Meng's doubtful expression, Wu Yan could not help but roll his eyes. It's just a money box. Do I have to lie to you? What do you mean by just a money box? Bali Ling Meng raised her eyebrows. That is the most important godly item in the Bori Shrine. Godly item? If I could stuff myself full of money every day, then it would be a godly item. But wouldn't it be empty all day? More like trash, right? Resisting the urge to complain, Wu Yan was too lazy to bother with Bali Ling Meng's correction. He walked in front of Bali Ling Meng and half knelt down. He stretched out a hand and pressed it on the pile of broken wood. Wang! The next moment mana gushed out. Wu Yan opened his mouth slightly and uttered a couple of incantations that turned the mana into a substantial form. That's how it worked. Under Bali Ling Meng's gaze, the broken money box trembled and as if time was flowing backwards, it pieced itself back together bit by bit. Finally, it was restored to its original state. Wah! Seeing her money box restored to its original state, Bali Ling Meng's eyes lit up. Without caring about her image, she hugged the box that was half the size of her body. It's really fixed. Looking at how Bori and Ray Meng are rubbing against his money box like it's a treasure, Wu Yan dryly laughed and choked on his words. At this moment, Bali Ling Meng rubbed her money box while speaking to Wu Yan with a face full of joy. I thought you were a human who was lost from the outside world. I didn't expect you to be a mage. Although Fantasy Village could not be said to be a separate world and was still connected to the real world, due to the existence of the Boli Barrier and the realm of illusion and reality, it could be said to be isolated from the real world. The only point of intersection between Fantasy Village and the real world was this Boli Shrine. In a certain place in the real world, there was also a Boli Shrine. It was the same existence as the Boli Shrine in Fantasy Village. Just like two sides of water, they were reflections of each other. If someone in the real world accidentally passed through the barrier of the Fantasy Village through the Bori Shrine outside, then they would arrive at the Bori Shrine in the Fantasy Village. Of course, not everyone could pass through the enchantment of the Fantasy Village. Those who could pass through the enchantment of the Fantasy Village and come to the Fantasy Village either had some special place or had been forgotten by the people in the real world and lost in here. As the manager of Fantasy Village, Bali Ling Meng could not say that she knew everyone in Fantasy Village, but she could more or less tell if someone was from Fantasy Village from their aura. That was why she said that Wu Yan was lost in Fantasy Village. After all, Bali Ling Meng could not feel the aura of someone who lived in Fantasy Village from Wu Yan. As for the mage that Bali Ling Meng mentioned, it was a magician. In Fantasy Village, there was no difference between magic and magic. As long as magic was used to create miracles, it was called magic. As for the existence that used magic, it was called a mage. Mage? Wu Yan scratched his cheek. Well, it doesn't matter if you think so. Hearing Wu Yan's perfunctory explanation, Bali Ling Meng glanced at him and did not ask further. She looked like she found it troublesome. I don't care if you're a human or a mage, since you're in Fantasy Village. As the manager of Fantasy Village, you should answer a few of my questions. Otherwise, if you get into trouble in the future, I'll be the one in trouble. All right. Wu Yan bitterly smiled. Although I can't guarantee that I can answer all your questions, I'll listen. You're quite arrogant, outsider. Bo Li Ling Meng curled her lips and stood up. She patted the dust off her knees and turned around to face Wu Yan. Then, tell me, what's your name? Name. Wu Yan blinked and rolled his eyes. He seemed to have thought of something and a strange smile appeared on his face. However, it quickly disappeared. Ahem. Wu Yan pretended to be serious and coughed. He looked at Bo Li Ling Meng and smiled. Nice to meet you. I'm Ba Yun Bai, the head of Ba Yun clan from the House of the Lost. Chapter 1707. Nice to meet you. My name is Yakumo Bai, the head of the House of the Lost. Yakumo Bai. When these words came out of the man's mouth, it was no surprise that Bo Li Ling Meng was stunned. It took her a long time to recover and reply in astonishment. Ha! Ma, I said I am the head of the House of the Lost, Yakumo, but you don't have to be so reserved. Wu Yan rubbed his head in embarrassment as if he's a noble trying to sue the country bumpkin. Just treat me like an ordinary person, just call me Bai. Bai? Bori Lingming's eyes twitched. She took a deep breath and looked at Wu Yan with a sinister gaze. Are you kidding me? Kidding? Wu Yan asked innocently. Why do you say that? I don't know how you know about the House of the Lost, and I don't know how you know the surname Yakumo, but I don't feel the aura of someone who lived in the fantasy village. So, you're from the outside world. Bori Lingmeng said with displeasure. There's no way I wouldn't know about you in the House of the Lost. You don't think I'm that gullible, do you? I didn't lie to you. Wu Yan sighed with an innocent expression. If you don't believe me, you can ask Yukari. My relationship with Yukari isn't shallow. This time, Bori Lingmeng was confused. It was just as Bori Lingmeng said. If the House of the Lost had someone with the surname Yakumo, it's impossible for Yukari to not know. After all, the relationship between the Bori Shrine and the House of the Lost was not shallow. One was the manager of the fantasy village. The other was the creator of the fantasy village. Bori Lingmeng and Yukari's relationship wasn't simple. If this Yakumo Bai was really from the House of the Lost, Yukari wouldn't hide it from Bori Lingmeng. However, this person who didn't have the aura of someone who lived in the fantasy village knew about the House of the Lost and said the name Yukari. It was obvious that he wasn't an outsider. Could it be? Could it be that she was mistaken? Bori Lingmeng knocked on her head in distress. She suddenly realized something and stared at Wu Yan. Even if you're from the House of the Lost, the head, do you think I'll believe you? House of the Lost. Yakumo. To put it bluntly, it was just the place where Z lived. In other words, the House of the Lost. Yukari is the real master. Being the head of the House of the Lost was just a bunch of nonsense. Wu Yan seemed to have expected such a question from Bori Raimu. He grinned in response. It's natural for you to find it strange, but I am indeed the head of the House of the Lost. To be precise, I should be the future head of the House of the Lost. Because. Wu Yan grinned at Bo Li Ling Meng. What he said made Bo Li Ling Meng flabbergasted. Purple is my fiancé. What did you say? Bo Li Ling Meng cried out. Yukari is your fiancé? That's it. Wu Yan humbly told Bori Ling Meng. Please take care of my House of the Lost in the future. This is definitely a joke. Bo Li Ling Meng seemed to have suffered a blow. She took 2 steps back and loudly shouted. How could anyone want that moldy old hag? Just as he said that, a black crack filled with eyeballs appeared above the shrine. Before Wu Yan and Ling Meng could react, a black beam of light shot out. The black beam of light fell straight down. Wu Yan and Ling Meng only saw a blur in front of their eyes. The black beam of light landed on the recently repaired cash box. Pang! The black beam of light blasted the cash box that Ling Meng treated as her life into powder. Not even a piece of wood was left as it dissipated with the wind. Ah! 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 Bo Li Ling Meng stared blankly at the original spot where the money box had been. Looking at the empty spot, not even a single piece of wood was left behind. She once again let out a desperate scream. My cash box! Amidst her sorrowful cries, Bo Li Ling Meng threw herself onto the ground where the money box had originally been. It was as if the money box had not disappeared, but had instead become invisible. Her delicate hands groped around the box, but of course, she could not find anything. It's gone. It's really gone. Tears gushed out of Bori Rei's eyes. She raised her head and looked at the gap in the sky above the Bori shrine as she screamed in rage. Yukari! Come out! Ling Meng yelled. Yukari did not come out of the crack. Instead, the crack closed and disappeared. Seeing this, Bori Ling Meng was so angry that she wanted to die, but she couldn't do anything about it. Wu Yan, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief. Flandrachan and Yukari were not by his side when he first arrived at the fantasy village. Wu Yan was worried that something might have happened to them. Now, it seems like Yukari and Flandrachan have returned to the place where they were before they became Wu Yan's summons. Yukari, that be asterisk starred. Wu Yan grumbled as he looked at the empty sky. Since you've been paying attention to this place, you should at least come out and show your face. You made me worry for nothing. That's right. Tell her to come out. Bori Ling Meng leapt up from the ground and arrived in front of Wu Yan. She grabbed Wu Yan by the collar and started shaking him. Tell her to come out. Tell her to come out. With Yukari's personality, she won't come out even if you yell your lungs out. Wu Yan felt dizzy. If you want to see Yukari, why don't you go to the House of the Lost and look for her yourself? If I can find the House of the Lost, why would I need you to tell her to come out? Ling Meng hissed. In the fantasy village, everyone only knows about the existence of the House of the Lost, but no one knows its exact location. Wu Yan asked curiously. He really didn't know about it. Even you don't know? On the surface, the relationship between Yukari and Ray Dream seemed to be very bad. But seriously speaking, not only did the two manage the fantasy village together, but as the shaman of the Ray Shrine, Ray Dream definitely had a closer relationship with Yukari than others. Does that mean Ling Meng doesn't know where the House of the Lost is? Every time Violet invited someone to the House of the Lost, she would directly use her ability to bring them there. I'm afraid only Yu Yuzi knows the real location of the House of the Lost. Bo Li's spirit dream grimaced. Aren't you the head of the House of the Lost? Don't tell me you don't know where your house is. Ha ha. Wu Yan chuckled. You're right. I really don't know where the House of the Lost is. You. Ling Ming's hands trembled as she clenched her fist. She didn't hit Wu Yan's head with it. Instead, she let go of Wu Yan's collar. Forget it. If that's the case, you'll have to fix my money box again. I can't do it this time. Wu Yan raised his hands in surrender. If there's any remains, it won't be hard to fix it. But now, the money box has completely evaporated. There's not even a speck of dust left. I don't care. I don't care. Bo Li Ling Meng clearly intended to be shameless. If you can't fix it, you'll have to make me a new one. Huh. Wu Yan flinched at her words. Why? This time, it wasn't me who broke your money box. Aren't you the head of the House of the Lost? Aren't you Yukari's fiancé? Bo Li Ling Meng waved her hand impatiently. If that's the case, Yukari broke my things. Don't you have to take responsibility? This time, Wu Yan was speechless. Wu Yan was speechless. Hurry up and finish my money box. Bo Li Ling Meng lightly snorted. Otherwise, when people come to pay their respects, what if they don't see the money box and think they don't have to donate anymore? Don't worry. Wu Yan complained. No one will come to pay their respects. What did you say? Nothing. Then hurry up and do it. Bo Li Ling Meng turned around and walked into her shrine without looking back. As she walked, she muttered to herself. Yukari, she really has a fiancé. Since that gap appeared, it means that Yukari has been paying attention to the situation here. Since Yukari didn't come out to deny it, it means that she admitted it. Ling Meng could only choose to believe it. Chapter 1708. In one of the areas of the fantasy village, there was an antique village. The human realm. In the fantasy village, there were all kinds of non-human creatures such as monsters, fairies, and demon spirits. Even the gods lived in it. Although there were also humans, compared to those non-human creatures, humans were a weaker race. Unlike the non-human creatures who were born with a certain amount of power or even a huge amount of power, humans were born with no advantages. If there was nothing special, they would not have any power at all. However, monsters, fairies, demon spirits, and so on were all races that would attack humans, devour them, and feed on them. This caused the humans living in the fantasy village to not only have a very low status, but it was also accompanied by danger everywhere. The human realm was the main settlement of the humans in the fantasy village. In addition to humans, there were also a few monsters and other races living here. The non-human races living in the human realm generally had no hostility to humans and would not attack them. Therefore, there were not many monsters living in the human realm, but it was very common for monsters to come to the human realm to do things. Because the human realm was the only place in the fantasy village that could be called a normal place. The humans living here would not only open all kinds of shops to make a living, but some obedient monsters would also open shops here. There were also school buildings that specialized in teaching human children to read. It was just like an ordinary village. It was very peaceful. The daily necessities that humans needed could be bought here. The things that monsters and other non-human creatures needed could also be found here. Some shops would be open until late at night and become exclusive shops for monsters, so that the monsters who were active at night could be active during that time. So, during normal times, even the monsters and other races outside the human realm would come to the human realm to shop. In addition, there were people who specialized in repelling monsters living in the human realm. Boli Witch and the Monster Sage would also protect the human realm from behind. If one lived in the human realm, it was very safe and wouldn't be attacked by life forms of other races. Of course, it was another story if one went out. At this time, it was morning. There was still some time before noon, but the mortal world was very lively. Many people came to buy groceries for lunch, shuttling back and forth on the streets. Some monsters also mingled in the crowd, patronizing some shops. The entire human realm was like an ancient market, bustling with noise and excitement. On this bustling street, there were many people. Amidst the flow of people, a cute little girl also came here. As she walked, she sucked on her finger and looked left and right as if she had no relatives. The newcomer. It was Flandrachon who had escaped from the Scarlet Devil Mansion. After escaping from the Scarlet Devil Mansion, Flandrachon flew at her fastest speed and ended up in the human world. Originally, Flandrachon had been locked up in the basement by Remilia for 495 years. Other than the Scarlet Devil Mansion, basically, he had never taken a single step outside. Under such circumstances, Flandrachon really wanted to find Wu Yen, but she didn't know where to look. She could only choose a random direction and search aimlessly. The reason she stopped at the human realm was because it was very lively. Not only did it attract Flandrachon's attention, but it also made Flandrachon think that her brother might be here as well. And so, Flandrachon began to wander around the human realm. Of course, she was also aimless. Looking at the owners of the surrounding shops shouting and observing the people who walked past them, Xianxia thought to himself, "What a pity." Flandrachon carefully avoided the crowd while sucking on her finger like a lost child, mumbling pitifully. "Big brother, where are you?" On the street, many people noticed this unusually cute little girl who was dressed differently and had a pair of broken crystal wings on her back. They all felt that she seemed to be lost and hesitated whether they should go up and ask her about it. But in the midst of hesitation, no one chose to approach her. It wasn't that the humans in Fantasy Village were all cold and indifferent. It was just that this little girl with broken wings and a crystal was obviously not a human. Moreover, she had never shown her face in the human realm before. Facing such an unknown existence who might be a monster, no matter how cute she was, no one dared to approach her recklessly. Who knows? Maybe she hates humans and doesn't want to interact with them. If she approached, she might be attacked. Under the gazes of many passers-by, Flandrachon sucked on her finger and looked around. But not long after, Flandrachon stopped in her tracks and fixed her gaze on a shop in front of her. It was a shop selling baked bread. Looking at the piping hot baked bread, Flandrachon couldn't help but cover her stomach, feeling a little hungry. Ugh! Flandrachon was in a dilemma. Big brother. She wanted to continue looking for her brother, but she also wanted to buy something to eat. For Flandrachon, this small conflict was enough to make her feel a little troubled. But in the end, Flandrachon couldn't overcome her desire for the baked bread. She walked to the front of the shop and stared at the baked bread. "Little girl, The shop owner seemed to have noticed Flandre-chan standing in front of the shop. He hesitated for a moment before choosing to approach her and ask carefully, "Do you want to eat a baked bread?" Flandre-chan looked up. Her cute big eyes looked at the shop owner, who was at least 10 years old, and nodded. Flandre-chan is hungry. Seeing that this non-human little girl didn't seem to reject humans, the shop owner heaved a sigh of relief and a smile appeared on his face. "Then, do you want to buy a baked bread?" "Yes." Flandre-chan nodded without hesitation. Her adorable look made the shop owner's face soften despite knowing that she wasn't human. "All right. 1 baked bread." The shop owner grabbed a piping hot baked bread and stuffed it into a paper bag that could only hold half of it before passing it to Flandre-chan. "Thank you for your patronage." Flandre-chan smiled happily. Just as she was about to reach out for the baked bread, an anxious voice sounded behind her. "Flan." Hearing the voice, Flandre-chan's happy smile instantly crumbled. She turned her head around indignantly and looked towards the source of the voice. Not far away, on the other side of the street, 2 figures were standing there. One was a petite girl about the same height as Flandre-chan. The other was a silver-haired maid holding a parasol for the petite girl. The other was a frail girl dressed like pajamas. She was panting slightly. They were Remilia, Lai Yi, and Patrice. "Flan." Remilia's anxious expression softened when she saw Flandre-chan standing in front of a shop. She was about to reach out for a biscuit when she saw Flandre-chan. Instead, she was filled with anger. "I finally found you, little sister." Patrice calmed her rapid heartbeat and breathing. She was surprised to see Flandre-chan standing on the street. "Not only are you not afraid of water, you're not even afraid of sunlight?" "Second miss," Lai Yi said worriedly. "Why don't you come over and let me hold the parasol for you?" "I don't need it," Flandre-chan said angrily. "Big sister, how did you find this place?" "A fairy reported that she saw you enter the human realm, so we rushed over," Patrice explained. "Little sister, Remy was very worried about you. She didn't even care about the sun outside and insisted on coming out to find you." Hearing this, the anger on Fran's face dissipated. She looked at Remilia, who was cowering under the parasol, and lowered her head. "Big sister is such an idiot." "You're the idiot. You almost caused the entire Scarlet Devil Mansion to collapse," Remilia shouted. "Hurry up and come home with us. Flan won't compromise on this," Flandre-chan stubbornly said. "Big sister is a bad person. Why did you have to lock Flandre-chan in the basement?" "Isn't that because you're always causing trouble?" Remilia said irritably. "Do you want to keep causing trouble for big sister?" "Of course not," Flandre-chan retorted. "Then big sister, do you think Flandre-chan is causing trouble for big sister?" Remilia, Patrice, and Lai Yi were all speechless. Chapter 1709. At this moment, Remilia, Patrice, and Black Knight finally calmed down after Flandre-chan broke out of the Scarlet Fiend Mansion. Questions arose in their minds one after another. The first question was, of course, the reason why Flandre-chan wasn't afraid of water or sunlight. As a vampire, Flandre-chan's strength was above Remilia's. However, in terms of vampire bloodline, both of them weren't that far apart. Logically speaking, since Remilia was afraid of water and sunlight, Flandre-chan should be the same. That was why whenever Flandre-chan caused trouble and tried to break out of the Scarlet Fiend Mansion, Patrice would cast a spell to make it rain outside the mansion and force Flandre-chan back. This method had clearly worked the last time, but this time, it had suddenly lost its effect. How could Remilia and the others not be puzzled, surprised, or even shocked? The second question was, of course, Flandre-chan's current state. Even though it didn't sound nice, Flandre-chan had been in a crazy state ever since she was born. She basically didn't stop and wanted to find someone to play with her all day long. However, she didn't know the key point, and the more she played, the crazier she got. In the end, those who played with Flandre-chan were all smashed into pieces. Even the items in the surroundings were affected. Flandre-chan, who had gone crazy from playing, destroyed everything. It was because of this that Remilia had no choice but to lock Flandre-chan up in the basement. But this time, Remilia, Patrice, and Black Knight were shocked to discover that the trace of craziness in Flandre-chan's beautiful wine-red eyes was gone. Moreover, in the human world, in a place where there were so many people around, Flandre-chan wasn't like before. Every time she met someone, she would crazily ask them to play with her and play with them until they broke. She even blended into the crowd like an ordinary child. There wasn't the slightest feeling of being out of place. Remilia, Patrice, and Black Knight, who thought that Flandre-chan would start a massacre upon encountering strangers, looked at each other in dismay. It had been a while since they last saw Flandre-chan. Actually, it hadn't been that long. But the last time they met, Flandre-chan was still as crazy as ever. She would even throw a tantrum every now and then. Why did she change so much this time? Flandre-chan wasn't afraid of water or light. She was as normal as a child now. Could it be that something had happened to Flandre-chan during the time she was in the basement that changed her? Could it be that Flandre-chan wasn't crazy anymore? Remilia couldn't help but feel a little excited. If Flandre-chan was really like a normal person, then wouldn't the two sisters be able to live a good life together and not have to imprison her? Zuoyi seemed to have thought of the same thing, and a trace of surprise appeared on her pretty face. Patrice was the only one who remained calm. She looked at Flandre-chan and probed. "Sister, don't you want to find someone to play with you?" Remilia and Lei Yi couldn't help but hold their breaths. "Play?" Flandre-chan's eyes lit up. She seemed to be tempted. But when she remembered that she had other matters to attend to, she withered away like a frosted eggplant. "Flan wants to play too, but I have to find my brother." Brother? This time, Remilia, Patrice, and Night Eye were stunned. Brother? Since when did Flandre-chan have a brother? That. The shop owner who was holding a sesame seed cake was troubled. "Sesame seed cake. Do you want more?" "Yes." Flandre-chan replied without hesitation. She took the biscuit from the shopkeeper's hands with a bright smile. Then, as if she had thought of something, she rummaged through her clothes and took out a gold coin. "Here's the money." With that, Flandre-chan slammed the gold coin on the counter in front of the shopkeeper, leaving the shopkeeper dumbfounded. Not to mention the shop owner, even Remilia, Patrice, and Midnight were dumbfounded. A gold coin? Why would Flandre-chan have a gold coin? No, that's not right. When did Flandre-chan learn how to buy things and know that she has to pay for things? That little girl. The shop owner didn't know that the cute little girl in front of him was once a killer fiend. He picked up the gold coin on the counter and handed it to Flandre-chan with fear and trepidation. "This amount is too big, I don't have any spare change for you." It wasn't just big. With this one gold coin, even if it wasn't enough to buy the shop, it would definitely be more than enough to buy him a month's worth of sesame seed cakes. With a small business like the sesame seed cake shop, how could they find any extra money? Flandre-chan blinked her eyes. She looked at the sesame seed cake in her hand with reluctance. "But Flandre-chan only has a gold coin and I'm hungry." "This." The shopkeeper's face was filled with embarrassment. After a long time he sighed. "Forget it. This sesame seed cake is a gift for you, little girl." "Really?" Flandre-chan looked like a blossoming flower with a happy smile on her face. "Thank you." "Ha ha." Seeing how happy Flandre-chan is, the shopkeeper also laughed. Flandre-chan picked up the gold coin and sneaked a glance at Remilia, Patrice, and Dark Knight. Then she turned around and ran away like a wisp of smoke. "Fran." Remilia was shocked. "Chase after him." Remilia, Patrice, and Little Knight also ran after Flandre-chan. "Fran! Stop right there." It was Remilia's exasperated yell that sounded like she was going crazy. "Sister! Go back quickly." Flandre-chan yelled without even turning her head. "Second miss. Please stop." While carefully holding an umbrella for Remilia, she ran in small steps to match her young miss footsteps. "No way." Flandre-chan started to bite the sesame seed cake in her hand, but she still insisted on running away. "Sister. Sister. Sister." "Milady." It was Patrice who had a weak body and suffered from asthma. She had been squatting at home all this while and her stamina was starting to weaken. "Patrice. You better go back quickly." Flandre-chan turned around and stuck out her tongue at Remilia, Patrice, and Dark Knight while making a face. Just like that, for beautiful girls, big and small, were engaged in a chase on a street in the land of the living. Along the way, Flandre-chan's bell-like laughter, Remilia's exasperated yell, Dark Knight's anxious and worried call, and Patrice's increasingly hurried breathing mixed together and attracted the attention of many. This state lasted for roughly 5 minutes before the sickly Patrice couldn't hold on any longer. Her legs went soft and she fell forward. Smack! MQ. With a crisp sound, Patrice uttered an extremely adorable word and wailed miserably as she smashed onto the ground. Patrice! Lord Patrice! Remilia and Zhuayi immediately cried out in alarm and stopped their footsteps. I. Patrice, who was lying on the ground with her face on the ground, raised her trembling hand. I am fine. After stammering out those words, Patrice's hand fell down as though she had fainted and didn't move an inch. Patrice, Lord Patrice. Remilia and Dark Knight's sorrowful cries echoed through the streets. Wah! Flandre-chan was chewing on a sesame seed cake in front of him. She exclaimed as she chewed. Flan seems to have gone overboard with her play. Flan! Remilia was furious at Flandre-chan's words. If you continue to fool around, Big Sister will really be angry. Flan isn't afraid. Flandre-chan snorted. Even if Big Sister is angry, Flan will still look for Big Brother. What Big Brother? Remilia shouted. When did you have a big brother? Why didn't I know about it? Flandre-chan's expression froze and her expression turned gloomy. Of course Big Sister doesn't know. Big Sister never cared about Flan, who stayed in the basement. Remilia opened her mouth and looked at Flandre-chan's gloomy expression. Guilt welled up in her heart and she couldn't say anything else. Flandre-chan composed herself and said angrily to Remilia. Anyway, Flan won't go back before finding Big Brother. Remilia, Dark Knight and Patrice, who was lying on the ground, felt a headache coming on. What should they do? Chapter 17:10. What a scam! In the wooden corridor of a warehouse on the west side of the Bori Shrine, a man with black hair and red eyes held a hammer in his hand. He looked at the sky and sighed, but at the same time, he swiftly nailed a few pieces of wood together with nails to make a money box. I didn't expect that today. I would pick up a hammer and work as a carpenter. If the people in the Spalier world knew that a peak rank 9 powerhouse who was about to ascend to the demigod level was working as a carpenter with a hammer, they would definitely be shocked. However, there was no other way. Bori Dream's money box had been completely destroyed. It was impossible to repair it with magic. If he wanted a money box, he would have to make something out of nothing. It was not that Wu Yen didn't know how to do magic of this level. Just like Blackie in the world of magical girl Ilya, didn't she know how to use class cards and projection magic to create something out of nothing? There were also magic similar to projection magic in the 103,000 magic books. Due to his personal issues, he couldn't create a noble artifact using that kind of magic. However, creating a money box is just a matter of time. However, just like the projection magic, this type of magic that was created out of nothing had the biggest drawback. That was, once the mana used to create an item was exhausted, the created item would also disappear. Wu Yen didn't want to keep replenishing mana just to maintain the existence of a money box. Therefore, he could only do it himself. He had enough food and clothing. As expected, common sense is the most useless thing in genjutsu. Holding a hammer, Wu Yen hammered on the money box that was slowly taking shape in front of him. Wu Yen had a conflicted expression on his face. That red-white, even the fiancé of the creator of Fantasy Village could be ordered to do this kind of thing. Who would have thought of this if it was somewhere else? Of course, he kept complaining, but in his heart, Wu Yen never thought that this kind of situation would be degrading, just because he had some strength. He was just complaining casually. His consciousness took advantage of this moment to sink into the content of the 4th round of his Demigod Path mission. Special mission, Demigod Path mission chain, 4th mission world, Fantasy Village mission details. Obtain Blood Essence with Fantasy Power X1, Blood Essence with State Power X1, Blood Essence with Eternal Power X1, Blood Essence with Nature Power X1, Blood Essence with Time Power X1. After confirming the content of his 4th mission Demigod Path, Wu Yen frowned. Blood Essence? This was easy to understand. It was just extracted from the human body. Blood without any impurities. Blood Essence containing Fantasy Power. Blood Essence containing Realm Powers Realm Power. Blood Essence containing Eternal Power. Blood Essence containing Nature Power. Blood Essence containing Time Power. There were a total of 5 types of blood essence. If he found all of them, Wu Yan will be able to complete the 4th segment of the Demigod Path quest. But, where should he find these blood essence? Blood essence that contains the power of one's realm? That should be referring to Purple's blood essence that had the ability to control realms, right? Then, the other 4 types should refer to the blood essence of those who had the corresponding abilities? Blood essence containing fantasy power. Refer to the blood essence of those who had the ability related to fantasy. Blood essence containing eternal power. Refer to the blood essence of those who had the ability related to eternity. Blood essence containing nature power. Refer to the blood essence of those who had the ability related to nature. Blood essence containing time power. Refer to the blood essence of those who had the ability related to time. In other words, all he needed to do was to find existences with abilities related to fantasy, realm, eternity, nature, and time, and obtain their blood to complete the 4th round of the Demigod Path mission. Fantasy, realm, eternity, nature, time. Wu Yan swung the hammer in a daze as he hammered away at the money-stuffing box. If it's realm, it must be Z. In the fantasy village, no one else has the ability related to realm, except for Z. I more or less know about eternity and time. If it's nature, it should be that person. But who is this fantasy? While mulling over the background of the person he's looking for, Wu Yan also completed the money box in his hand. Bang, bang, bang. That's it. Wu Yan hit the money box a few more times before he put down the hammer in satisfaction. He patted the box that was almost the same as the one he destroyed, but it was much bigger. Hurry up and give this to that shameless red-white. Then, go and get a drop of blood from Violet. If I'm not wrong, Violet should be in the House of the Lost. That's where she was before I summoned her. Wu Yan's face froze at the end of his sentence. The place where Violet was before she was summoned by Meng Qi? Flandre-chan should be in the same place, right? Is there any other place where Flandre-chan was before she was summoned? The basement of Scarlet Fiend Mansion. It was a place that left Flandre-chan with endless trauma and hatred. Given how much Flandre-chan hated the basement of the Scarlet Fiend Mansion, if she had returned to the basement the moment she returned to Fantasy Village, she would either be hiding there helplessly or she would have already caused a ruckus in the Scarlet Fiend Mansion. Wu Yan couldn't sit still any longer. He stood up and he rushed towards the shrine. When he arrived at the entrance of the shrine, he pushed the door open and he shouted without hesitation. Red-white. Bo Li Ling Meng, who was leisurely sitting in front of a table and drinking tea, was startled by the sudden cry. A mouthful of scalding hot tea smoothly slid down her throat, causing her eyes to widen in shock. Wah! Immediately, Bo Li Ling Meng jumped up from the ground and ran around the shrine. Tears flowed down her face as she fanned her tongue with all her might. Water! 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 Seeing the chaotic scene, Wu Yan raised his hand and he channeled his magic power into it. At the next moment, an azure magical ritual appeared above Bo Li Ling Meng's head. It spun and a waterfall of water poured down like rain. Splash! Amidst the splashing sound of water, Bo Li Ling Meng's entire body was drenched by the water from the sky. She instantly turned into a drowned rat. Drip! Water droplets slid down from Bo Li Ling Meng's body and dripped onto the soaked floor. Bo Li Ling Meng's robe clung tightly to her body, revealing the curves of her delicate body. Bo Li Ling Meng's tongue seems to have cooled down, but she didn't look happy at all. She stared at Wu Yan, who is standing at the door, like she wants to poke a hole in his body with her gaze. The look in her eyes is extremely dangerous. Haha. Wu Yan smiled bitterly under Bo Li Ling Meng's murderous gaze. You asked for water, so I gave you water. Thank you so much. Maybe it's too much of a hassle, so Ling Meng glanced at Wu Yan. She grabbed her skirt and started twirling the water. Wu Yan couldn't help but look at Bo Li Ling Meng's skirt that hiked up to her knees, looking at her fair thighs. Wu Yan retracted his gaze after a quick glance and he asked Ling Meng instead. Red-white, where is Red Devil Mansion? My name is not Red-white. My name is Ling Meng. Bo Li Ling Meng glared at Wu Yan. Red Devil Mansion? Why are you looking for Red Devil Mansion? I don't have time to explain. Tell me the location first. Wu Yan raised his voice. Otherwise, if things get out of hand, as the manager of Fantasy Town, you won't be able to relax. Things get out of hand? Bo Li Ling Meng's brows furrowed as well. What are you talking about? Aya, didn't I tell you to tell me the location first? Anxious, Wu Yan jumped in front of Bori Ling Meng and grabbed her shoulder. Hurry up and tell me the location of Red Devil Mansion. Let me go. Bori Ling Meng's body trembled as it was the first time she was touched by someone of the opposite sex. An unnatural expression appeared on her face as she struggled. In the end, as she struggled, Bo Li Ling Meng was hit by the water dripping from her body. She let out a cry of surprise as she fell forward. Chapter 17:11. In the air not far from the Bori Shrine, a figure is flying towards the Bori Shrine at a leisurely pace. However, rather than saying that it is a figure flying towards the Bori Shrine, it would be more accurate to say that it is a figure riding on a broom. Like a witch, using the broom to fly towards the Bori Shrine. The one riding on the broom is a girl dressed as a witch, but she looks neither fish nor fowl. She had curly blonde hair that reached her waist and fluttered in the wind. There was a braid at the front of her bangs that hung in front of her body. There was a bow ornament on the braid that swayed along with her long hair. The young lady was dressed in a standard black sorceress outfit, but she had a white half-apron on the outside. She wore a wide black triangular sorcerer hat on her head. The hat was decorated with a large butterfly knot, and the color of the butterfly knot was white. This is a girl that is very similar to Bori Ling Meng in all aspects. Bo Li Ling Meng's entire body, aside from her hair, was only red and white. This young girl's entire body, aside from her hair, was only black and white. In fact, this girl is also called this by others. Unfortunate Black and White. Original name: Misty Rain Devil Lisa. In the fantasy land where monsters are everywhere and gods are also present, Misty Rain Devil Lisa is an extremely rare human who has the power to rival monsters. Her job is a mage. Moreover, she is also a human who is bored to death all day long and wants to find a person or monster to fight. She is a very lively human. It's so boring. Isn't there anything interesting happening? Riding on the broom like a witch, Misty Rain Devil Lisa flies towards the Bori Shrine while faintly sighing. For example, mutation or something. Mutation. That refers to something that can cause the fantasy land to fall into an abnormal state. It is a strange phenomenon caused by a certain existence or a certain number of existences. These strange phenomena that can cause the fantasy land to fall into an abnormal state, whether it is man-made or because of the environment, are all collectively known as mutation. And to solve the mutation, it is the manager of the fantasy land. It is the job of the witch of the Bori Shrine. This black and white witch who is currently flying towards the Bori Shrine can also be considered an expert in solving mutations. Of course, the so-called expert in solving mutations is just because Misty Rain Devil Lisa is too bored. Every time there is a mutation, she will eagerly follow behind Bori Ling Meng. She is even more active than Bori Ling Meng in solving the mutation, thus obtaining the title. This is a person who really wants to kill time and wants to see the world in chaos. Bori Ling Meng, who is greedy for small gains and money, but is also abnormally lazy. Apart from their clothes being compatible, they are a completely different person. I wonder if there are any interesting things thrown in from the outside world at the Bori Shrine? Misty Rain Devil Lisa's face is full of expectations as she giggles. If there is, I will borrow it to play with Ling Meng. The borrow is the witch's, the witch. It means that although it is a borrow, in the hands of Misty Rain Devil Lisa, the thing she borrows will never be returned. Not only that, Misty Rain Devil Lisa's borrow is completely different from other people's. Her borrow means that she doesn't need the owner's permission to take away the things she wants. In other words, she is stealing. Very simple, understand? Thus, Misty Rain Devil Lisa, who is known as a mage but is actually a black and white bandit, arrived at the Bori Shrine with the help of her own magic tools. She descended in front of the Bori Shrine's entrance. Ling Meng. After shouting loudly, Misty Rain Devil Lisa didn't have the intention to knock on the door and directly opened it. I came to see you. You. Misty Rain Devil Lisa's voice became weaker and weaker. Her expression also changed rapidly. In the end, it turned into an extremely shocked expression. Marissa? Inside the shrine, Bo Li Ling Meng's panicked and shocked voice rang out. However, Bori Ling Meng's voice came from the ground. In Misty Rain Devil Lisa's eyes, Bori Lingming's body was drenched as she sat on the ground. No. More accurately, it should be said that Bori Lingming was completely drenched, her fair skin exposed to the air through her red and white robe, appearing extremely alluring. Currently, she was sitting on top of a man lying on the ground, a man that Misty Rain Devil Xianxia had never seen before. He raised his head and looked at her with a dazed expression. That's right. She is sitting on a man lying on the ground. A woman on top and a man on the bottom. A perfect example of a woman on top and a man on the bottom. It is because of this that Misty Rain Devil Xianxia, who doesn't care about details, was so shocked that she couldn't react for a long time. Misty Rain Devil Xianxia and Bori Lingming are good friends. At least, that is what Misty Rain Devil Xianxia thinks. Indeed, in the fantasy village, other than Yukari, the one who dares to say that she knows Bori Lingming the best is definitely Misty Rain Devil Xianxia. In Misty Rain Devil Xianxia's understanding, Bori Lingming is someone who is not interested in anything. She is not even interested in the things that her identity as a Bori shrine witch should do. She is a lazy person who is only interested in money. Such a person was now sitting on a man's body in a position where the woman was on top and the man was below. What would Misty Rain Devil Xianxia think? She would think, "Oh, Lingming." With a trembling finger, Misty Rain Devil Xianxia pointed at Bori Lingming and shouted in shock. You finally found your duty as a woman. Do you plan to follow the steps of an adult and continue the Bori Shrine's legacy? Just as Misty Rain Devil Xianxia's voice fell, a pop sound came from Bori Lingming's head. It seems like something broke. Veins popped out on her forehead. Bori Lingming didn't even think and directly shouted at Misty Rain Devil Xianxia. Who would want to do something as troublesome as giving birth to a child? Hearing this, Wu Yan, who was being pressed down by Bori Lingming, couldn't help but ridicule. So you already know that you are someone who can't do something as important as giving birth to a child? What did you say? Bori Lingming was furious. She raised her fist and punched towards Wu Yan's chest. You are the one who can't do something as important as giving birth to a child. I really can't do that. Wu Yan quickly got up and shouted as if he couldn't take it anymore. Say, can you hit me with less force? Can you get up first? Hearing this, Bori Lingming remembered that not only was she in close contact with the man under her, she was also twisting around on top of him. She was being taken advantage of. Bori Lingming jumped up as if she was electrocuted. She pulled away from Wu Yan and shouted at Wu Yan. I am sure now. You are the one who caused my broom to break 11 times this morning. You are the one who will bring me misfortune. Don't talk nonsense. Wu Yan got up from the ground and patted the dust off his body. He curled his lips and pointed at Misty Rain Devil Xianxia. The only one who will bring misfortune is that black and white. You are that black and white. Your whole family is that black and white. Misty Rain Devil Xianxia was furious. However, she quickly asked with a face full of curiosity. Say, you actually have the ability to make Lingming push you down. Who exactly are you? Devil. Xianxia. Bori Lingming couldn't help but take out her own imperial coin. It was a wooden stick with 2 long strips of paper wrapped around its tip. She angrily pointed it at Misty Rain Devil Xianxia. Do you want me to treat you? I am not a devil nor a spirit. Why would you treat me? Misty Rain Devil Xianxia was dissatisfied. However, she licked her lips in the next second. However, if you want to fight with me, I am more than happy to. You? Stop. Yes, me. Tell me where Scarlet Devil Mansion is. Let go of me. Bori Lingming struggled. Scarlet Devil Mansion? Misty Rain Devil Xianxia looked at Wu Yan in confusion. You want to go to Scarlet Devil Mansion? I don't have time to talk to you. Wu Yan looked at Misty Rain Devil Xianxia impatiently. Just tell me where Scarlet Devil Mansion is. Misty Rain Devil Xianxia was startled. She stretched out her hand and pointed in a direction. Okay. Following this voice, the 3 figures in the shrine disappeared without a trace. Chapter 17:12. On the other hand, in the human realm. Excuse me. Flandrachan stopped a middle-aged woman who was shopping for groceries. She tilted her head and asked in an innocent tone. Have you seen Fran's brother? Fran's brother? The middle-aged woman who was buying groceries was stunned. Who is Fran's brother? Fran's brother? Flandre-chan was stunned for a moment before she answered seriously. Fran's brother is Fran's brother. The middle-aged woman was at a loss. She smiled bitterly. I'm sorry, I don't think I can help you find Fran's brother. Oh. Flandre-chan lowered her head with a dejected expression, but she quickly pulled herself together and pulled on another passerby. Excuse me, have you seen Fran's brother? Fran? Who is Fran? Fran is Fran. Not far behind Flandre-chan, Remilia, Patrice, and Black Knight were left speechless as they watched Flandre-chan pull one person from the left and the right to question her so-called brother, and watched her answer others' questions with a godlike theory. Although Flandre-chan looked a lot more normal than before, and she wouldn't attack people or play with them anymore, Flandre-chan's mind was still very much intact. She's still like a child. With Flandre-chan's way of questioning, she wouldn't be able to find out where her brother was even if she asked for the year 495. Puki. Remilia clenched her fists, loosened them, clenched them, loosened them, and loosened them again. She kept repeating this action. Do you think Fran has become normal? Mississippi. Young mistress. Hearing Remilia's hopeful and nervous words, Remilia's voice was filled with hope. Kuai Yi, who had never seen her mistress before, showed a gentle expression. Milady seems normal now. She looks normal. Really? Remilia's eyes never left Flandre-chan, but the joy in her eyes was obvious. Does that mean Fran can live with us from now on? She doesn't have to be locked up in the basement anymore? Then, Zhuyi wanted to say something positive. By the side, Patrice interrupted. That may not be the case. Lady Patrice. Zhuyi looked at Patrice in shock. Patrice. Remilia couldn't help but look at Patrice. He asked nervously. Do you see any problems? Isn't the problem obvious? Patrice calmly explained. Although my dear sister looks like a child and is no longer as crazy as she used to be, but something that we can't understand also happened to my sister. Right now, my dear sister isn't afraid of light or water. Her mind is like that of a child's, but her rationality is very complete. Can this be considered no problem? Patrice reminded him. Also, don't you think that there's something wrong with my sister's constant mention of a brother? Don't you think there's a problem? How is that possible? They clearly met not too long ago, and Flandre-chan had always been locked up in the basement. After a period of time, she suddenly came out, and not only did she become more normal, her weakness was also gone. Just like what Patrice said, apart from becoming normal and overcoming the weakness of being a vampire, Flandre-chan also gained a big brother. All these signs point to the fact that something must have happened to Flandre-chan. It was because of these things that Flandre-chan was able to become normal and overcome her weaknesses. Patrice, you mean? Remilia spoke with a gloomy expression. Someone snuck into the Red Devil Hall without us noticing at all and even made contact with Fran? It's not as simple as that. Patrice nodded heavily. The person who came into contact with my dear sister might be the reason why she returned to normal and overcame her weakness as a vampire. Lady Patrice, in Fantasy Village, there are people who can infiltrate Scarlet Devil Mansion without us noticing. Zhuyi frowned. But, is there someone who can help the second young mistress return to normal and overcome her weakness as a vampire? Remilia and Patrice went silent. If such a person really exists, Remilia would have gone up to them and even kneeled down to invite them back. Naturally, she wouldn't have let Flandre-chan live a life of darkness for 495 years. There's no point in overthinking it. Patrice looked straight ahead at Flandre-chan, who's still questioning the passers-by. Remy, I think we should ask my dear sister. That's right, young mistress. Zhuyi nodded in agreement. If the second young mistress really came into contact with someone while she was locked up in the basement, we should be able to get some information out of her. Remilia hesitated for a moment before nodding. That's true. After that, Remilia, Lai Yi, Patrice, and Remilia trotted behind Flandre-chan and grabbed her hand. Flan. Big sis, what are you doing? Flandre-chan, who was about to ask more questions, turned around in dissatisfaction. Flan said she won't go back until she finds her brother. You! Remy! Patrice stepped forward and called out softly when Remilia was about to spit out another word of anger. Let me do it. Remilia took a deep breath and turned her head away with a displeased expression, silently expressing her agreement. Dear sister. Patrice squatted down and looked at Flandrachon. Can you tell me who this brother you're talking about is? Didn't Flan say it already? Perhaps because she felt she was being obstructed, Flandrachon's tone wasn't polite. Brother is brother. Even if you put it that way, we still don't understand. Patrice said patiently. You have to tell us so we can help you find your brother, right? Flandrachon's eyes lit up and she spoke excitedly. Are you all going to help me find my brother? Seeing how happy Flandrachon was, Remilia muttered in jealousy. Is that brother more important than big sister? Dear sister, you have to tell us what's so special about that brother of yours so we can help you find him, right? Patrice pondered for a moment. For example, what does your brother look like? My brother. Flandrachon tilted her head and thought for a moment. My brother has the same eyes as Flan. Same eyes? Remilia and Ziyi started to recall the existences with wine-red pupils in Fantasy Village. Patrice continued to ask. What else? And. Flandrachon bit on her thumbnail. My brother has the same smell as Flan. Same smell? Remilia and Ziyi were startled. Patrice was also startled and asked doubtfully. What does that mean? Flandrachon doesn't understand. Flandrachon said with a troubled expression. But my brother said he's the same as Flan. The same. Remilia, Bay, and Patrice looked at each other in dismay. Oh, that's right. Flandrachon exclaimed as if she suddenly remembered something important. My brother said he's the true ancestor of vampires. What did you say? Patrice lost her voice. Ziyi's expression froze and Remilia cried out in agitation. Impossible. The true ancestor of vampires shouldn't be around anymore. What? Flandrachon got angry. Big sister, do you think I'm lying? That's not it, but... That's enough, Remy. Patrice comforted the agitated Remilia and turned to Flandrachon. Dear sister, why don't you follow us back to Scarlet Devil Mansion? No way. Flandrachon said stubbornly. Flan wants to find my brother. That's why you need to follow us back to Scarlet Devil Mansion. Patrice said. Dear sister, you should know that I have a lot of books with information about the true ancestor of vampires. Let's go back and do some research to find your brother, right? Flandrachon hesitated, unsure of what to say. Will you really help me find my brother? Patrice and Dark Knight hurriedly nodded. Only Remilia turned her head away with a gloomy expression. After a while, Flandrachon nodded unwillingly. All right then. Remilia, Patrice, and Ziyi let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 17:13. In the center of the fantasy village, there was a mountain. The Mountain of Monsters. This was a mountain where many ancient monsters and deities lived. On this mountain, the monsters and gods had jointly established a cultural society that was different from other humans and monsters. Their unity was very strong. When they encountered outsiders, they would reject and drive them away. And near the foot of the Mountain of Monsters, there was a lake surrounded by thick fog all day long. The Lake of Fog. This was a mysterious lake that could easily attract fairies and monsters, especially in summer. For some reason, fog would only appear during the day. Because the Lake of Fog was surrounded by fog all year round, the vision was not very good. It was easy for people to think that the Lake of Fog was very large. In fact, although the fog made the visibility of the Lake of Fog very low, in terms of area, it would take less than an hour to circle the Lake of Fog. And the Red Devil Mansion was located at the edge of the Lake of Fog. When they arrived near the Lake of Fog, people could easily see that there was a vast manor house here. The Red Devil Mansion. A manor house that was comparable in size to a castle. As the Red Devil Hall was directly transferred from the outside world, the Red Devil Hall was located at the edge of the Lake of Fog. It was abnormally out of place with the nearby scenery. However, The Red Devil Mansion was indeed a very luxurious manor house. From the outside, people could first see a wall that was covered with green vines and branches. In the middle of the wall was an iron gate, and inside the gate was a vast courtyard. At the end of the courtyard was the mansion used for living. The manor house that was comparable to a castle was made of red stone bricks. There were not many windows on it. Perhaps it was because the owner of the Red Devil Mansion was a vampire and did not like the sunlight. There were many windowless rooms inside. On the roof of the manor house, there was also a huge clock tower. There was a huge dial on it. It looked luxurious and intimidating. It was a pity that the manor house was so big. At this moment, not only was the door not closed, the door of the manor in the courtyard also exploded with sawdust all over the ground. And there seemed to be no one in the manor. The silence was terrifying. At a certain moment, ripples suddenly appeared in the space right in front of the door of this terrifyingly silent manor house. Then, 3 figures emerged from it and landed on the ground. Wow! Ling Meng and Marissa only felt a blur before their eyes. Not only did their field of vision completely change, even the texture of the ground beneath their feet felt different from the wooden planks of the shrine. This caused the 2 of them to stumble and nearly fall to the ground. This place is... Marissa cried out in astonishment when she saw the scene before her. Red Devil Hall. You! Princess Ling Meng reacted and looked at Wu Yan in surprise. You actually have the same ability as Violet? You have a big misunderstanding. Wu Yan rolled his eyes. Although Amethyst's Gap can achieve the same effect, it's an ability, while mine is pure magic. Magic? It's magic. Wu Yan casually replied. Space magic, the magic that can directly transfer from one space to another. That's it. That's really convenient. Princess Ling Meng exclaimed. It takes at least 10 to 20 minutes to fly from Boli Shrine to Red Devil Hall. You arrived in the blink of an eye. If I could do it too, it wouldn't be so troublesome to go out. Using space magic just to make it convenient to go out? Can you be any lazier? That's true. On the other side, Marissa agreed. If I could do it, I wouldn't have been caught borrowing books from Patrice. Using a space manipulation magic just to avoid being caught while borrowing books? Can you be any more talented? Also, that's called stealing, not borrowing. Resisting the urge to ridicule, Wu Yan turned his gaze to the front. Looking at the entrance of Red Devil Hall and the manor house in the courtyard, his face sank. Am I too late? How did Red Devil Hall become like this? Marissa seemed to have noticed something amiss as well. Where's that sleepy door? Where are the people inside? Why do they seem to have disappeared? Ling Meng also saw the wide-open iron gate and the wooden splinters scattered all over the courtyard. The lazy look on her face disappeared in an instant. She turned around and looked at Wu Yan with a serious expression. You know something, right? This was a reasonable guess. After all, not long ago, Wu Yan anxiously ran to the shrine to ask Princess Ling Meng about Red Devil Hall's location, and even said things like, the situation is getting out of hand. Obviously, Wu Yan knew what happened to Red Devil Hall. At the very least, he knew why Red Devil Hall was in such a state. Could it be Remilia's doing? Marissa grabbed her Magus hat with one hand and her broom with the other. Not only was there no worry on her face, she was instead excited. Princess Ling Meng, it's time for us to enter the stage. However, Princess Ling Meng did not even look at Marissa and spoke to Wu Yan with a look of annoyance. What do you know? Wu Yan glanced at Ling Meng and he didn't say anything. He passed through the gate and entered the Scarlet Devil Mansion. Hey, wait. Seeing Wu Yan walk into Red Devil Hall, Marissa quickly chased after him. Even if you're Princess Ling Meng's husband, I can't let you deal with the situation. Who's my husband? Originally, Princess Ling Meng wanted to sneak away quietly, but upon hearing Marissa's words, anger appeared on her face and she chased after him. Marissa, if you continue to speak nonsense, I'll really have to treat you. That's right. Wu Yan nodded and agreed with Princess Ling Meng's words. If I become the husband of this lazy witch, won't my assets be in danger? Assets? Marissa was slightly taken aback. Assets? The laziness in Princess Ling Meng's eyes turned into light. How much assets do you have? I don't know, I didn't count them carefully. Wu Yan replied while walking into Red Devil Hall. However, even if you add up all the money in Fantasy Village, you shouldn't have as much as me, right? All right then. Princess Ling Meng said without hesitation. I'll reluctantly let you be my husband before I spend all your assets. Wu Yan's legs went soft and he almost fell to the ground. Should I feel that your moral integrity and chastity is valuable? Or is it worthless? Moreover, is the validity period limited to spending all my assets? Isn't this nonsense? Princess Ling Meng looked at Wu Yan with disdain. Without money, you still want to be my husband? Wu Yan felt that it was better for him to remain silent. After passing through Red Devil Hall's courtyard, they arrived at Red Devil Hall's manor and entered the interior. A large hall that took up a lot of space was imprinted in everyone's eyes. It was a luxurious hall that seemed to be covered with a red carpet. Around the hall were corridors that led to unknown places. There was a luxurious chandelier on the ceiling and a flight of stairs at the front. At the top of the stairs was a platform with a round table and a tea set. However, there was not a single person in such a luxurious hall. In the middle of the hall, there was a large pool of water. Hey! Looking at this strange scene, Marissa called out. Is there anyone here? I, Marissa, am here. Marissa's voice spread far and wide, but in return, only echoes were heard. There was not even a single response. No one. Princess Ling Meng tilted her head. Don't tell me they all went out? Wu Yan took a step forward and looked at the large pool of water in the middle of the hall. His eyes flashed with a thoughtful light. There is a small amount of magic residue left in the space of this hall. Magic residue? Marissa blinked her eyes. Princess Ling Meng understood. You're saying that there was a battle here earlier? No, it shouldn't be as serious as a battle. Wu Yan waved his hand. There is only a small amount of magic residue left in the air. If it was a battle, there should be more magic residue left. Then what happened? Princess Ling Meng sighed. Really, why do I have so much trouble the moment you come? I'm sorry to trouble you. Wu Yan unhappily replied to Princess Ling Meng. All of a sudden, a voice filled with surprise and joy rang out from the entrance. Brother. Chapter 17:14. Big Brother. Following this tender and pleasant voice, Wu Yan, Ling Meng, and Marissa turned around and looked towards the door. Outside the door, 4 girls of different sizes were standing there. One of them had a ponytail on the left side of her head and a pair of broken wings with crystals hanging from her back. Another was petite but had a bluish-purple shoulder-length hair and a pair of canine teeth protruded from her mouth. Another was dressed in pajamas and had a head of long purple hair. She looked like a scholar. The last one was dressed in maid attire. From her appearance, one could see that she had a capable temperament. 4 girls of various sizes are standing in front of the entrance of Scarlet Devil Mansion. The one leading the group with a ponytail is looking at Wu Yan with an expression of ecstasy. The other 3 girls on the other hand are looking at Wu Yan in a daze, a stark contrast to the one leading the group. Looking at the little girl who is looking at him with an expression of ecstasy, Wu Yan let out a sigh of relief and at the same time, he also revealed a relieved smile. You really made me look for you, Flan? Flandrachon's ecstatic expression slowly turned into one of grievance as if she was being bullied. She leaped towards Wu Yan and pounced on him. Big Brother. Wu Yan quickly stepped forward and caught Flandrachon in his arms. Oniai-chan. Flandrachon buried her head into Wu Yan's chest and she started sucking in his scent. She said in an aggrieved manner. Flan, I finally found you. Wu Yan felt a slight pain in his heart. The 2 of them were separated for less than 3 hours but Flandrachon was already so attached to him. It seems like it was as Wu Yan guessed. She returned to the basement when she entered the fantasy village. Wu Yan could clearly feel Flandrachon hugging him with an unprecedented strength, as if she was afraid that he would disappear again. With this kind of performance, if it was not unexpected, then she was definitely influenced by the basement. This made Wu Yan feel a little guilty. I'm sorry, Flan. Flan. Wu Yan rubbed Flandrachon's head and he whispered into her ears. Big Brother is late. Big Brother is a bad guy. Flandrachon buried her head in Wu Yan's arms. Her voice was full of grievance. You said you would return to the Scarlet Devil Mansion with Flan. But he ran away alone. How is it Wu Yan who ran away alone? The system must have misplaced Wu Yan, Flandre-chan, and Yukari when they entered the fantasy village. However, Wu Yan didn't explain. It was true that he didn't expect Flandre-chan to return to the basement in the first place. Similarly, he didn't rush over in time and could only pat Flandre-chan's head apologetically. It's all Big Brother's fault. You can punish Big Brother however you want. Really? Flandre-chan's pound, of course. Then I'll punish Big Brother by not leaving Flan again. Oh, you! Wu Yan pinched Flandre-chan's nose. Flandre-chan didn't want to let him off so easily, but she still smiled through her tears. It was only at this moment that the people around reacted. Before Ling Meng, Marissa, Patrice, and Zuyi could say anything, Remilia stood up and glared at Wu Yan with her scarlet eyes. Put Flan down. Put Flan down. Wu Yan frowned. Why? No reason. There's no why. Remilia glared at Wu Yan with a murderous glare. If I tell you to put her down, then put her down. Oh. Wu Yan sneered when he saw that Remilia wasn't going to be polite. What if I refuse? Huh. Swish, 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 swish. As soon as he finished speaking, a chaotic sound of breaking through the air echoed throughout the entire Red Devil Hall. He saw that a formation of flying knives, which seemed to be nailed to an invisible wall, was arranged neatly in rows. It happened to be a square formation of flying knives with a side length of more than 2 meters. Without any warning, it suddenly appeared in front of Wu Yan and fell on Wu Yan. Boom! Unfortunately, although the neatly arranged flying daggers seemed to have appeared out of thin air, and were extremely abrupt, a violent mana whirlwind suddenly shook and blasted out like an explosion when it was about to land on Wu Yan's body. Clang, clang, clang. All of a sudden, the flying daggers that formed a phalanx were all knocked away by the whirlwind formed by mana as if they had hit steel. The explosion caused Ling Meng and Marissa, who were the closest to Wu Yan, to cry out in surprise as they were pushed back, putting some distance between themselves and Wu Yan. At the entrance, Patrice gazed at Wu Yan, who was engulfed in a whirlwind of mana, and her expression turned solemn. What a powerful mana! Wu Yan gradually opened his eyes. His line of sight shot like an arrow toward a dashing female servant who stood before Remilia with a flying knife in her hand. Is this how the Red Devil Hall treats its guests? My apologies. My apologies. 16 Knights. Black Knight stood before Remilia and spoke in neither servile nor overbearing tone. Although the Red Devil Hall is hospitable, we will never entertain someone who is rude to the Red Devil Hall's owner. I was the one who was provoked, but now I am the one who is being rude. I guess I got to see how overbearing Scarlet Devil Mansion can be. Wu Yan curled his lips and he looked at Sakuya with a look of contempt. But, in order to protect the authority of the first young miss, you actually disregarded the fact that the second young miss is in my hands and attacked me. Should I say that you are loyal? Or should I say that you are ignorant? Rest assured, Your Excellency, Black Knight said indifferently. With the second young miss's capabilities, it is impossible for her to be injured by an attack of this degree. Oh? Wu Yan's lips curled up slightly. In other words, as long as you are certain that your attack won't cause any harm, you will attack the first young miss and second young miss? Sakuya raised her head and looked straight at Wu Yan. She didn't say anything else. She probably realized that she couldn't win against Wu Yan, so she just gave up. Such a decisive attitude made Wu Yan have a whole new level of respect for Black Knight. Don't think that this girl is just an ordinary maid just because she is dressed in maid attire. If you really think so, you will die a horrible death. 16 Black Knight. Not only was this girl in charge of all the affairs in the Red Devil Hall, but she was also Remilia's most trusted and capable maid. She also had the ability to control time. Therefore, even Wu Yan didn't notice when the flying daggers appeared just now. He only noticed when they were within a certain range of him. Come to think of it, Sakuya must have used her ability to stop time before throwing her throwing knives. Only when the throwing knives got close to Wu Yan did time return to normal. With such an ability, it was not strange that Wu Yan didn't notice when the flying daggers were thrown. After all, they were thrown when time was still. How could he notice? I'll say it one more time. Remilia fixed her gaze on Wu Yan through Black Knight's back. Put Fran down. Wu Yan smiled at Remilia's words that sounded like a threat and a declaration. His smile was unusually thought-provoking. Don't treat me like you. No matter if Fran is normal or abnormal, crazy or not, destroying things or not, I won't put her down. This time, Remilia's expression changed and became incomparably ugly. Wasn't Wu Yan's words poking at Remilia's sore spot? Of course, it also poked at Remilia's anger. With a flip of her hand, a scarlet spear that was taller than Remilia abruptly appeared in her hand. The tip of the spear resembled a demon's tail. Swish! Remilia brandished the scarlet spear in her hand. Her eyes turned completely blood-red and her canine teeth protruded from her lips like the sharp teeth of a wolf. She slowly floated up into the air. She looked down at Wu Yan, who is still holding Flandrachon. Her voice turned cold as she spoke to Wu Yan. I never repeat a sentence for the third time. That's unfortunate. I happen to be the type who likes to repeat myself. Wu Yan lifted his gaze and gazed at Remilia. So, no matter how many times you repeat yourself, my answer will always be the same. The conversation between the two of them caused the atmosphere of the scene to become tense and tense. Chapter 17:15. Floating in the air, Remilia looked down at the person who was hugging Fran tightly. She appeared cold, but she was furious and envious. As Fran's sister, Remilia had hugged Fran before, but Fran had never shown her attachment like she did to that man. It wasn't that Remilia didn't want Fran to be attached to her, but with Fran's unstable mental state, she would only want to find someone to play with. Why would she find someone to rely on? Therefore, Remilia had never been relied on or attached to by Fran. To put it bluntly, as an elder sister, Remilia had never given Fran anything that an elder sister should give. That was why Remilia was so aggressive when she saw how much Fran relied on that man. Of course, this was Remilia's personality. As long as it was someone she didn't know well, she would show her slightly aggressive side. But this time, because of Fran, this slightly aggressive side became extremely aggressive. Wu Yan seemed to have seen through Remilia's thoughts under her cold expression. His gaze landed on the bright red spear in Remilia's hand. That gun was called Gungnir. In Norse mythology, Odin used a godly spear that never missed. As long as this spear was thrown by its owner, it would definitely hit the target. It was similar to the spear of thorns that had the effect of stabbing the heart. Unfortunately, the bright red spear in Remilia's hand wasn't the real Gungnir, and Remilia didn't actually possess the Gungnir. The Gungnir in Remilia's hand was just a skill, derived from her ability. At this point, it was necessary to talk about Remilia's ability. As a member of Fantasy Village that was blessed by the gods, and as a member of Fantasy Village where basically everyone was equipped with a special ability, since Fran had such a terrifying ability, as Fran's elder sister, even if Remilia couldn't compare to Fran, she wasn't too far off. Remilia's ability was the ability to control fate. As for the ability of Gungnir, it was an ability of Gungnir. It was 100% accurate. Remilia, who had the ability to control fate. She could use her own strength to use the 100% accurate fate. Through controlling fate, Remilia was able to recreate the legendary Gungnir in the form of a skill. Therefore, the Gungnir in Remilia's hands wasn't a real Gungnir, but Remilia's Gungnir wasn't a real one. However, it had almost the same ability as Gungnir. If Remilia threw the spear in her hand, if Wu Yan has no way of reversing something as non-existent as fate, he might be able to do so. He would definitely be hit. Of course, he would only be hit. After Remilia took out the Gungnir, Fran, who had been silent all this while, lifted her head and glanced at Remilia. Just as she opened her mouth and was about to say something, she was interrupted by a voice beside her. Let's stop here. Holding the coin, Soul Dream closed her eyes and moved to the middle of the floating Remilia and Wu Yan on the ground. She opened her eyes. Do you really think I don't exist? Soul Dream. Remilia's cold voice carried a hint of anger. Are you going to help him? I don't have the time to help anyone fight. Soul Dream glanced at Remilia. But since you don't follow the rules of Fantasy Village, I have no choice but to stand up. Wu Yan, Remilia, and the rest of the people recalled something when they heard Ling Meng's words. Personal fights are not allowed in Fantasy Village. This was a rule set by Bunny Shrine's Bunny Spirit Dream as the manager of Fantasy Village. In the Fantasy Village, when humans, monsters, and other races fought against each other, Ling Meng had set up a rule to prevent them from using too much strength and causing damage to the fantasy village or causing other troubles. The Rule of Rune Cards. The so-called Rule of Rune Cards refers to when two parties are required to duel. They must use their abilities and skills as forms and give their abilities and skills a name. When used during the duel, they are known as rune cards. Before the battle began, both parties had to indicate the number of rune cards they used in the battle. If the opponent deciphered all the rune cards, or if one of the parties was the first to exhaust their strength, it would be considered as the loser. Even if both parties still have stamina left, if one party indicates that they have used up all their rune cards before the duel begins, then the party that uses up all their rune cards will lose. This kind of duel, other than comparing the power of the skills used by both parties, also relied on the magnificence of the moves to compete on the spiritual level. Rather than calling it a duel, it would be better to call it a game. However, this kind of game was recognized by all existences in Fantasy Village. This was because in Fantasy Village, the Bunny Shrine was absolutely invincible. If they were to fight head-on, even if Soul Dream couldn't win against Violet's Bunny Shrine wouldn't be able to do anything to Soul Dream. However, if the rules of rune cards were used to determine victory and defeat, the invincible Bunny Shrine would be defeated. Because of this, the rules of rune cards were recognized by all existences in Fantasy Village, and no one could go against them. However, from just now, whether it was Black Knight's surprise attack, Wu Yan's counterattack, or Remilia's plan to use the Gungnir, none of them followed the rules of rune cards to duel. Thus, as the one who made the rules of rune cards, it was natural for Soul Dream to stand out at this time. It was so natural that the aggressive Remilia withered. Soul Dream. Remilia looked at Soul Dream unwillingly. Can't you make an exception for once? If you're just messing around, I don't have the time to care about you. However, looking at you, it's impossible for you to not get serious. Soul Dream pouted impatiently. Unless you can guarantee that your messing around won't affect the surroundings and won't cause any destruction. In that case, I can't be bothered. Instantly, Remilia's aura dissipated as if it had been dealt a blow. Won't affect the surroundings? Won't cause any destruction? It wasn't that Remilia couldn't do it. However, would an attack that wouldn't cause any destruction be able to achieve the goal of teaching that man a lesson? Obviously, that was impossible. It would be better for them to duel using rune cards. I'll say this first. From start to finish, I didn't intend to cause any destruction to the surroundings. Wu Yan spoke indifferently. You're the one who provoked him. Remilia looked at Wu Yan with a murderous look. You despicable bastard. Ling Meng grabbed Wu Yan's collar and for the first time, she screamed at the top of her lungs. You've already caused me a lot of trouble today. Don't cause me any more trouble, all right? I know. Wu Yan hurriedly spoke. I just want to say a few words to that lowly vampire. Is that all right? Lowly vampire. Remilia's eyebrows twitched. Her murderous aura filled the air once more. Kill. I'll definitely kill you. You want to fight? I won't accompany you today. Wu Yan sneered. His words caused Remilia to lose her composure. Today, Fran will be by my side. What did you say? Remilia cried out. I said, I'll take care of Fran today. Wu Yan snapped. If you want to see Fran, then come to the shrine. Hey! Why is it a shrine? Wu Yan grabbed Ling Meng before she could finish her sentence. Well then, goodbye. Leaving those words behind, Wu Yan and Ling Meng melted into the space and disappeared. Hey! Black White, who had been gloating on the side, suddenly flipped out. Don't forget about me. Black White picked up her broom and flew out of the Scarlet Devil Mansion's window without looking back. Phew! Fran was taken away? Remilia stared blankly at the direction Wu Yan, Fran, and Soul Dream disappeared. She lowered her head and her delicate body trembled violently. Eldest young miss. Seeing this scene, the nearby Zui Yi cautiously asked. Why don't I go and bring the second young mistress back? Bring back that bastard's head as well. Remilia didn't care about her image and screamed. I want to suck his blood dry. Calm down, Remy. Patrice shook her head. Little sister said that person is a primogenitor. Did you forget? How can that despicable fellow be the noble true ancestor of the vampires? Remilia glared at Patrice before speaking with a gloomy expression. No, now isn't the time to think about that. What's important is to bring Fran back. Let's go. We're going to the shrine. Yes. Chapter 17-16. Fantasy Village, Boli Shrine. Because they had left in a hurry, and because they had used space teleportation, the gate of the shrine that Marissa had pushed open was still open, as if someone had come in to steal something. Don't think that there aren't any thieves in Fantasy Village. A certain rat who is black and white but isn't perverted, and whether or not he has lesbian tendencies is still unknown, is this so-called thief. It was a pity that the Bori shrine didn't even have incense money. The owner of the shrine was still a living treasure who was on the verge of despair because of an empty money box. Even if there were thieves in the Fantasy Village, no thief would choose to come here. Except for Marissa. Whoosh! Gusts of cold wind blew from the bottom of the stairs at the front of Boli Shrine. It whistled across the empty space in front of the shrine and rolled into the shrine. Buzz! Not long after, there was a violent tremor in the air within the shrine. A spatial ripple appeared like a mirage, and then a man and two women emerged from the spatial ripple. Among them, the slightly older girl fell on her buttocks, causing her to cry out in pain. You are a family friend. Sitting on the ground, Soul Dream rubbed her small buttocks and glared at Wu Yan. Her lungs were about to explode from anger. You broke my money box and caused me to burn my tongue. You drenched me all over and even caused me to be misunderstood by Marissa. You brought me to the Red Devil Mansion without my consent and made me clean up your mess. Now, you casually brought me back and threw me on the ground. You're deliberately looking for trouble, aren't you? You! This is a big misunderstanding. Wu Yan raised his eyebrows at Soul Dream while hugging Fran. Breaking your cash box was purely an accident. I only drenched you because you scalded your tongue, but you were misunderstood by Marissa to have fallen down on your own. I brought you to Scarlet Devil Mansion because I expected Remilia to flip out. Now that I brought you back, I didn't mean to throw you on the ground. You're still denying it. Princess Ling Meng really wanted to use her imperial coins to beat this jinx to death. But after a while, she was stunned. You said that you knew Remilia would flip out. Is that why you brought me there? Well, I guess you can say that. He hugged Fran tightly. Wu Yan sat down and sighed helplessly as he helped Fran tidy up her messy hair. That Remilia is a complete siscon. With that lowly vampire's temper, it's only a matter of time before she explodes because of me visiting her and acting so intimately with Fran. Siscon? Fran, who was in Wu Yan's embrace, asked innocently. What's a siscon? Siscon is a creature that commands respect and fear at the same time. Wu Yan pinched Fran's nose. Those who really like their younger sisters are siscons. He likes his sister very, very much? Elder sister. Does my sister like Fran a lot? Fran bit her thumb and said angrily. Then she's definitely not a siscon. Oh? Wu Yan asked in amusement. Why? Because my sister doesn't really like Fran a lot. Fran said unhappily. That's why she's not a siscon. Silly girl. Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Your sister didn't say she didn't really like you. How do you know she doesn't? If she really likes Fran a lot, she wouldn't have locked Fran in the basement. Fran threw a tantrum. That's why my sister must hate Fran a lot. You can't put it that way. Wu Yan stroked Fran's cheek and sighed. There's a saying that goes concern leads to confusion. Perhaps back then, your elder sister was too concerned about you, so she lost her sense of propriety and locked you in the basement. That's not for sure. Is that so? Fran looked at Wu Yan uneasily. Then will my brother lock Fran in the basement because he really likes Fran a lot? If my brother really did lock Fran in the basement one day, I'm sure he'll stay in the basement with Fran. Wu Yan smiled gently. Will Fran still be afraid if that happens? With my brother. Fran was stunned for a moment before she smiled. Fran won't be afraid if I'm with my brother. Looking at Fran's cute smile, Wu Yan's mood lightened up. Ling Meng, on the other hand, was a bit surprised. I didn't expect you to speak up for Remilia after she provoked you. It's not a good thing. Wu Yan shrugged. I'm just telling the truth. It doesn't matter if it's the truth or nonsense. Anyway, don't give me any more trouble. Princess Lingmeng looked at Wu Yan with disgust. What was supposed to be a leisurely day has turned into a mess because of you. Today, I've used up all my activities for the next 2 to 3 years. How do you expect me to find an excuse to spend the next 2 to 3 years leisurely? I don't know if you're joking or not, but if you are, I won't complain. Wu Yan's mouth twitched. You've used up all your activities for the next 2 to 3 years in one day. You've been very inactive for the past 2 to 3 years. How many days do you plan to be active for? None of your business. Princess Lingmeng snorted and turned to look at Fran, who was rubbing her eyes sleepily. Is it okay for you to bring her out? Princess Lingmeng knew that Fran's mental state had always been unstable. Even if Princess Lingmeng didn't reject Fran, she was still worried that Fran would cause trouble. She really didn't want to do so many troublesome things. Don't worry about that. Wu Yan lowered his voice when he saw Fran's eyelids starting to close. He adjusted Fran in his arms and gently patted her back as if he was coaxing her to sleep. Fran's illness has been cured. She won't have any problems in the future? Is that so? Flan bit her finger and fell into a deep sleep. Lingmeng glared at Wu Yan when she saw Flan biting her finger. Then why did you bring her to the shrine and have Remilia come here to take her away? What's going on? Can't help it. This girl isn't in a state where she can be ignored. Wu Yan smiled bitterly. I'll let her stay by my side for now. I'll bring her back to the Scarlet Devil Mansion when she's emotionally stable. I have some things I need to tell Remilia. Seriously, this is your first day in Fantasy Village. Why do you always cause trouble? Princess Lingmeng looked at Wu Yan as if he was a troublemaker. She couldn't stop complaining. Marissa is already a headache. Now there's another one. Mama, don't make it sound so bad. Wu Yan chuckled. After all, we still have to spend some time together. Princess Lingmeng's eyelids twitched. She had a bad feeling. What do you mean by that? It's simple. Wu Yan looked straight at Princess Lingmeng. I want to stay the night. Stay the night? Princess Lingmeng was stunned. Her face was filled with disbelief. You can't be thinking of... That's right. Wu Yan nodded. I want to stay in the shrine for the time being. No way. Lingmeng did not even want to think about it and firmly rejected. Don't even think about it. Hey, aren't you a witch? Wu Yan was speechless. It's fine if you don't care about an outsider who doesn't have a place to stay. But it shouldn't be hard for you to give her a place to sleep, right? I don't want to let a super troublemaker stay in the shrine. I won't be able to live a peaceful life if that happens. Princess Lingmeng made a decision. No matter what, there's no room for discussion. Oh. Wu Yan chuckled. It's an eerie laugh. Don't speak so soon. Wu Yan took out a pouch and threw it on the table. Clang. Following this sound, the bag slammed heavily onto the table in front of Lingmeng. The opening of the bag opened up, exposing the contents of the bag to the air. In the next moment, Lingmeng's vision was filled with golden light, causing her incorruptible expression to freeze on her face. There was no other reason. This was because the bag was filled to the brim with gold coins. Chapter 17:17. There were at least 30 gold coins in the old pouch. They were emitting a rich and dazzling light that seemed to illuminate the entire shrine. Princess Lingmeng's eyes were glued to them, unable to move away. If Princess Lingmeng's eyes turned into 2 yen signs, it would be an interesting scene. Gold coins. Princess Lingmeng struggled to speak as she looked at the bag of gold coins on the table. These gold coins should be enough to sustain the shrine for half a year, right? And these gold coins are enough to sustain the shrine for half a year. Now you just need to say the word and they'll all be yours. Wu Yan reminded Princess Lingmeng. How about it? Can you promise me to live in the shrine? Ugh. Princess Lingmeng stared at the bag of gold coins on the table. Her eyes were filled with hesitation. She was struggling to make a choice between gold coins and leisure. As a greedy person, Princess Lingmeng was also an extremely lazy person. Now that money and leisure were placed on the table, and Ling Meng had to choose between the two. Wouldn't that be a very difficult choice? Of course, since ancient times. From the perspective of the Bori Shrine which in the land of fantasy, Soul Dream was probably the only one who would have to make such a difficult choice between the two. But, Princess Ling Meng who couldn't make a choice could only say that sentence with a dry mouth. Aren't you the head of the House of the Lost? Isn't it better to live in the House of the Lost? Unfortunately, I don't know where the House of the Lost is. Princess Ling Meng who claimed to be the head of the House of the Lost was implying that she didn't know the way home. So, I can only choose to live in the shrine. Princess Ling Meng's eyes were filled with hesitation. She kept muttering to herself. What should I do? Choose gold coins? But if I let this troublemaker live here, I won't be able to live a peaceful life. Choose to refuse? Then I'll have to take the risk of offending Yukari and fight with this troublesome person. That seems to be very troublesome. Hearing Ling Meng's mumbling, Wu Yan's mouth twitched. Feelings. If this girl chose to refuse, he would even fight with him for the sake of gold coins. Wasn't that daylight robbery? As expected, someone who could mix with Marissa who was good at borrowing things also had the potential to become a great thief. No. They were bandits. After a series of difficult choices, Princess Ling Meng suddenly exhaled. He tapped his palm as if he had suddenly realized something. I think it's more reliable for you to be my husband. This way, I can accept your gold coins. I can even chase you out. Wu Yan's hand trembled, and he almost threw Fran, who was sleeping in his arms, out. His face twisted. I don't mind you selling your chastity for gold coins, but you let someone else be your husband, and you want to kick him out. Because it's too troublesome to have another husband, Princess Ling Meng said righteously. Anyway, there are many couples living separately in the human world. We just need to imitate them. Imitate your sister. Wu Yan couldn't help but want to slap the table. Just let me live here. Will it kill you to have some integrity? Integrity? Princess Ling Meng said with disdain. That kind of thing is too troublesome. I understand now. Your laziness is no longer a disease, but a realm. In order to not destroy his worldview, Wu Yan decisively chose to force her to abdicate. Now, you only have two choices. You can choose the gold coins and I'll live there, or you can choose to refuse. I can also go to the human realm. I believe that no one will refuse to provide a place for me to find a rich man. Ugh. Princess Ling Meng's delicate body trembled, and trembled again. You actually use money to force a girl to do something she doesn't want to do. How shameful. I just want to live in the shrine. I don't want to push you down. Wu Yan said weakly. Are you willing or not? Can't you just say it? Fine. Princess Ling Meng's face was resolute. Now that things have come to this, I can only... You want to rob me? Wu Yan said coldly. Then I'll kindly remind you that I won't feel bad even if I throw these gold coins into the gutter. If you want to take them for free, I don't mind giving them to you. But if you do, you'll offend a rich man like me. You won't have many chances to get rich in the future. Princess Ling Meng, who had just decided to choose between gold coins and leisure, was petrified on the spot. You really want to rob me? Seeing Princess Ling Meng frozen on the spot, Wu Yan's face was full of conflict. Then, he revealed a ruthless expression. Are you going to let me live here or not? If you don't, I'll go to the human world. The human world? Princess Ling Meng seemed to have just woken up. She waved her hand at Wu Yan in a daze. Go, just leave the gold coins behind. I beg you, can you give me a definite answer? Wu Yan forced a smile. If this goes on, I'm afraid I won't be able to resist burying you. Sigh. Princess Ling Meng seemed to have accepted her fate. Why do I have to get into trouble with you? Although she said that, Ling Meng seemed to have made a decision in her heart. With lightning speed, her hand turned into an afterimage as it flashed across the table in front of her. When the afterimage disappeared, the money pouch on the table had also disappeared. There's no place for you in the shrine. Princess Ling Meng gave a ruthless answer after taking the money. If you want to stay here, then go to the warehouse and move your old stuff. You can sleep on the floor. Listen carefully. Princess Ling Meng stood up and leaned forward. She put her face in front of Wu Yan with a serious expression. Don't cause any more trouble for me. If you do, I'll treat you like a monster and treat you. Well, don't worry, Wu Yan said straightforwardly. I won't cause any trouble. At least, I won't take the initiative to cause trouble. It's just that. Wu Yan turned to look at the entrance of the shrine and shrugged. If trouble comes knocking on my door, then I can't do anything about it. Princess Ling Meng couldn't help but be startled. She followed Wu Yan's gaze and looked at the entrance. Then, the corners of her eyes began to twitch. There were two figures standing at the entrance of the shrine. One was a silver-haired girl holding a parasol and wearing a maid's outfit. The other was a petite girl wearing a gothic lowly outfit and standing under the parasol. Her face was filled with anger. Of course, they were Remilia and Zai Yi. As for Patrice, because of Fran, she didn't get to exercise for a long time. Now, she's lying in the Scarlet Devil Mansion, unable to walk anymore. Finally, I found you. Remilia's anger was reflected in her eyes, her voice, and her expression. When she saw Flan sucking on her finger and sleeping soundly in Wu Yan's arms, her anger only got stronger. You actually dared to kidnap my sister, you've got guts. Don't blame me for reminding you. Wu Yan didn't even look at Remilia. He picked up a cup of tea from the table and casually took a sip. Firstly, Fran willingly followed me. I didn't kidnap her. Secondly, Fran is also my sister. Even if I took her away, you have no right to say anything. Remilia widened her eyes. Then, a strong killing intent burst out from her eyes. You said I have no right to say anything? What? Do you have a problem with that? Wu Yan calmly looked at Remilia with a cold smile. To me, you who didn't give Fran a good life indeed have no right to say anything to me. Remilia's delicate body trembled violently, and the killing intent in her eyes dissipated. Her pretty face seemed to have lost all color, becoming a little pale. Let me give you a piece of advice, don't go overboard with your words. Seeing Remilia's pale face, Sakuya showed a trace of worry. She looked at Wu Yan with a cold tone. To us, you who popped out of nowhere also have no right to say anything to the Scarlet Devil Mansion's master. To me, the Scarlet Devil Mansion's master is nothing. Wu Yan looked at Remilia with a forceful gaze. The only reason I can interact with you is because you're Fran's sister in name. Chapter 17:18. The only reason I can interact with you is because you're still Fran's sister in name. Following the spread of these words, the atmosphere of the entire place changed from the initial aggressive to heavy. That in-name statement was like a sharp arrow that pierced deeply into Remilia's heart, causing her pretty face to turn pale once again. It also stabbed Zhan Ye's weak spot, causing him to be furious and speechless. Wu Yan. Although it was said ruthlessly, everyone present, except for Ling Meng, Remilia and Zai Yi, understood that this nominal statement was, to put it bluntly, true. Remilia doted on her sister very much, and Fran was indeed Remilia's biological sister. No matter what, it couldn't be considered as just in name. However, just as Wu Yan said before, Remilia didn't give Fran a good day at all. She even gave Fran a very traumatic life. But that couldn't be considered Remilia's fault. The main problem was still Fran's problem. For a person who could go crazy at any time and want to kill everyone around her, even if that person was the person closest to her and the person she loved the most, who could think of a way to solve the problem without hurting her? If this person could be easily suppressed, then it wasn't impossible. The key was, to a certain extent, this person had an existence that surpassed everyone around her. And Fran was such an existence. Her mental state was abnormal and she was extremely dangerous. She also had enormous power that no one could suppress. Other than locking Fran in the basement, was there any other way? Of course there was a way. After all, the thing that Fantasy Village didn't lack the most was those strange things. This was something that could be called a miracle. Unfortunately, Remilia couldn't be considered a native of Fantasy Village. In fact, when she first came to Fantasy Village, Remilia had the idea of ruling the entire Fantasy Village, becoming enemies with all the monsters in Fantasy Village. And at that time, Fran was already in a mentally unstable state. Remilia. She could only choose the stupidest but most efficient way to isolate Fran, who was like a bomb. As a result, when facing Fran, Remilia was definitely not on the side of reason. "You're an outsider, you don't understand Miss at all," Xianxia said coldly as if he was standing up for Remilia. "Miss cares more about second Miss than anyone else. That's something an outsider like you can't understand at all. You still want to be stubborn? Don't you understand that you're in the wrong from the beginning?" Wu Yan responded to Xianxia's words with a somewhat pitiful look. "Indeed, I might really not understand Miss because I'm an outsider. Then, as Fran's closest people, let me ask you, do you understand Fran?" Remilia and Xianxia were stunned at the same time. Understand Fran? Perhaps this was something that Remilia and Xianxia had not considered until now. The reason was very simple. It was because Fran's mental state was very unstable and crazy. Why would anyone want to understand a crazy person? Perhaps Remilia and Xianxia were more concerned about how to solve Fran's problem than how to understand Fran, right? That was why Remilia and Xianxia were stunned and didn't react for a long time. You only know that Fran's mental state is unstable and she often causes trouble, and it's very serious. But please use your noble brain to think, why would Fran cause trouble? Why would she want someone to play with her? Wu Yan looked straight at Remilia. Isn't it because Fran doesn't want to be alone at all? But what can we do? Remilia opened her mouth, unwilling to give up. Given Fran's mental state, even if someone plays with her, she doesn't know how to control herself. In the end, Fran will destroy everything by her side, whether it's a person or an object. Then let me ask you. Wu Yan's eyes carried a calmness that made Remilia's heart palpitate. Did Fran ever hit you hard when she was making trouble for you? Attacked. Remilia was slightly taken aback. It was only at this moment that Remilia realized that no matter how crazy Fran was in the past, no matter how unstable her mental state was, she would ignore her elder sister's words once she got into a fight. However, she had never been so crazy as to attack her. Great Master of the Scarlet Fiend Dojo, you should have taken it for granted that Fran never attacked you, right? Wu Yan's voice turned into a sharp needle that pierced Remilia's heart. It is indeed a matter of course because no matter how crazy Fran is, she still remembers that you are her sister and that she can't attack you. Remilia was at a loss. You think that you had no choice but to lock Fran in the basement and that it was for her own good, but you never tried to understand Fran. Wu Yan seemed to have lost interest in Remilia and looked away. Of course it never occurred to you that Fran, who had been shouting "come and play," was doing so because she was too lonely. You never considered the ways that could make Fran happy, either. If you tried to understand Fran and figure out her thoughts, you would have thought of this. Wu Yan sighed. Since Fran has been causing trouble because no one is playing with her and Fran likes you from the bottom of her heart, she won't attack you no matter how crazy she is. Then, as long as you take some time out of your day to accompany Fran in the basement, won't the problem be solved? This sentence was like a thunderbolt that hit Remilia hard. Remilia's expression changed drastically and she was stunned. As long as you take some time out of your day to accompany Fran, Fran won't feel lonely. If she doesn't feel lonely, she won't look for someone to play with her. If she doesn't need someone to play with her, Fran won't cause trouble. Wu Yan glanced at Remilia. However, you kept saying that you were doing it for Fran's own good, but you locked her in the basement and left her sister, who was not even as smart as a 10-year-old child, all alone in the basement. She was getting crazier and crazier. Isn't it because you've never considered things from Fran's point of view and never tried to understand Fran's proof? Remilia's mouth opened and closed as if she wanted to defend herself, but she couldn't find the words to say. She could only stare blankly at Fran, who was sleeping peacefully in Wu Yan's arms. She couldn't say a complete sentence. Miss. Looking at Remilia's expression, Ruiyi worriedly called out, but Remilia didn't respond. Hey. Beside them, Princess Lingmeng couldn't stand it anymore and frowned. Don't you think you're going overboard? I'm just stating the facts. Wu Yan shifted his gaze from Remilia to Princess Lingmeng. I'm not denying that Remilia really cares about Fran, but it's a fact that she didn't try to help Fran. It's also a fact that Fran has been causing trouble and has a dark life. Wu Yan ignored Lingmeng. He closed his eyes and softly muttered this sentence. Fran's past is dark and painful. That's why Fran has the right to be happy in the future. If you can't give Fran happiness, then I advise you to give up on her. Give up on Fran. These simple words caused Remilia to raise her head abruptly. I will never give up on Fran. When she said that, all the emotions in her heart turned into determination. Because this was the only thing Remilia would never give in to. Even if Remilia gave Fran a painful life, she was still Fran's elder sister. That's not something you can decide. Wu Yan snorted and stood up to look at Remilia. Tomorrow, I will bring Fran to the Scarlet Devil Mansion. At that time, let me see if you have the right to keep Fran by your side. After saying that, Wu Yan walked past Remilia and walked out of the shrine. Remilia didn't move from the start to the end, but her back revealed a sense of desolation. Princess Ling Meng and Rue Yi could only watch this scene silently for a long time. Chapter 17-19. Fantasy Village, Scarlet Devil Mansion. Sitting by the round table at the end of the staircase, Patrice wore a pair of spectacles and held a book in her hand. She looked like a scholar who was improving her knowledge, and possessed a tranquil feeling that made others unable to speak their mind. Beside Patrice, an imp held a tray and observed her master with a trace of helplessness on her face. Even though the imp was a demon, she wasn't considered powerful among demons. Therefore, the imp became Patrice's familiar. It wasn't impossible for ordinary demons to become the familiar of witches and magicians. However, if witches and magicians wanted powerful demons to become their familiar, they would have to pay a price. After all, wasn't it the demons who became their familiar? However, the imp's strength was considered weak among demons. Therefore, even if she became someone else's familiar, she didn't have the qualifications to ask her master to pay a price. Therefore, the imp became Patrice's familiar out of her own free will. It was also because the imp was willing to become Patrice's familiar and respected her master from the bottom of her heart. Therefore, the imp noticed a detail that others couldn't. Even though Patrice seemed to be engrossed in her studies, Kieran could not help but sigh. But now, Patrice definitely didn't read a single word in the book. Speaking of which, Patrice, who had always stayed in the Scarlet Devil Mansion's underground library, was reading in the main hall. This proved that her true purpose wasn't to read. Moreover, ever since Remilia and San Yi left the Scarlet Devil Mansion and went to the Bo Li Shrine, Patrice hadn't even flipped a single page of the book. Clearly, Patrice wasn't seriously reading the book. Come to think of it, he must be very worried about second miss, right? Thinking until here, the imp couldn't help but turn her gaze towards the entrance of the Scarlet Devil Mansion. When she looked, the imp was taken aback. Then, she hurriedly called out, "Madame Patrice." Patrice seemed to have heard the commotion at the entrance before the imp called out. She lifted her head and looked towards the entrance. When Remilia and Night Eye walked through the door, Patrice saw the images of Remilia and Night Eye. Patrice's heart sank slightly. He saw, walking into the Red Devil Hall, Zui Yi, who followed behind Remilia step by step, had a look on his face. Not only was there a trace of worry, but there was also a heavy feeling. As for Remilia, her head was completely lowered, making it impossible to see her expression. However, this only showed that something had happened. At least, ever since Patrice met Remilia, she had seen Remilia's dignified side, childish side, willful side, and even angry side. However, she had never seen Remilia in such a preoccupied state. Patrice's expression turned heavy. She stood up and gazed at Zui Yi, who was slowly ascending the stairs behind Remilia, and questioned him silently. Noticing Patrice's gaze, Zui Yi looked at Patrice and the worry on his face seemed to have deepened. He shook his head at Patrice. What Zui Yi wanted to express was not that he did not know, but that it was not easy to say. This made Patrice feel the importance of this matter. Not only did Zui Yi return with a heavy heart, he didn't even bring back Fran, who he wanted to bring back. This was enough to show the severity of the matter. What's wrong? In the end, Patrice chose to ask Remilia. What happened? Remilia didn't answer Patrice's question. Instead, she sat at the head of the table and lifted her head, revealing a helpless expression that Patrice had never seen before. Patrice. Remilia asked in a daze. Tell me, did I do something wrong? Looking at Remilia, who had never displayed such a weak side, Patrice more or less sensed that something was amiss. She asked in a probing tone, "Are you referring to little sister's matter?" He said that I never tried to understand Fran and never gave her happiness. Remilia's expression became more and more confused and helpless. In the end, she even showed a trace of depression. Also, he wanted me to give up on Fran. Hearing till here, Patrice gradually connected the dots and understood the gist of the matter. Remilia had always felt guilty about what happened to Fran. Even though she didn't think that she was the one who caused Fran to become insane, she still hated the fact that she was the one who locked Fran up in the basement. Therefore, Patrice guessed that the person who took Fran away must have exposed Remilia's guilt towards Fran. Otherwise, Patrice found it hard to imagine that Remilia would show such a weak side to anyone other than Fran, the little sister she cared about the most. One must know that when she was defeated in the battle to conquer Fantasy Village, Remilia didn't show such a weak side even when she didn't realize her dream of becoming the ruler of Fantasy Village. "I don't know what that person said to you." After deliberating over her words, Patrice spoke indifferently. "But, Remilia, no matter what you did, your concern for Fran is something no one can deny. I am certain of this." Remilia's expression didn't turn for the better, and she even bitterly smiled. "That man also said he didn't deny my concern for Fran, but he felt that I couldn't give her happiness." "Did that person say that?" Patrice knitted her brows as though she was surprised that Wu Yan would say something like that. Her expression tensed up. "That's true, but in the past, there was no other way. My dear sister was mentally unstable, but it's different now." "Different?" Remilia's spirit jolted as though she had found a life-saving straw. She stood up from her chair and placed her hand on the table as she leaned towards Patrice. "How is it different?" "I think you're confused because of your concern, Remilia." Patrice shook her head with a smile. "Before, little sister was in that state and you couldn't give her happiness. But now, little sister seems to have returned to normal, right?" Remilia stared blankly for a moment before her scarlet eyes lit up. "That's right. Just because I couldn't give Fran happiness in the past doesn't mean I can't in the future, right?" Now that Fran had returned to normal, he didn't need to worry about Fran losing control anymore. He could live with Fran without any worries. Then, couldn't he just give Fran the happiness that he couldn't give her in the past? Like a blow to the head, Remilia's heart that had been immersed in guilt towards Fran all this time suddenly brightened up. The haze that had been shrouding her heart was also swept away. Phew! Remilia let out a long sigh and her expression returned to her usual confident and arrogant self. Her voice also carried a hint of pressure. "Thank you, Patrice." "Lady Patrice." Yi seemed to be very happy that Remilia had returned to her original state and looked at Patrice gratefully. "It seems like all of you are fine." Patrice felt relieved and asked, "Then, what about little sister?" "At the shrine." Remilia's tone became displeased at this point. "She should be with that fellow right now." "What?" Patrice said in astonishment. "You all couldn't take little sister back from him?" No. Remilia replied unhappily. "Moreover, if we really fought back then, I wouldn't have a say in Fran's matter anymore." Patrice revealed a puzzled expression and turned to look at Yi. "That." Yi smiled helplessly. "He said that he will bring Second Miss to Scarlet Devil Mansion tomorrow and decide if he wants to return Second Mississippi." "I see." Patrice nodded. "Understood. I will be there tomorrow as well." Yi let out a sigh of relief. With the knowledgeable Patrice, he would have the confidence to negotiate with the other party tomorrow. After all, Yi had personally experienced the extent of the other party's eloquence. Chapter 17:20. The next morning. In his dreams, Wu Yan felt something furry poking his nose. It tickled the bridge of his nose and he couldn't resist the urge to sneeze. In a daze, Wu Yan wrinkled his nose. He even reached out to touch his nose until the furry thing that stuck in his nose seems to be gone. Only then did he go back to sleep. However, when Wu Yan was about to fall asleep again, the furry object poked his nose again, making Wu Yan frown. Sensing that something isn't right, He slowly regained consciousness and opened his sleepy eyes. Hee, Big Brother is awake. Hearing this tender voice, the last bit of his drowsiness dissipated and his mind cleared up completely. He lowered his head and looked at his chest. Over there, a young girl wearing a gothic lowly outfit with a pair of broken wings full of crystals on her back is looking at Wu Yan with a pair of bright red eyes. She has a mischievous expression on her face as if her prank was discovered. In the little girl's hand was a ponytail tied to the left side of her head. She was sweeping it in front of Wu Yan's nose. Needless to say, the furry object that woke Wu Yan up was the end of this ponytail. The one who pranked Wu Yan with her own hair. It was Fran. Girl. Wu Yan sat up and hugged Flan. He acted like he wanted to eat her alive as he yelled at her. Do you know the punishment for disturbing Big Brother's sleep? Wah! Big Brother is angry. Fran immediately cooperated with him and pretended to be pitiful and trembling. Fran knows she was wrong. Big Brother, please forgive Fran. It's not sincere to apologize verbally. Wu Yan said calmly. What do you have to do if you want to be forgiven when you prank someone? What do I have to do? The pitiful and scared expression on Fran's face disappeared. This time, she was really curious. What do you have to do? Do you even need to ask? Wu Yan smiled maliciously. Of course, you have to hand over the tool for pranking. Hand over the tool for pranking. Fran blinked. She immediately understood Wu Yan's meaning. She held her ponytail tightly with both hands and asked weakly. Could it be? Aha! Wu Yan groped around his back and when he raised his hand again, there's a pair of scissors shining with cold light in his hand. Let me cut off Fran's hair for pranking. Wah! No! Fran jumped up from Wu Yan's body. Wu Yan screamed. He also jumped up. He chased after her. Immediately, messy footsteps could be heard on the wooden floor. Fran's panicked screams and bell-like laughter could be heard as well. This morning was filled with warmth. In the early morning, every corner of the Boli shrine was filled with cold air. Even if the warm sunlight shone down from the sky and filled every corner of the Boli shrine, it couldn't completely drive away the cold wind. Fran was holding her ponytail with one hand and Wu Yan's clothes tightly with the other hand. So, let's be considerate of her. Got it, brother. After choosing to ignore Ling Meng, Wu Yan and Fran began to eat their breakfast in silence. By the way, Wu Yan and Flan secretly hid the dishes after seeing how fast Ling Meng ate. They didn't want Ling Meng to clean up all the dishes on the table. Therefore, if someone were to come here, they would see the Miko of Bori Shrine eating and drinking without any care for her image. The other two Miko sat opposite each other, took out a few dishes hidden in the stove, put them on the ground, and started eating. Not long after, whether it was the plates on the table or on the floor, all of them were cleared. Oh! Ling Meng lay down on the floor and narrowed her eyes in satisfaction. I haven't eaten so much in a long time. I can see that. Wu Yan put away the dishes and handed them to Fran, who was happily cleaning up. He then glanced at Ling Meng. Looking at the way you eat, we are almost full. Don't tell me you are so poor that you don't have money to eat? Don't have money to eat? Princess Ling Meng asked curiously. Do I need money to eat? Huh. Wu Yan was shocked. If you don't need money to eat, where do the ingredients come from? Who knows? Ling Meng pouted. Every time the inventory runs out, the ingredients will appear out of nowhere. Appear out of nowhere. Wu Yan was stunned for a moment before he understood. It must be a 17-year-old girl who was used to peeping through the gaps. When she saw that Ling Meng did not even have money for incense, she naturally did not have money to eat. In order to keep the life of the manager of Fantasy Town alive, she must have secretly brought the ingredients over. Wu Yan did not know whether to laugh or cry as he shook his head. He put all the cutlery aside and reached out to Fran. Fran, come here. What is it? Fran asked, but she was already in Wu Yan's arms. Are you going out? Yes. Where are you going? Scarlet Devil Mansion. Chapter 1721. Fantasy Village, Red Devil Mansion. In the early morning, the fog around the fog lake at the foot of the Demon Mountain seemed to have thickened. The Red Devil Mansion, which was right next to the fog lake, was shrouded in a layer of white fog. It looked somewhat illusory. The cold wind howled in the space, taking away the fog that filled the surroundings. It also brought back the new fog from the lake of fog, causing the surroundings of the Red Devil Hall to be hazy. Coupled with the fact that the Red Devil Hall did not fit in with its surroundings, people could not help but think of it as a mirage. Buzz! At a certain moment, in front of the Red Devil Mansion, a space near the fog lake quietly distorted. The air vibrated, dispersing all the fog in the surroundings. Like boiling water, it was neither intense nor slow, gradually forming circles of ripples. In the spatial ripples that others could not see, two figures, one big and one small, appeared out of thin air and appeared in this space. Ta! An extremely soft sound of landing was like a thin needle falling in the silent world. Although the sound was extremely soft, it echoed clearly in the surroundings. Holding Fran, Wu Yan raised his head and looked at the somewhat illusory huge building in front of him. He sighed in his heart. It's called the Red Devil Mansion, but it looks like it's more like a ghost's castle than a devil's mansion. There was nothing he could do about it. Under the fog of the fog lake, the Red Devil Mansion, which already had an evil atmosphere, became completely gloomy. He couldn't help but worry that if he walked in, when the fog dissipated, he would also disappear from the world along with the building. It was not an exaggeration to say that the Red Devil Mansion was a haunted house. On the other side, Fran, who was hugging Wu Yan's neck, looked a little unhappy. Do we really have to go back to the Red Devil Mansion? Fran did not reject the Red Devil Mansion as much as she did her basement. However, it was not easy for her to be with Wu Yan. Fran thought that she could play around in the fantasy village with Wu Yan. Who knew? After only a day, Wu Yan was going to send her back. How could Fran not be unhappy? If it wasn't for Wu Yan's repeated assurances, if Remilia still insisted on locking Fran in the basement, he would definitely take her away. Fran did not want to go back to the Red Devil Mansion. He clearly understood Fran's feelings. Wu Yan said softly, "No matter what, the Red Devil Mansion is Fran's home. Fran can't always follow brother everywhere. You don't want to go home? What does it matter?" Fran's face was puzzled. "Even if you don't go home, Fran?" Hearing these extremely willful words, Wu Yan was helpless. "If you say that, your sister will be very hurt." "That's better." Fran puffed up her cheeks. "Big sister is so bad. Bad children should be punished, right?" "You!" Wu Yan shook his head. "Do you really? Fran doesn't want Flan?" Fran was speechless. "Even though you say you don't want to go home, Fran actually wants to live with her sister, right?" Wu Yan rubbed Fran's head. "So don't say such willful words." "Oh!" Flan's expression turned gloomy again. Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh at her antics. Hugging the petite figure in his arms, he started walking towards the entrance of Scarlet Devil Mansion. As they got farther and farther away from the fog lake, the Red Devil Mansion in the fog became clearer. After the visibility increased slightly, the Red Devil Mansion's entrance appeared in front of Wu Yan and Fran's eyes. Passing through the thinning fog, Wu Yan carried Fran to the entrance of the Red Devil Mansion and looked ahead. When they arrived, everything in Wu Yan's field of vision was filled with the Red Devil Mansion's buildings. Red buildings, walls covered with vines, a tall bell tower, very few windows, and an iron gate that stood in front of him, its surface flashing with a cold luster. Yesterday, the Red Devil Hall was in a mess. Today, it finally had its original appearance. Mysterious, strange, heavy. The castle-like building was exuding such an atmosphere at this moment. Without lamenting for too long, Wu Yan reached out to push the door in front of him. "Stop." However, just as Wu Yan was about to touch the door of the Red Devil Mansion, a delicate shout rang out from inside the Red Devil Mansion. Immediately after, a figure jumped out from the wall of the Red Devil Mansion and exposed itself to the pouring sunlight. It somersaulted in the air and fell heavily. And below the place where the figure fell, Wu Yan was standing there with Fran in his arms. If he didn't dodge, then without a doubt, he would have an intimate contact with the figure falling from above. Immediately, Wu Yan took a few steps back. Bang! Wu Yan, who was retreating, fell heavily on the ground with a muffled sound and arrived in front of Wu Yan. It was a tall girl with waist-length red hair with 2 braids on each side. She wore a dark green Chinese suit and a hat of the same color as her clothes. On the hat was a golden star with the word, dragon, engraved on it. She was dressed like a warrior. Hong Mailing, level 75. This is the Red Devil Mansion. The girl named Hong Mailing took a stance and looked in front of her with a serious expression. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. As soon as she finished speaking, Hong Mailing was stunned. Looking at Fran in Wu Yan's arms, a look of surprise appeared on her face. Second Miss Mailing. Fran happily raised her little hand. Mailing. I'm back. Second Miss. Hong Mailing immediately jumped in front of Wu Yan with tears streaming down her face. She grabbed Fran's hand and shook it up and down. You're finally back. Seeing Hong Mailing and Fran holding hands, one with tears streaming down her face and the other with smiles on her face, Wu Yan smiled faintly. This young girl named Hong Mailing, who was dressed like a Chinese female martial artist, was in charge of guarding the door of the Red Devil Mansion. It could be said that she was the person with the lowest status in the Red Devil Mansion. She might not even be comparable to an ordinary fairy maid. Although her status was lower, Hong Mailing was still a rather important existence in the Red Devil Mansion. After all, excluding Remilia, Patrice, and Black Knight, Hong Mailing was the strongest existence in the Red Devil Mansion. Her level was also only below the 3 people in front of her. It was because of this existence that Remilia made her the gatekeeper of the Red Devil Mansion, and put her in charge of the mansion's first line of defense. However, this line of defense was usually a little lazy, causing a certain black and white bandit to frequently sneak into the mansion and steal books from Patrice's library. It was this gatekeeper who had the best relationship with Fran in the entire Red Devil Mansion. Hong Mailing was the only one in the entire mansion who didn't fear Fran's strength and dared to secretly play with her. Therefore, no matter how depressed Fran was, she couldn't help but say, I'm back, when she saw Hong Mailing. The moment Hong Mailing saw Fran, she wasn't worried that Fran would lose control of herself at all. Instead, she excitedly walked up to her. Woo! Hong Mailing suddenly burst into tears, scaring Wu Yan and Fran. Mailing. Fran quickly reached out and touched Hong Mailing's head. What's wrong? Second Miss, why did you suddenly run away yesterday? Hong Mailing complained with tears in her eyes. Miss Kuai Yi has been blaming me for not keeping an eye on you and docking my salary for the next 10 years. Whoosh! Just as Hong Mailing's complaining voice fell, a cold light flashed out from inside the door and fiercely stabbed into the center of Hong Mailing's hat, giving everyone a fright once again. That's because you didn't do your job. Along with such a voice, a tall figure suddenly appeared at the door without the slightest warning. China, you dare to snitch to Second Miss? Miss Lu Yi. Looking at the figure that appeared at the door, Hong Mailing revealed a timid expression, but she still weakly spoke. My name is Hong Mailing, not China. It was a pity that Hong Mailing's weak objection was beautifully ignored by Kuai Yi. Welcome to the Red Devil Mansion. Like a proper servant, Kuai Yi was respectful and neither servile nor overbearing. She bowed slightly to Wu Yan with an etiquette that no one could find fault with. Young miss has been waiting for a long time. Please follow me. Chapter 1722. Under the lead of Zhua Yi, and under Hong Mailing's aggrieved and pitiful eyes, Wu Yan carried Fran and walked into the territory of the Red Devil Mansion. The structure of the Red Devil Mansion was a bit similar to that of an ordinary city. The most important residence of the Red Devil Mansion was in the center, surrounded by 4 walls. Between the walls and the mansion was a vast outer courtyard with some flowers and trees planted. It was extremely luxurious. At first glance, it was located in the center of the Red Devil Mansion, surrounded by 4 walls. The mansion used for living didn't seem very big, but in fact, the interior of the Red Devil Mansion was much bigger than it looked from the outside. The reason was naturally because of the handsome maid leading the way in front of him. Although Zhua Yi was just an ordinary human, he had the ability to control time. That kind of time ability wasn't like Kurumi's, who could only choose a target through bullets and let the time ability act on the target hit by the bullet. Zhua Ye's time ability couldn't act on himself like Kurumi's, but it could act on his surroundings. For example, Kurumi could stop the opponent's time and then attack the opponent who had stopped time. Zuoyi could stop the time within a certain range and then let the only person who could move in time attack. The difference between the two was that one could only act on an individual, while the other could act on a certain range of space. Because of this, Kurumi's and Zuoyi's time abilities more or less had their own advantages and disadvantages. Like Kurumi. Although he could only use the power of time on an individual, he could freely turn back time on himself. No matter how serious his injuries were, he could still recover. Zuoyi's ability had a large range of effect, but even if he could turn back time within this range, the things that had changed couldn't be restored to their original state. That was to say, Zuoyi couldn't do something like recovering from his injuries. Compared to Kurumi, Zuoyi's ability could work within a certain range, which meant that while controlling time, she could also control space to a certain extent. However, the ability to control space was only a subsidiary of Zuoyi's ability to control time. It couldn't be considered Zuoyi's true ability, so Zuoyi couldn't control space with high difficulty. However, to expand a space, Zuoyi could still do it. In between, the space in the Red Devil Mansion had also been expanded a lot by Zuoyi. It was much bigger than it looked from the outside. Just in the hall alone, Wu Yan walked quite a distance before arriving at the front of a flight of stairs. Welcome to the Red Devil Mansion. Up ahead, at the end of the stairs, Remilia was floating in the air with her bat-like wings on her back. She had one hand on her waist and the other on her back casually. Her scarlet eyes looked down at Wu Yan, who was standing at the bottom of the stairs. Her face was brimming with confidence, pride, and a noble smile. He looked just like a real aristocrat. At this moment, Remilia no longer had that blank and helpless expression she had when facing Wu Yan in the shrine yesterday. It went without saying that Remilia had already overcome the confusion in her heart and was beginning to take Wu Yan seriously. This Remilia was the real Remilia. Seeing Remilia like this, Xiao Yi, who was standing at the edge of the stairs, was full of pride. Even Fran couldn't help but feel happy for such an elder sister. Unfortunately, Remilia didn't maintain this appearance for long. Fran. Seeing Fran in Wu Yan's arms, Remilia's confident, proud, and self-reliant smile immediately collapsed and turned into a trace of anger. How long do you want to stay in someone else's arms? Hurry up and get down. No. Fran didn't even think about it and refused to make a sound. Moreover, as if she was deliberately disobeying Remilia, her arms around Wu Yan's neck tightened. Fran wants Big Brother to hug her. You've been hugging her since yesterday. Haven't you hugged her enough? The more she said, the angrier Remilia became. No matter what, get down first. No way, Fran likes to hug Big Brother. Why does Big Sister keep going against Fran? Fran snorted and turned her head away. Big Sister like this is the most annoying. Annoying. Remilia seemed to have suffered a huge blow. Her charming face was shaken. Remilia truly dotes on her sister and Fran, to the extent that she doesn't want any man to touch Fran. This kind of overly protective love is seen as a sister complex in the eyes of others. In other words, at the scene, a Siscon suffered a blow because of his younger sister's unintentional words. Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He could only carry Fran and walk up the stairs to the platform at the end of the stairs. When he reached the platform, Wu Yan discovered that Remilia wasn't the only one here. Other than Remilia, there is another person who is sitting at a seat near the round table. He is looking at Wu Yan with a judgmental gaze. He had long, straight purple hair, pajama-like accessories, and a pair of purple gem-like eyes that were filled with intellectual light. He looked just like a scholar. It's Patrice. He exchanged glances with Patrice. Both of them could see each other sizing them up, but they tacitly remained silent and continued to observe. After a long time, Patrice broke the silence. I heard that you are a vampire ancestor. As soon as these words came out, the air in the audience seemed to have frozen, and the atmosphere became heavy. Vampire ancestor. The king of vampires. That's the noblest and most powerful existence of the vampire race. In terms of bloodline, the vampire ancestor is comparable to the legendary gods. In this world, there are also vampires. Naturally, as the ancestor of vampires, the ancestor of vampires also exists. However, that is a thing of the past. Now, even in Fantasy Village, the only vampires whose identities could be confirmed were Remilia and Fran. Apart from Remilia and Fran, the rest of the vampires had disappeared. No one knew if they had disappeared or if they had gone into hiding. As for the true ancestor, he had disappeared long before the establishment of the Fantasy Village and had never appeared again. This was also the reason why Patrice asked so directly. As a bookish witch, Patrice looked gentle and weak, but she was curious. In addition to her calm personality, she inquired about Wu Yan's identity the first time they met. Without a doubt, this wasn't a wise and abrupt action. However, Patrice didn't intend to hide it. Remilia and Zai Yi also wanted to know Wu Yan's identity. Thus, they didn't say anything and looked at Wu Yan, waiting for his answer. Wu Yan only smiled and didn't reply. He looked at Remilia. It seems like you have your answer. Tell me your answer. You give up on Fran? For the second time, the air in the Scarlet Fiend mansion froze because of this short sentence. Like Patrice, Wu Yan went straight to the point. But this time, Remilia couldn't choose to learn from Wu Yan. She clenched her fists and stared straight ahead. I already gave you my answer yesterday. I will never give up on Fran. Big sister. Fran stared blankly at Remilia and didn't react. Is that so? Wu Yan nodded and he asked in a cold tone. In other words, you dare to say that you can make Fran happy? Of course. Of course. Remilia confidently puffed up her flat chest. Since Fran is back to normal, I won't let her suffer anymore. Wu Yan sneered. In other words, if Fran falls into a state of mental instability again, you will imprison her again? The confidence on Remilia's face froze. Patrice hurriedly stood up. She wanted to say something but Wu Yan didn't give her the chance to speak. He turned around and walked down the stairs. Seeing this, Remilia, Patchouli, and Xianxia tensed up at the same time. Is he really going to take Fran away? While Remilia and the other two were having wild thoughts, Wu Yan said as he walked down the stairs. Follow me. Remilia, Patrice, and Zai Yi were startled. They looked at each other and followed. To be continued. Chapter 1723. Lake of Mist. Beside the lake where the fairies and monsters love to reside, several figures were standing in a standoff. Remilia looked around and saw Wu Yan carrying Fran. She frowned. What are we doing here? Wu Yan didn't answer. Instead, he squatted down and placed Fran on the ground. He rubbed her head that's wearing a beret. Fran, stand to the side. Oh. Fran's face was filled with confusion. She didn't know what Wu Yan was planning to do but she obediently nodded and walked to the side. Remilia grumbled when she saw Fran defying her in every possible way but obeying Wu Yan's every word. All right, tell me quickly. What are you planning to do by bringing me here? Wu Yan glanced at Patchouli, Xianxia, and Hong Meiling who followed behind Remilia. Tell them to back off first. Remilia's frown deepened. Her displeasure grew but she still did as she was told. Patrice. Zui Yi. China. All of you leave first. Yes. Zui Yi respectfully replied. Patrice also nodded. Only Hong Meiling muttered, I'm not China, I'm Hong Meiling. However, no one paid attention to her. Only after Zui Yi, Patrice and Hong Meiling left did Remilia look at Wu Yan impatiently. She clearly didn't have the patience to wait any longer. However, Wu Yan's next sentence completely dispelled Remilia's impatience. Zui Yi, Patrice and Hong Meiling were shocked. Looking at the stunned Remilia, Wu Yan suddenly said, Defeat me! Defeat me! Fran will return to Scarlet Devil Mansion. Bro! Big brother? Fran didn't know what to do after hearing Wu Yan's words. As for Remilia, after being stunned for a moment, she smiled. Her smile was abnormally joyful. What? So this is the method. Indeed, this can save a lot of trouble. I also like this method. With that, Remilia's petite body floated into the air. She stretched out her slender palms, and her fingernails suddenly turned red and elongated, looking like the claws of a wild beast. It was extremely ferocious. Remilia's smile was equally ferocious. If that's the case, then disappear. Remilia roared out these words with a tone full of satisfaction and grievance. It had to be said that with Remilia's violent temper, she had indeed endured Wu Yan for a long time. Now, with Wu Yan's words, they finally exploded. A crimson mist suddenly swirled around Remilia's body, transforming into crimson bats that spiraled into the air. Red bats. In the next moment, Remilia's delicate voice rang out from the bloody mist. VPI Day-Night, Night of Bats. The crimson bats that soared into the air instantly lined up and faced Wu Yan below. They widened their mouths and shot out red flying daggers. Swish! 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 The red throwing knives fell from the sky like raindrops, filling Wu Yan's field of vision. Amidst the sound of breaking air, they landed on Wu Yan's body. Boom! As the flying daggers rained down, the place where Wu Yan stood was covered in a thick cloud of dust from the impact of the flying daggers, making it hard for others to see what's going on inside. Looking at the place where the dust rose, Remilia revealed a smile. With a wave of her hand, a powerful gust of wind swept out, blowing away all the dust that rose into the air. When all the smoke and dust had dissipated, the uneven pits on the ground were exposed to the eyes of everyone present. However, Wu Yan's figure had disappeared without a trace. Come out, Remilia said coldly. If you die so easily, who am I supposed to vent my anger on these past few days? Don't be so anxious. As soon as Remilia's voice fell, a voice sounded from behind her. The show has just begun. Remilia was startled. She quickly turned around and looked behind her. Wu Yan, who was obediently waiting for Remilia's attack, had appeared less than 5 meters away from her. He floated there with a relaxed expression. You! Remilia stared at the smiling Wu Yan in shock. When did... That's... Patrice's eyes glinted as she gazed at Wu Yan, who suddenly appeared behind Remilia. That's a spell. A spatial teleportation spell. Humph. Remilia seemed to have heard Patrice's voice. She coldly snorted and didn't say anything else. She raised her hand and a dense blood mist appeared once more. But this time, Wu Yan had disappeared before Remilia could attack. When he reappeared, he was behind Remilia. You're too slow. As soon as she finished speaking, a tremendous amount of mana soared into the sky from Remilia's back, transforming into the purest of shockwaves that spread out. Boom! The powerful impact smashed into Remilia's body, causing her petite body to fly backwards with a muffled groan. She flew backwards for over 100 meters before coming to a stop and stabilizing herself. Young mistress, Remy. Bu Yi and Patrice couldn't help but step forward. Big sister. Fran revealed a worried expression. Damn it! Remilia's pretty face was filled with anger. She glared at Wu Yan with bloodshot eyes. Her body started glowing with a dark red light. Remilia's cataclysmic killing formation. The dark red halo covering Remilia suddenly burst apart, turning into countless red beams that shot out in all directions. Swish! 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 Amidst the whistling sounds in the air, the crimson beams of light were like meteors, cutting through the space like blooming fireworks, shooting at the surroundings in all directions. Wu Yan curled his lips in disdain when he saw such a magnificent and earth-shattering amount of light shooting towards him. But it's a pity that the power is scattered into so many light beams and the might of each light beam is much weaker. At most, it can only threaten a low-level or mid-level 8th stage being. Wu Yan said something only he could hear. He raised his hand and pure mana surged out of his hand. It turned into a circle of light that rippled outwards. When the crimson beam of light landed on the solidified mana halo, it didn't make any sound, nor did it stop abruptly without any warning. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that the surface of the light beams was covered in a layer of faint radiance. It was the advanced magic technique from the Nimble Maiden Won't Get Hurt world, telekinesis. Remilia bit her lip when she saw her rune card was blocked so easily. Let's see how long you can hold on for. With a flip of her hand, a bright red spear appeared in Remilia's hand. Streaks of red lightning flowed on the surface of the spear and crackled with electrical sounds. Kill him! Remilia pulled the scarlet spear to her back and threw it mercilessly at Wu Yan. Godly spear, Gungnir! Shoo! The bright red spear turned into a flash of red lightning, flashing through the air and shooting out explosively. Hum! Wherever the spear passed, the air vibrated violently and space trembled. The Gungnir, that resembled a red comet with a long tail of light and scorching airflow, flew straight at Wu Yan as though it had a mind of its own. At this moment, Wu Yan began to take Remilia's attack seriously. However, he didn't do anything to the Gungnir. The Gungnir was a godly gun that never missed a single shot. No matter what he did to the Gungnir, he wouldn't be able to avoid the fate of being hit. Therefore, dodging was foolish and meeting force with force was unnecessary. The only thing he could do was to block. That was why Wu Yan only did one thing. He extended his hand toward the red lightning bolt that was shooting at him. Chapter 17:24. Wu Yan, who was suspended in midair, extended his hand to receive the incoming Gungnir. Everyone was astonished. Was he planning to receive the Gungnir with his bare hands? If that was the case, this person was definitely crazy. Although Remilia's Gungnir wasn't the real divine weapon, it had the exact same effect as the real Gungnir, which was the effect of never missing a target. Wu Yan didn't choose to dodge Remilia's Gungnir. That was a very commendable action. But to receive it with his bare hands? Even if Remilia's Gungnir only had the exact same effect as the legendary Gungnir, and wasn't as powerful as the real Gungnir, it definitely wasn't weak. Even in the fantasy village, there were only a handful of existences who could receive Remilia's Gungnir with their bare hands and come out unscathed. Could it be that Wu Yan also possessed strength on the same level as those existences? In the next second, Wu Yan told everyone the answer. Buzz! In a trembling sound, dense magical power surged into Wu Yan's hand that extended towards the Gungnir. It covered the hand that was abnormally thin compared to the Gungnir that had transformed into a red lightning bolt. Beep beep beep. Then, traces of black electric arcs burst forth from Wu Yan's palm like tiny pitch-black pythons that revolved around Wu Yan's hand and flowed continuously. As the pitch-black electric arcs flowed, the space around the hand emitting black electric arcs actually emitted tiny cracking sounds and began to crack open. With such a powerful pitch-black electric arc in his hand, Wu Yan fiercely grasped the Gungnir that was shooting towards him. Bam! 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 The pitch-black electric arcs flowing on Wu Yan's palm rose sharply. The red lightning on the Gungnir that Wu Yan grasped in his hand flickered desperately. The two weapons seemed to be competing, triggering deafening explosions. In an instant, sparks flew from the surface of the Gungnir that Wu Yan grasped in his hand. The electric currents collided with each other and turned into small explosions. Around the Gungnir, a strong gust of wind was stirred up. Until a certain moment, Wu Yan lifted his head and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Break! Wu Yan shouted and clenched his hand that was flickering with pitch-black electric arcs. Bang! The red lightning on the surface of Remilia's Gungnir dimmed. Then the Gungnir exploded into red dots that filled the sky. What? Remilia sucked in a mouthful of cold air. He actually... Xiao Ye's charming face was filled with astonishment. He actually managed to block the First Lady's Gungnir with his bare hands? Those pitch-black electric arcs. Patrice stared at the pitch-black electric arcs flickering on Wu Yan's palm and revealed a grave expression. Dangerous. Extremely dangerous. Fran, who was standing far away from the crowd, looked at the two people fighting in the sky. Her wine-red eyes kept fluctuating, and no one knew what she was thinking. What's wrong? Is it over? While everyone was astonished by Wu Yan's strength, Wu Yan let out a disappointed sigh. Since that's the case, it's my turn to attack. Hearing this, Remilia's heart frantically rang with warning signs, causing her expression to change and her movements to become sluggish. Following the warning signs in her heart, she decisively chose to retreat. Buzz! At the same time, a fiery red vortex spun above her head and gushed out a vast amount of magical power. I shall follow the rules of Fantasy Town and give you a gorgeous rune card. As soon as he finished speaking, the fiery red whirlpool above him trembled violently. Then, a hand that was 10 meters long and completely red like a giant's arm reached out from the fiery red whirlpool. The 5 fingers of the hand spread apart, making cracking sounds that even the space couldn't bear the weight of the hand. Giant strike. Reverse Titan's hand. The fiery red arm flipped over and stirred up a violent airflow. Remilia's expression changed abruptly. It was as though an enormous mountain had crashed down from the sky. Boom! Remilia couldn't dodge in time. With a muffled sound, her petite body exploded like a peanut that had been hit by a hammer, exploding into a bloody mist that filled the sky. Young mistress, Remy. Looking at this scene, Patrice, Zuoyi, and Hong Meiling turned pale instantly. Even Fran was dumbfounded. Remilia is dead? As this thought arose in their minds, a feeble laughter echoed in the surroundings. If only it were that easy. As if responding to the content of the sentence, red bats suddenly appeared out of thin air in the sky. Like bees surrounding a beehive, they flew all over the sky and wandered in the same direction, gathering into a cluster. Shortly after, the red bats gathered together and formed a wheel that emanated a crimson radiance. Amidst the crimson radiance, the red bats fused together. When the crimson radiance dissipated, Remilia once again appeared before everyone's eyes. But looking at the reappearance of Remilia, not only did Patrice, Zuoyi, and Hong Meiling's expressions not look better, but they also revealed traces of anxiety. Not only was Remilia's complexion incomparably pale, but she was also panting heavily. Her noble Gothic lowly costume had also become tattered and she looked extremely miserable. "Is this your regenerative ability?" Wu Yan exclaimed as he gazed at Remilia, who looked extremely miserable but wasn't injured at all. From a vampire's point of view, this regenerative ability isn't something that ordinary vampires can compare to. Not bad. Remilia didn't seem happy at all after hearing Wu Yan's praise. Instead, her expression turned ugly. "Who exactly are you? Why haven't I heard anything about someone with this level of strength in fantasy country?" "I don't mind telling you. But first, let's deal with Fran's problem." Wu Yan curled his lips. "If you can't defeat me, you won't be able to snatch Fran back. Stop joking around." Remilia clenched her fists and glared at Wu Yan. "I won't give up on Fran. I won't lose to you. Haven't you realized?" Wu Yan revealed a smile that made Remilia's heart skip a beat. "I've always been going easy on you." The crimson radiance in Remilia's eyes intensified. "What do you mean by that?" "What I mean is that I have a way to defeat you in an instant, but I haven't used it." Wu Yan lifted his head and scanned the surroundings. "For example, what do you think I'll find if I blow away the mist coming from the lake of fog?" "Blow away the mist?" Remilia tilted her head to the side in confusion. On the surface, Patrice seemed to have thought of something. Her expression changed and she yelled at Remilia. "Remilia, don't let him blow away the mist. Once he does, sunlight will shine in and you'll be dead." Remilia finally realized what was going on. It wasn't night, it was daytime. "Since you don't want to admit defeat." Wu Yan raised his hand in front of Remilia's fearful expression. "Then, have a taste of sunlight that you've never experienced in your entire life." A whirlwind of mana surged out from Wu Yan's hand. It turned into a raging storm. Remilia couldn't help but despair. Once the mist dissipated and sunlight shone in, even if Remilia didn't die, her vitality would be greatly damaged and she would lose without a fight. Just as Remilia was about to give it a try, the surrounding space suddenly changed color. Wait to continue. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.